Come on, I'm just doing what you were clearly doing at home. What is up, one and all? Welcome back to the channel for another week of Midweek Muster. Hopefully you had a good weekend. Hopefully it was filled full of joyous, momentous moments, and not just full tilt because someone else picked Juji or Deli in one of your pub games and done the exact same thing they've been doing for the entire time, to the extent that you actually turned into a mini crackety and pretty much broke your keyboard. But I am here to take your mind off of that, because instead of having to worry about people picking Juji against you, you can watch other people suffer when it gets picked against them. Well, not in this case. Instead, it's potentially actually Deli coming out. We've got Voldemort versus me and Mike can open the day, but we're going to have plenty coming up. We're going to have the winner of this versus the winner of Core vs. Lash. Admittedly, due to time constraints, we won't be able to catch both of those series. Sorry about that, but maybe we'll sneak it in if it was that good afterwards. We had to choose one because the series is scheduled to begin in a little bit over an hour, I think. But otherwise, we should be safe from those type of spoiling moments of the day. We're going to be definitely checking on Dumu versus Myriad after that. Cat versus Kaiser Johan could be another cool one. There's a lot of really interesting matchups actually here to sink our teeth into. I think one or two of them actually are happening today. Numidan versus Scatterbrained, I believe, is also going to be happening live today at, I want to say it's 4 p.m. CET. I'll have to double check that when we get a bit closer though. But without further ado, let's get ready to hop into this. So game one is going to be Wilderness, Abbasid versus Mongols. A curious choice. Without spoiling, you versus Cat was a great series. Well, I look forward to being entertained then, mate. Yeah, it's just one of those things where sometimes there's one that we can't catch because people want things live, and what the Give me a sec. Alright, that is a bit weird. Give me 1 second. I need a minute longer because I started my game up and it gave some warning about not being able to identify my graphics card, which is weird. I don't know why I've done that. No other game has this problem. And then when I got in game, literally everything is set to the lowest setting, so it looks like ugly crap. So just gonna quickly restart. Me and Mike, it never fails to entertain. Oh yes. I don't even know if I'd call what he does necessarily cheesing. He's just vibing, man. I don't consider him a cheeser, a dramaja. I consider him a viber, you know? A little bit different. Oh. But no, I've been, I found a little bit of time to chill and start playing through the Modern Warfare 3 campaign on the weekend. Gotta say, Jesus Christ, why in the first 3 missions are 2 of them open world type format things that look like they're made for the multiplayer? Luckily, it stopped after that, because I was at the point where I was like, I guess I'm just not gonna play the next mission, but then it actually went back to being good stuff. That's interesting. If I'm not mistaken. Alright, it's working out. For a second there, I thought it done something weird and Microsoft, like, the Age of Empires was somehow using the integrated AMD graphics. It's not, it's good. It looks like we should be fine. Aw, look at that. MSN's trying to butter me up. He's hoping next week we'll give him an easy side of the bracket. Did I watch some EGC games yesterday? No, I was actually R&R, just spending time with the family. Trying not to look at a screen for once, which is very difficult for me because I'm a little bit obsessed. But gonna have to cut this amazing song short. You guys want some AoE4? Of course you do. Ladies and gents, it's time. Round of 16, week 11 of the midweek muster, and we're kicking off with someone who is always a thrill to watch kill. Mio Micah has been getting a little bit of notoriety for himself, especially after the series against Dimu he had on the weekend at the EGC tournament. Well, he's here, as always, in the midweek musters. You know, I don't want to take credit and say that we are responsible for melding this guy into the legend he's becoming, but, you know, I think these have been helping. He's going to be going up against Voldemort, though. The kid who's still looking to become an adult. You know, he's got the face of 14-year-old, the height of 8-year-old, I think it is. But he has got the APM of a 36-year-old. I don't know if that's a compliment or not, really. I mean, BC is, what, 35? But he's going to be on the Bastards here, which I think, honestly, is kind of a signature civ for him. Me and Micah This is his signature Civ too. He has more games on Mongols than any other Civ. Map is going to be Wilderness. Remember, this is the one that has the far-off ponds that you can hop onto for the deep water fish. But you do start with some ponds at home, and I love this from me and Micah. This is one of the best Civs at leveraging this starting point of the map because you have the Gur, so you can just park it right up next to the shoreline fish and shuffle around as need be. It looks like we are going to be getting an outpost rush here. Very interesting choice, but one that might pay off. This is a bit of a brutal spawn for Voldemar. He's got barely any wood at the backside, the tree on the front line, as well as the gold. Like, if you get an outpost here, you can't really touch any of it. Oh, man. Yeah, this could end up being a brutal start. So, kind of curious, actually, looking at the draft wider, of things we might see to come. We have got, like, what? Delhi got picked by me and Micah. It's interesting to see him kind of adjusting his comfort picks to get high-value picks early on. Because for me and Micah, like, he's usually picking things like Mongols, Jean. He likes to play Japanese. Like, these are all civs that are not really going to get banned away. The only one he picks regularly that would get banned away and did by both players is Juji. Other side, though, Voldemar looks just as cozy. He's got his Chinese, his Abbasids, Byzantines, and Rus. So, like, when you think about it from, I think, like a raw Civ perspective, you would slightly favor Voldemar here. But me and Mike are just a very creative player. We'll see what he's got in mind here. Outpost rushes are definitely kind of abnormal against Abbasids. The reason is that the military wing play lets them just actually gather wood and then build a ram, right? So you don't get much value out of it. I think his logic here is he just wants to force a ram to be constructed because he has stopped at 2 out of the racks. Even then, I'm not entirely sure if it's worth it for what you pay. Like, because you're paying 150 wood and then you're paying the 80 resources for the spearman. And sure, the stone is passively generated, but that's still something that could have went elsewhere, like a Keshik pump, right? This always has been a little bit of an awkward matchup for Mongols, right? Because the Abbasids is one of those civs that doesn't really tend to care as much about these opening outpost rushes because of the ease of removing it, but also just, like, what are you really going to rush, right? Usually the target of an outpost rush is gold. That is the jackpot you're looking for. What is going on here? Was Voldemar... Wait, was me and Micah expecting Voldemar to go water? That's a lot of wasted effort, if so, and he's very delayed on adding in the additional spears here. I mean, at least for the timing they're going to arrive, right? Military wings coming in 20 seconds. I don't think this spear play is really going to get anything done for Mio. Voldemar, he is starting to pull the villagers away. We'll realize that's a bad idea. Oh, yeah, that was cool. He was using the villagers to check if there's an outpost being built right now. And now he has to be feeling very happy. He's like, well, that's 200 resources saved for me. He's not going to march in, but there's the spawn. And all of a sudden, this feels like a really bad idea. So, guys, this is why you really want to think about if you can outpost rush your opponent before making these type of plays. It looked like me and Micah was expecting a water play, and he wanted to burn that down. But if that was the case, there wasn't a move for his own dock at all. This turn is now going to be coming up. That's a rush with 8 villagers because, of course, he's so late. Now it's an opportunity for his opponent to do a little bit of pressure point damage here, right? Like, with the archers, there's no way you can contest the spears. They've already taken too much damage as it is. To make matters worse, me and Micah has a fort spawn in gold. The other one is pretty far out at the back. So, with the position of his TC here, it's very easy, actually, for Voldemar with just these small boys to deny him and force him to go into archers. So, for Voldemar, yep, logical follow-up is going to be to build into the stables, because now you know your opponent has to go archers just to survive. And add on to that, Voldemar is going to be a greedy boy. He's going to head out for the dot drop. Khan shouldn't be able to stop this dot going up. He should at least be able to get the worker kill afterwards, though. I say, as the 2 spearmen make their way down the hill to deny that factor. Okay, Mio's kind of made the best of a bad situation here. I don't know. I don't like that Voldemar chased over here instead of into the base. Maybe he was paranoid that there's a horseman coming or something, but I feel like he got less value out of this play. There you go, Doc is going to be complete. Now, unfortunately, me and Mikey, yeah, he has to stop to actually shoot, and that might actually get him killed. Oh, that's sick. He could have caught him with the scout there. Missed opportunity for sure, but I like the way that he brought that pressure in. And remember, if you leave it on auto attack as you move, you can always shoot the spearman there. He's trying to come back around, but just stopping for a second is going to get him killed. So Voldemar doesn't lose the villager at all. The little Annie that could. She's on her way back home. We have got spearman trying to intercept, but I think, yeah, Voldemar does see him ahead of time here. Oh, he would do anything for a villager kill. The archers are coming, though. If you're good about this, you might be able to protect. He needs the body block. What? I mean, you can actually save her. But instead of getting in the way, Voldemar just A-clicked on the spot. Yeah, if he moved just south there and got the body block in, I think that would have been enough because the charge had stopped at that stage. So still will be a worker kill, but more expensive than me and Micah was hoping for, right? Losing the Khan, losing extra sheep. In a game where he now only has 5 sheep. Meanwhile, Voldemar has got an incredibly healthy bank. 17 sheep as well as fishing. Me and Micah's in trouble, guys. This is a catastrophic position to find yourself in. It's so hard to know what's up on this map. That's because there's a new map lock. But I like that. You know, I like that there's new maps for people to solve. I don't know. Call me short attention span, but I don't like the idea of just like, imagine you had this one map that we just resolve across 4 years and keep playing again and again and again and again. And we're just waiting for a patch to actually change anything fundamental about it. Right? And it's only because the civs will change. I like that we've got quirky new maps coming in. I think this is a very unique one. I think the thing I like about it as well is in a Pro Scouts meta with the fish, it's an opportunity, but it's an opportunity so far away. It's kind of like I want to say a good version of Golden Heights. Does that make sense, right? Like the fish is, I don't think quite as far away as the Golden Heights pond, but comparative, right? You can't just blindly punt for it. There's risks associated. But the nice thing is because you've got shoreline fish at your starting point as well, it's not like you can't delay going pond, right? It's not like you can't ignore pond with all the other food around. You want to get your minds out of the politics? Nah, we're here to talk about the inheritance of the Khandom. So it looks like Horseman did ride in, but we have got the reaction coming out. It's extra spears, plus the fact we've got Keshiks. So Voldemar did get a pressure point in here, but all you really wanted to do was make sure that Miyamika is boxed in, while Voldemar is inflating his greed, right? We're up to 4 fishing boats now. An archer ship is going to be coming out. That should be enough to protect against any pressure here. Oh, Voldy adding in his own spears now. Yeah, so he's just trying to blob, right? He's trying to use the extra economy to make sure he has mass over his opponent. Pretty smart choice here. Other cool thing is, remember, he went boot camp, so this whole idea of going archer spears is nice because he's getting 10% more health in the fights. Now, I imagine Voldemar's probably going to have to go double boat here. Basically, you want one to patrol to know your opponent isn't going on water, and you want the other one to actually guard the dock, potentially. I gotta say, I've been impressed if Miyamika won from his current position. Things are looking a little bit rough. The shoreline fish is, I think, the only thing keeping him alive here. Right now, what Miyamika really needs to do is find some golden opportunities with those Keshiks. Stab on the backside here. I don't know where these archers came from Miyamika. Looks like the spearman will be able to mop up the last of the ponies. And Miyamika is actually going to win this fight in the center. Voldemar trickling troops a little bit too much. That rotation working out. With only one spear here, there's nothing to really stop these Keshiks. And the next step for Miyamika is going to be to move into the base, right? This spawn doesn't really offer you up much safety. That's what I like about it, right? You know, you have to work for every little bit you get. So expect a lot of raids to be hitting. You've already seen Voldemar's reaction going to an outpost, anticipating that he's going to get hit there. Alright, ones if you think Voldemar's going to win this game, twos if you think Miyamika's going to take it. Because I think Miyamika's made good of a bad position right now. It's not guaranteed for him, but I think his win percentage just went up like quite a lot compared to where he was at before. We do have a sneaky dock attempt here. Now, if Voldemar has gone on for a long patrol, this could work. And, oh, that actually might be good enough. If the timing is perfect here, which it looks like it could be, this is important. I think he's actually timed it perfectly. Are you kidding me? Voldemar, he's not even going to see it. You could not have threaded the needle more perfectly there. Miyamika, that's enough time. He's going to be able to get the dock up here. Oh, that is absolutely brutal, and that could be a game changer here. Voldemar right now is losing on land. He needs time. This could disrupt everything. Unbelievable. Now Mio, he's already got 7 Keshiks in the field. That's enough to keep pressure and keep Voldemort in his base. Archers are starting to blob up. Interesting choice here, but Voldemort is kind of overreacting with Spearman as it currently stands. And there's the bad news. Oh, no. I can't believe that. Me and my guy, I think he had like, about 5 to 6 seconds variance before that would have been a bad play, right? Like if Voldemort was paying attention straight away and came in, boom, you're like dead in 2 arrow flurries. There's RNG involved for sure because archer ships sometimes miss every archer shot. But the reality is me and Micah had between probably 5 to 10 seconds of variance maximum for that to play out well. That was crazy. And that's why I suggested like Voldemort adding in a second archer ship, right? It's like you keep one over here to guard your dock, other one comes in. You could argue actually the patrol was here, right? Like the patrol should be here. Why do you care about this area? The dock can see there, right? So yeah, definitely a little bit of room for optimization there on the patrol pattern. But near Micah, now all of a sudden we have a game. A lot of spearmen coming for Voldy. He already lost one of the camels by the looks of it as well. Outpost is going to be Garrison. Not really a point that me and Micah should be looking to strike at. I'm surprised he's even standing his ground on this. Yeah, like this is a losing fight diving underneath an outpost. I mean, me and Micah comes from StarCraft, so you should really respect the danger of a good cannon emplacement or... Sorry, let's go to Protoss cannon or bunker. I guess you'd go for the Zergorite as well, but I was thinking someone that you could actually get inside. If Mio really wants to break this point, it is probably going to need a ram to be clean, just because the fire armor slows you down a lot. More likely, what we should be seeing is actually blacksmiths with Steeled Arrow. Like, he's leaned very hard into archers, and his opponent already has Undermesh. If you don't rush Steeled Arrow hit, okay. So that's kind of a threat now. Like, Voldemort has an opening. Undermesh first doesn't really make much sense when your opponent goes mass melee like this. Demo. Mio's having fun over here, at least. Now, Voldemort does still have the archer ship advantage. However, he's now diving underneath the dock, so remember that heal is going to matter. Neo is going to be going for a second archer ship as well, so I think this is because he's expecting his opponent to maybe like prep the next counterplay layer, but it's also a value point to try and chase after fishing afterwards. Neomika used to be a Zerg cheese in SCT, you can tell by his playstyle here. I mean, sure. But like, the thing I always say is, I don't think you can actually really point to many players who didn't begin as cheeses. I think it's a fallacy to like, think there was players that weren't cheeses to begin with, right? You know, whether intentional or not, a lot of the opening plays that people lean into when they start playing an RTS are hella cheesy. He stayed as one? In some ways, I think some of his games have evolved a little bit, but yes, he does still have strategies that he employs in this game that feels cheesy. We've seen him do the Shalom Monk Rush. We've seen the Mash Yuga Nu. We've seen the All Night strat. So for sure, there's definitely still a comfort layer there. But I think he's evolving a little bit with it as well. You've never seen Matisse play a cheese? Yeah, but you probably didn't see Matisse when he very, very first started. Like, you guys know that, like, I always like to use the Canadians as a pristine example, actually. Puppy Paw and Wham, well, definitely Puppy Paw especially, when they first started, they were cheeses. When Puppy Paw first started playing, he would outpost rush everyone with Mongols and Chinese. That was literally it. And he just done it until he perfected it. Then he moved on. Oh, hello. Big surround here. Keshiks! Maybe a bit of an overextension. Has to use the maneuver speed arrow to try and get away. I mean, I don't even know if that was worth hanging around to just walk back once there. A lot of damage being done. The Khan dead. Now the horseman chasing. Where the hell did this come out of, Voldemort? All of a sudden, with just so much to work with because Miomaker is being greedy. Step readout is on the way. But if he loses all the Keshiks, it's going to feel worthless here. Remember, he doesn't have long-term food supply. Right? Like, it's actually, you know, it's kind of funny that he went for step readout instead of Synchrotai when he's got all these archers and needs to play more archers because he doesn't have food to do anything else. He's gathering berries in the center of the map right now. No fishing coming even. Remember, he just built this dock to contest. I think Voldemort, if he just full-on aggro sends this relentlessly, Miomaika should be dead. Dude does not even have a pasture to his name. Unbelievable. Now he's going to march in. Me and Micah, he got enough gold together to upgrade his Keshiks. Keshiks which are now trying to raid into the base, but they're always spin and chasing. However, Voldemort may have just... Wait, did he select all army? He did! He selected all army! He's got textiles, but he needs to find a lot in return here. Dives into the base. Voldemort still hasn't noticed yet. He's too distracted, right? He's trying to peel off and go for the right targets here, but the men-at-arms coming out are going to be a long-term distraction. Finally, he pulls the villagers away. But the worker kills are stacking up, and that was pre-veterancy. It's about to get better. I mean, a continued dive here from Voldemort, but a lot of units that are rather squishy against the TC. The archery upgrade isn't going to be there for me and Micah, but what he does have is a lot of armored units. Men-at-arms, still Keshiks playing into the enemy base. They've just got extra armor and extra health. An extra pounding as well with the increase of their damage. Oy, 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 Voldemort, after all that effort, all that dive, that bigger army, he now finds himself the same size militarily, but an age behind, and with the same economical count. Yeah, this is disastrous. Voldemort, if he just noticed the Keshiks and hadn't selected all army, kept those spearmen at home, I think you have a very different game here. Me and Micah would have been in trouble. Instead, Voldemort is in panic mode in his own base, a lot of his economy just not working or dying. And now a counterpoint available to me and Micah. He's pushing forward, he's got the men-at-arms coming, he's even gathering berries from Voldemort's side of the map. Inefficiently, I might add. Wait, what is that spawn actually? We've got to talk about that, Caillou. That's ridiculous. Alright, that spawn is griefing. Dive now coming in. Just a few armored units is good enough here, right? Like, Voldemort doesn't have camel archers. Outpost is going to maybe at least gradually tickle away at this, but now the blocker on the front side, I mean, you need to shift to the gold on the north. The problem is there's already Keshiks there and waiting. I'm struggling to see a way that Voldemort doesn't just die here. Can't believe this. Man, it looked like it was just in the palm of his hands, right? Like, this game looked like it was Voldemort's for the taking. But then that just fateful dive. The distraction of it as well. You know, I think me and Mike had done a really good job of the way he split his troops and forced Voldemort to actually try to optimize where he was attacking, what he was attacking. Turn 3 now coming on the outpost to remove the front forward defenses. At this stage, I think he's just processing what feels like it should be an inevitable loss. He did at least win water, so he's going to have food, but I don't think food is Voldemort's problem here. It's wood and gold. Has at least got the gold gather on the backside. We're getting desperate with our tree lines. Springles will save him. I'll give you a better one. Divine used to cheese with French Mongols, then he saw English and told him. No. Faye. You skipped his most glorious step. Divine DFB began as a herbal medicine deli spam, actually. No. Those are dark days. Okay, this is Voldemort's last stand. If these villagers get caught, there's no coming back. He's covering the deer from right next to his face. Alright, you want to call him a cheeser? Whatever. Dude, this isn't cheesing. This is just next level, and I cannot believe the way he just won game number 1. Oh my god, dude. What a Chad. What an absolute Chad. Mio Chad to the moon and beyond. I can't believe that. All the ways that game could end. Just with him chowing down right outside of Voldemort's base. Alright, let's get ready for game number 2. So, hopping into Boardland. I can't believe that, man. Oh, let me flip that around. Alright, we might need to do a little bit of speed up so we're prepped and ready for the next series. And what is up, KO4? Thank you very much. Appreciate the sub, mate. Welcome back to Swarm. We've got Byzantines versus Iubids. Going to do 2x speed for the early game here. Yeah, Biz versus Iu. This one's always been a little bit weird. I think there's been times where Iu just looked like slam dunk. I don't think that's the time now. I mean, Byzantines feel pretty solid with their initial pump into longbow / javelins to pressure you. I'm a bigger fan of javelins just because it keeps your opponent off of going camel lances in fast castle. But the other thing is, like, aggro tends to win out on this map, right? Because it's not a very defendable map. If you look at the tree lines, you can see why. It's just, they're small and they're far away. So if Voldemar just goes to that very aggressive timing of Byzantines, where, say, you go Horseman Longbow, I think Miyamika is going to have to out-micro just to stay alive. We'll hit the fast forward. 4x, actually. Just because I'm aware, like, we could potentially have one more game after this, and I remember some of the picks they had, and also the fact I think it's going to be Rocky River. I think Rocky River has so far been delivering the longest average game lengths of any map we've had. Which is crazy, because everyone thought it was going to be Pigeon's View, but statistically, I think it is actually now Rocky River. So, Mio, what's the choice going to be here? We've seen some advanced wing builds. What? I'm going to have to slow this down. This is important. We have Trade Wing Bazaar. Okay, so, like, Gamba Wing is a play you can make when you're ahead. If you're ahead in a series, I think that's the time you play it out. But that is terrible RNG. He got double wood, 1 food, and trader. He's actually going to use them. Oh, my God. If Voldemar loses to this on Borderlands, after the way he lost to Doom on Borderlands, it's official. He will have to uninstall AoE 4. There's no way this works. He's legitimately just trading right next to his base. Right, we have Spitman coming out. Voldemar, did he scout the Gamba? He must have. He's moving up north like he's going to see it anyway. We do have the Olive Oil for the first bump, so we should be getting probably Longbows coming here, but Jabs works just as well. And, like, what's Miyamika's strat? This is just fast castle off the back of it. He clearly was hoping for better Gamba than this. He just queued up a Desert Raider, but your opponent built Limitane. Yeah, and it is going to be Javelins. So the scout... Okay, I like this from Miyamika. You see what he's doing here, guys? He's trying to drag the units away so the trade can come in again unnoticed. Looks like he's going to give up, though, and go for worse. And he's even seen doing that. Please stop. It's 7 gold. It's 7 gold. This is the worst trade wing I've seen. So let me dissect what Miyamika was looking for. It wasn't traders. He was likely looking for food. I say that, he actually didn't bother to use the ticket. Oh my god, dude, he just got 3 tickets of stone and 1 of traders. This is terrible. He was looking for Bedoan swordsmen and skirmishers. And let, you guys ready? This is what he got. Do you see that? He got trash. This is not a 2TC game. Oh my god. It's so bad. And now he's following up with reinforcement wing. Miyamika is, to the point that people made earlier, trying to cheese. He's going mass Desert Raider strat, which I'm not a big fan of when your opponent goes javelins like this. Looks like the traders are going to get intercepted. Oh no, 14 less gold. What will we do? I can't believe this game. Alright, so we got Camel Lancers coming. We'll slow it down to 1x speed now as we're deep into the game. Triple Stables production. Does Miyamika even have the food for this? Okay, so 16 sheep's pretty respectable. So he shouldn't starve out too quickly. But Voldemar, does he just back up now and go next stage? Like, your opponent just done Trade Wing with terrible rolls into Mass Desert Raider. I don't know if you have to rush this. No, I think you just chill. You just start stockpiling and go Golden Horn Tower, and then you get more javelins. Like, guys, the counter to this is literally javelins. You just get Javelin Limitane, and then the whole idea is you have enough Limitane so you can't melee mode you, and then the javelins just eviscerate them at ranged. Because remember, these Desert Raiders, I mean, right now they're at 7 damage, so they go up to 9. Up to 9 damage, and then when you get Veterancy on your jabs, you're going to be up to, what, 5 armor? And yeah, the thing is with the Gamba Wing, like, you do get, what, 4 options? But the issue is, like, you can get multiples of 1 option, right? So you can really just break the game, or you can get broke. Like, dude, he just got Trader again. Like, this is getting ridiculous. Look at it. He finally got a Bedoan Skirmisher, but it's only 1. This is not the timing he was looking for. At this stage, they're kind of worthless because he's gone for mobility, right? Oi, oi, oi. Well, folks, I think we're going to have a very quick move into game 3 here. That's the nice thing about Gamba Wing, I guess. It's like playing turbo mode for Age of Empires 4. Whether it be win or lose. You know the outcome's going to come quicker. And we do have Voldemort just adding a lot of groves, but it's smart, right? Like, all he needs to do is just get javelins. He's seen what the cheesy strat is here. If he can just spam jabs, he can win the game. Steel Dyer is coming through for me and Micah. We're going to hit the fast forward because Mio is very clearly reluctant to commit. And I think, you know, there was a winning play here for Mio, and he missed it. And it's Gulems. Like, I don't know why you build Camel Lancers when you see your opponents doing Limitane jabs. He's too focused on playing camels, man. This guy is too busy dreaming of a holiday in Egypt. He's not dreaming of a grand finals appearance. I mean, there's just no entry either, right? Like, outpost on the backside, outpost on the forward. Look at Voldemar's vision. You can't get in unseen here. Oy, oy, oy. Okay, so if Mio was doing some behind this, like 2TC, rushing relics, whatever, it would be fine, right? He's not doing any of that. He's not even building more traders. Like, he's legitimately just going all in. And Voldemar's, weirdly enough, going to be the one trying for relics. He already has a very safe one close by. This is important. Just 1 or 2 relics is going to give him what he needs to start vomiting out mass javelins. So anyone who's tried Gamba Wing before knows this feeling where it's like, what do I do with this? It's kind of where we're at, right? It's like, the picture doesn't seem clear of like, when is Mio Micah meant to go in with these Desert Raiders? Like, what is the count? I imagine in his mind, he's like, yeah, 30 is good, let's go. But I don't know if 30 is good. And I'm even more confused by the fact he's building Rams. Like, if you were at least building Manjaniques, maybe. But what is the point in a Ram here? Like, your opponent has built Mass Limitane, so he can just kill that. I think he's looking a little bit confused in this game. I mean, we usually call him Meow Meow, but he's looking more like a confused puppy in this one. And there we go. Finally, Manjanique's getting built. This is the thing he needed. Because Manjanique can gradually wear and tear this down, right? It's going to force Voldemort to commit into you. Now, the tricky part is still going to be the fact, because you didn't go Gulems, you can't just stand there, right? Like, I think Gulems would have made so much more sense here. And, you know, for what you pay for a Golem, you kind of, what, 10 Golems instead of 7 Lancers? But this is Mio Micah's obsession, right? Is Desert Raiders. He's just completely and utterly obsessed with them. What's weirder is that he's not even trying to just send the Lancers around to raid. Like, the Lancers aren't going to help you in the main engagement, right? So the better thing to do with them is just poke in here and there and everywhere. At least force some idle time. Voldy. Is it go time? It's got ranged armor 2 queued up. He's going to march in. Desert Raiders, remember, they get their damage reduced. And they actually stand still. What? Mio, he doesn't even activate the melee mode quick enough there. Camel Lancers get head on in, but they aren't lasting long enough. And the Mango is full on potato aiming. This is over. All right, stack up game number 3, because it definitely ain't going to be resolved here. Voldemort now looking to stage a comeback. The whiff of the fromage shall not take over this board land. What did I just watch? I watched a Mio Mike again, you know? And that's important to identify, guys. Is we were entertained. If nothing else, we were entertained. Yeah, he's a little bit obsessed with the Desert Raider build, I've noticed. Oh, blimey. All right, so final game is going to be Rocky River. It's going to be Delhi versus Chinese. This is pretty bad for Delhi. China, everything they do, even in the Pro Scouts meta. Like, you have to keep in mind, China already counted Delhi, and then the Pro Scouts meta buffed them, right? Desert Rays do 0 damage in general? Yeah, unless you animation cancel. Alright, 2x to start this one off. But it's not going to need 2x on my speak to explain this. This matchup is rough. Miyamika's in a bad position right now. Remember, Deli was his first pick in the draft, his highly coveted Civ here. Voldemort got his signature pick and a perfect counter. China, for a very long time, has been a Deli counter. The Zhuge Numassing, the Barbican drop to block Sacred Site timer, all of it favors them, right? Here's the thing. And I can't believe it, we're not even an hour in the stream, I'm going to mention it. The Pro Scouts meta made this even more Chinese favored. A matchup that was already Chinese dominant became overwhelmingly superior for them when you move to Pro Scouts, because you can't block that play as Deli, right? As Deli, you cannot block the Pro Scouts play, you can struggle to block the Barbican play. Another awkward thing for Deli players has been their obsession with Dome of Faith. Dome of Faith actually kills you in this matchup. It doesn't save you in this matchup. Because by going Dome of Faith, you don't have the Tower of Victory to clear Zhuge Nu. So all of a sudden, China can't just fast castle you. They also have all-in feudal pressure. And it is going to be that dangerous detail. Dome of Faith was the choice. Imperial Academy coming on the other side. I mean, Voldemort, he did scout that, right? So he now knows his options. Wouldn't be surprised if he starts to kind of macro up for a Barbican drop on the central Sacred Site. And then you can look to maybe even add an Archery Rangers here and go. 6 kills on Dome. Who does that? Miyamika. I think he does it quite a lot from what I've been seeing. So the reason why you need Tower of Victory to counter this is without it, your archers as Deli don't clear the Spearman quick enough for your Ghazi to win the fight, right? Like, this matchup, if it becomes a long feudal now, is all about Ghazi versus Zhuge. And Zhuge are going to be cleaner at executing in a direct fight. Voldemort, of course, is he thinking about going for it? He's contemplating the Pro Scouts, right? The macro doesn't quite fit for that alignment. Yeah, so I think this actually might be just your classic send it. I like that, though. I kind of prefer it. You can Pro Scout, sure, but when you look at the sheep count, he's sitting at 20. Like, he's not in a rush, and oh my god. Mio only has... Is that 4 sheep? Okay, no, it was a misselect. Yeah, he has 17. So he's got a good split himself, but remember, he started on the berries. Blacksmith's first as well. All right, this is getting a little bit weird. I kind of see where you're coming from, but it only matters once your opponent has the Barbican, right? Because they can't do Zhuge before. And you don't really care about that timing because you don't have to rush Blacksmith's Dome of Faith. If this was, say, a Tower Victory build, I could understand him going Blacksmith this early to guarantee what he's looking for. It doesn't make as much sense this way around. First Ghazi are coming up, they feel slow, and this is why you should have rushed the Ghazi, right? This is why Voldemort went for the Spearman first. We've got Barbican coming in, and there's nothing to block it at all. Yeah, this is brutal. This is exactly how every single Rocky River game that I've seen between these two civs leads to a Chinese win. This Barbican being allowed is a problem. Deli wants to pump enough units to get Sacred Sites and then rush Castle. Sure, but like he's missed his timing, right? Like if your idea is to pump units, then you don't rush Blacksmiths. I think you do it the other way around. You pump the units, get Blacksmiths afterwards, and then just try and play for the extra undermesh and Castle. It feels a bit weird to do it this way around because if your goal is to get on the map, you've hampered your ability to get out on the map by prepping the Blacksmiths ahead of time. Now it's like, okay, congrats, you've got Bloomery. What are you hitting with it? Since Dome of Faith meta, Deli China became more close. Not for playing feudal, it didn't though. And while me and Mike are fast castles on some civs, a civ like Deli, one that has superior production rates, I know the type of player he is. He's not going to be thinking castle. He's going to want it all in. Voldy, he did go for Pro Scouts on delays. He's got the food coming back home. All safe to gather, right, in the center. So he's going to go for the risky on the east first. Looks like the Ghazi are here, but they don't realize what's happening. Yeah, at this point, Mio should just take the east and south Sacred Site and cut his losses. I don't think you add in more units than this. You've got a few archers and Skazi, so maybe you can slow down Pro Scouts, but that's about as good as it gets. He could actually go for the Scouts himself, right? Oh, no. I've seen this before from Mio. He just kind of forgets. Yeah, he only just queued them up, but now we're what? Well, we're 4.5 minutes away from Pro Scouts. That's way too long of a wait. So, you know, you're not really going to be able to deny your opponent by just taking more away from the map. He's going to be walling in on the Sacred Site. Debatable whether it's entirely worth it here. Looks like Voldemort is adding units in for the age. Remember, the longer Feudal is, the better Simply is going to be for him. Let me hit the fast forward a little bit here. Just because I'm trying to keep my eye on the clock, make sure we're able to make the next sex. Reminder, up after this live, we're going to be having winner of this going up against winner of Core vs. Lash. And Mia Micah, here you go. He's going to be pulling the trigger, so good play. All right, I'm starting to like this a little bit better for him. House of Learning coming in. He's in position for what? Should be double Relic Grab? It could have been a triple. He walked the Scholar back from the Sacred Site in the north. But 2 relics is a good start. Voldemort isn't really aggressing as much as he should here. I think he's thinking too much about what Mia Micah done in like game 1, and he's expecting it again. But I've got to give Mia Micah credit for all the talk that I see about him being a cheeser and whatever. Like, this is, I think, a very calculated approach we're seeing out of him in game 3. I mean, I'm impressed, man. I really thought Mia Micah was just going to hoist himself on his own petard of aggression here. But 2 relics on the way home. Age up advantage. Got Lancers coming out. Not so sure about the Lancer play over going for, say, Men-at-Arms here, but you can at least justify it by raiding with the first few. But your goal here right now would be MAA, because Voldemort is stuck in the age, right? He's starting to stockpile resources, but he's still about a minute away from Castle. So we did get an eye on that relic on the south side. We've got risks being taken by Mia Micah. Now, this is where having a 4-3 technology that would allow you to bring Deer back home would be quite good. But no, Mia Micah instead has gone out into Danger Town. Yeah, could you imagine pro scouting in Season 9's meta? What kind of noob would do that? I mean, could you, like, there's definitely not a tech in the game that just lets you take, you know, potentially almost 10,000 food, 9,800 food to be specific, off of the map and into your base safely, right? That would be so silly of a design choice. Yes, I think the funny part about it as well is the fact that he actually could have had it sooner, considering he came out here for the mill anyway, right? Because he could have queued it up. Like, here as well, he could have had fertilization ticking down already, but he done the classic blunder of just clicking all the buttons after realizing he didn't originally click all the buttons. You know, like when someone's like, oh my god, I forgot my blacksmith upgrades. Queues them all in one blacksmith. You're like, for 150 wood, we could half the time it takes to get all those upgrades. So second relic's coming home. Voldemar's already guarding deep, though. I don't think Mia Micah should be getting much more of this. That being said, there's what I think and there's what we see. I'm going to stop thinking, guys. Just walked away. Okay, so Voldemar is just donating to Vietnamese charity here. Mia Micah is looking like he could easily end up with 4 relics. All he has to do now is pivot on the east side, and this is guaranteed, it feels like. Meantime, Voldemar is doing his classic thing that he does when he plays every Civ in Age of Empires 4. It really is like all-inner versus the defender, right? Like, these are the Voldemar walls. Look how close they are to his base. And these are the only walls that Mia Micah has made. Also, look at how close they are to Voldemar's base. So, Home Blaze is going to be coming in 2.5 minutes. But Mio isn't really leveraging it. It's just blobbing archers right now. Which is weird, considering Voldemar's now in Castle Age. What? So what does Mia Micah see his win condition as here? Because going into Castle to then just blob archers while you let your opponent Castle doesn't sound like a great recipe for success. Crossbows would have made sense here, right? Like, because if you crossbow with this tech in here called Pakes, you have extra range. So you can kind of just kite out things like Juke Nu. This is weird, man. I've seen games like this before. Do you guys remember the Dumu game from Mia Micah? They played Delhi and blobbed archers into... I remember what he built. He had a few elephants, right? It was way too late. I'm kind of getting flashbacks to that, and I'm not liking what I'm seeing here. There's also, yeah, this is the biggest risk. Nesta Bees, and they're clocked out Nesta Bees. Like, this entire game strat doesn't work against Chinese. You've chosen one of the worst civs to try and blob archers and castle against. It's baiting, right? Because you think, oh, yeah, PG, man, they've got, like, no armor. That's true, but at the same time, Nesta Bees, unlike Mangoes, can't really be dodged. And Knobs may look really pathetic against, like, you know, clunky men-at-arms and lancers now, but they're still incredibly effective against archers. It's a lot of no TOV archers. Well, I mean, that's the thing, Faye. He has to build more of them to make up for the lack of the 20% attack speed buff. We've made sense of it. About as much sense as we're going to make of it. The only thing I can think here is his eventual goal is Imperial Age, and this is like a bait army. But I don't think Imperial does anything for you here, because at this rate, if you go Imperial Age, Voldemar is just going to send it right into your base. Especially with the way that he's now scaling into Nesta Bees. So this is the thing with, like, Mio, right? I think he started picking Delhi because his Dreamboat Delhi situation is like long feudal, all in. Use Ghazi, Ghazi strong. If you can't get that, things begin to look a bit weird. And we've reached the weirdness. He's going to do it. He's going to go triple-digit archers. All right, get your predictions in. What is the highest count of archers we're going to see out of Miyamika in this game? Yeah, I'm thinking like 96 seems, I don't want to say reasonable, but likely. We do at least have men-at-arms coming in, so that's a bit of an improvement. Not many of them, admittedly. 400 food income doesn't really help with that. He has at least got the berry batch over here that's going to last him a long time. And Voldemar has decided to wall even more. Ah, I've never seen Voldemar do this before. There's a reason that we say China's his favorite civ. SCV shots coming in, though. You can't target him down, either. They take way too many shots to kill. And he's going to try, but oh my god! He regrets it straight away. Okay. This is looking a bit doomed. The collective health bar of these 58 archers is now sitting at, like, what? 34 archers worth. All right, we all had high expectations for the number of archers that Miyamika would reach. We were all wrong. I think he peaked out, was that 72? Well, Voldemar's just going to send it right underneath the TC. Why not? Looks like a comfortable base to just settle it. Knob shots coming in again. You know, it's just kind of skirting it. And it looks like we are going to be getting elephants, but there's already crossbows starting to be built into this. More Nesta Bees are on the way. He just needs to be moving a little bit deeper, and there we go. That's the cherry on top. I want to see men-at-arms here, but it's looking pretty done. How the hell do you survive this? I mean, Voldemar's first wave is slowly dying, right? But what is his disadvantage here, right? Like, behind this, Voldemar has gone 2 TC. He's already walled himself up to set up for granaries. Miyamika may get a state of execution, but if he doesn't attack now, I think he's dead. And also, like, how do you attack from here? Oh, he's got an elephant, actually. It's fine, guys. Mia was playing this with like 1 second solid delay, which is why he didn't dodge as well. That's fair, Baltoon, but also, like, he is massing only archers and archers only against an opponent who has Nesta Bees, right? So while it's fair that, like, yes, there's definitely ping to consider here, it's also a bit of a funky line to take with your strategy. See, and guys, this is why we need lands. Boom. The weird thing is Age of Empires 4 doesn't have an offline mode, you know, for LAN environments. He read the Canadian AoE manual with a faulty translation. Ah, that's right. Yes, because as we know, when you speak in Canadianstani, Archer and Tower Elephant sound very similar. Okay, this is happening. Wait, we had this last game from Mio. It's happening again. Why is this guy so obsessed at building rams halfway through Castle Age? It's like Miyamika, you know what I think happened is like Miyamika read up on the old school AoE 4 and he heard about the legendary king of NA, Givyung Zai. He's like, ah, yes. This man sounds very strong. I'll go and research him. And then he opened up the documents in the library, right? Almost like Obi-Wan discovering the clone planet. I forgot his name. Gives him a K that he shouldn't have. He's like, oh, the Rams. Ah, I see. We will win now. So I'm a little bit skeptical as to whether 3 Rams are going to break Voldemar 20 minutes in as the Chinese. Especially when he's on 2TC and already has mass granary farms coming in. But, you know, I kind of respect the mocks of it, you know? We do have elephants now. It's kind of crazy how different this game would have been if he'd had elephants coming sooner. Unfortunately, we've also got pesky rays to deal with. And we've got a lack of walls from Mio. Yes, Mio is starting to look a bit allergic to these. Meanwhile, Voldemar really needs to actually go out and touch some grass. Or, I don't know, like, what do they have in Danelands? Go out and touch some cliffside? Yeah, this man is walling like crazy. And the problem you've got now is, like, for Mio, for this strategy he's going for to work, he needs to be the one doing containment protocol, right? Because elephants suck at rotating. You know, even if you push them down a hill, they're terrible at rotating. I'm sorry, I had to make that joke. What you need to do is you need to be the one containing and creating a funnel point in the center here. That's how you win with elephants. Because if you do this, Voldemar can just send a small group of Palace Guard around the back into your base and start killing everything. And here we go. Miyamika on the approach. 5 elephants to play with. Only 2 of them are tower elephants. That's important, though, that some of them are, because it means Nesta Bees can be still very impactful here. In fact, if you look, Miyamika's army is still very heavily biased towards ranged. Which makes sense, because to my understanding, in StarCraft 2, he was a Hydralisk spammer, right? Which is, I guess, like, yeah, you know, for a Zerg guy, like, archers and crossbows is Hydralisk. So he's Hydralisking his way to victory in his eyes. Voldemar is also Hydralisking. That's the last I'm going to make of StarCraft references in this game, as we both got them going into ranged. Nesta Bee shots are going to poke at this. Miyamika's hesitance is kind of costing him more than he's gaining here, though. And that was go point. I don't think you break away from that like that with the men-at-arms. They just wasted effort at that point. And now the knobs get in. They would hit into their archers. It catches the lob. I'm not even moving there. What was that? Voldemar just sweeping through here. The elephants are still a really big problem. But an even bigger problem is both of the frontliners are dead. There's only 1 war elephant left here. And you see the counter, right? It's crossbows. Crossbows will destroy these melee elephants. And the knobs will clean up everything else. But don't worry, guys. The Rams are still alive. Okay. Yeah, something tells me Mio's going to be taking an L on this one. What is up, Future is ours? That's taking a win, though. Thank you very much for the sub, mate. Welcome back to Swarm. I think someone said we're close to hitting the 100 unique subbers tier mark. So, if you guys have been thinking of subscribing, go ahead and do it. It's interesting, actually, because when we reach that threshold, yeah, we're 3 off right now. If we reach that threshold, we get 10% extra of the carton subs. So, actually, it's like you're helping the channel even more than you think. That was a really bad fight. Yeah, that kind of happens when you try to brute force into Nesta Bees. And now Voldemar's even adding thrills. I mean, kind of not memey now that your opponent's just blobbing men-at-arms. So, like, let's dissect where this really went wrong for Miyamika. He didn't raid, right? Like, he actually had the right call to just pull away from being feudal and go castle. But then he didn't rotate down the sides and hit the economy, right? He allowed Voldemar to pretty much wolf free. And that's when it started to go wrong, right? And then, of course, there was the Archer blobbing. Archer blobbing on its own that just really wasn't informed. It's not like he scouted something that said, oh, mass archers is a winning condition here, right? If he had Scout Voldemar, he would have seen that, oh, actually, you know, like, crossbows is safe for long term, and in the interim, just get men at arms and lances, and then look to go elephants. I think for Mio, probably the food issue didn't help, right? It's like, because he didn't go pro scouts, he ran out of food sooner, and he probably felt paranoid about that, and that's why he chose archers, so that he could be more efficient, because he has loads of wood. But that's like that's a fallacy in the current meta, right? Like, especially when you're playing Delhi in the mid game, you will have pro scouts. And although Voldemar did go for the PS play, he didn't rush the pro scouts play, which means there was plenty of food still left on the map that me and Micah could have got. And Voldemar has set up the Great Wall Gatehouse right here, because you know Mio is very clearly going to try this again right here. Yeah, this is a bit weird. Voldemar knows what he's done here is a bit taboo. Typically, you drop the Great Wall Gatehouse on your farm area because that's the kill point. Like, if you want to kill a Chinese player, you kill these. So the fact that this is now completely unguarded would give hope to Mio if it wasn't for the fact that he's now just trying to rush Imperial Age. Cheeky wall just in time. And yeah, agreed. It is dumb that Prime subs don't count towards the Partner Plus thing. No. So that one I don't think is as dumb, Faye. The dumber one is that gifted subs don't count. That I find really dumb. My take is like, dude, if you want to have this arbitrary, get 100 subs, get 300 subs to get like a bigger take of the money you earn from your community, that's one thing. But like, for it to not just be flat out subs makes no sense to me. Especially considering like, you know, what that means is you could have 300 unique subscribers that pay like 10 cents each. And that would then unlock me to get like more out of the $5 subs versus like, if I've got, for example, like 2 or 3 people from America, I think are up to like 80 or 90 gifted subs, they gift like 10 a month or so. And those gifted don't count. Like, what? That's winning more money for both Bezos and me. It's dumb. Gifted subs rule prevents you from simply buying the program. Yeah, but you're already bought into a different type of program. And what's up, Yallock? Thank you very much for the gifted sub, mate. Like, you're already, like, you can already technically buy into a different type of program. Like, you can get affiliate and partner and whatever. Like, well, affiliate at least by gifting subs. I don't know. It's a cop-out. If you believe that's the reason why, like, you've got to be careful. You may have just drank the Kool-Aid. It's an arbitrary system that makes no sense. Like, I'm not even... Okay, this is going to sound almost like anti-growth and anti-new streamer. I actually hate the affiliate scheme. I don't like the affiliate scheme even existing. And here's why. Most people who hit affiliate, because it's so easy to hit affiliate, will then eventually stop streaming before they actually even see any of the money you sub them. Because you have to get at least $100 to get a payout. The amount of people who would have hit affiliate and stopped streaming before they got $100 saved up, I can't even imagine how high the count is. They'll never tell you the stats, but it's very obvious, right? But yeah, Clash coming in. This is, like, we're talking about, like, bigger macroeconomic things because me and Micah is dead in case it's not obvious. In fact, I don't think he's even going to get a single elephant out of this, right? He's so desperate for that one gunner boy, he's going to commit to a fight that he shouldn't be able to win here. Oh, God. The problem is when you look at the military account, you're like, wow, this looks really good for Mio. And then you remember that most of it is archers. Like, most of this game has just been him lobbing way too many archers against Nesta Bees. So Palace of the Sultan is down. His hopes of finding Dumbo are dead. And that means that Voldemar is going to be booking himself a date in the quarterfinals up against Core or Lash. Oh, yeah, go ahead. I think Mio... You know, Voldemar's playstyle should be pretty good against Mio, now that I think about it. Right, he's an orderly player against a chaotic one. And the problem is, like, Mio, with the right civs, he can force you off of your order. But, like, this wasn't the pick, right? And last game wasn't really the pick. He really needs the correct matchups to completely nipple cripple Voldemar into submission. And I don't know why I chose that form of words. That has now painted a weird picture in your head. But let this picture be the final one you see in this game. Voldemar dropping a keep in the enemy base. Hey, you can't fault this guy. No matter what, he always sticks to his signature play with the Chinese. What do you guys think about this, though? What's your feeling on Mia Micah? Do you think he's an overly cheesy player? Do you think he has the potential to go further? Do you think he will bother to go further? Or is he just going to be too in love with a big plate of cheese to ever truly give it up? Exactly how the PayPal Mafia made their money early. They closed unused PayPal accounts and exactly, right? And it's like, it's very clear that's what's happening. Because I remember when I started and I was affiliate and I was like, I'm not really getting much money. There's a few people that would subscribe to me. But if I wasn't like committing to streaming for half a year, I wouldn't necessarily see the payout, right? I can't imagine how many people, especially over COVID, like started, got affiliate. And by the way, they were giving affiliate and partner out like it was freaking candy, free candy at a store. And then they just don't actually reach the payout threshold. That's nuts to think about. All right, guys. So that means we should have... Let me have a look. We got the next series ready? They said they're doing it now. Yeah, draft's underway. So this is admittedly going to spoil one of the outcomes, but I know how much you guys like live series, and I imagine one of the two players will stream their perspective anyway. So what I'll reveal now is maybe I'll like sneak it back in there tomorrow. I don't know. Maybe there'll be interesting games to go check in on. Lash beat Core. So I believe it's 2-1. So we are going to have Voldemar versus Lash. In fact, what I can do for you guys is let me pull up the... Wait, that's the wrong scene. It's because I switched. So I used to like have sources above, scenes below, and I switched them around. And I'm still getting used to it in my brain. But here you go. We'll keep this open now. They should be drafting their maps. Borderland, Dry Arabia. So Wilderness to begin with always. Wilderness, Borderland, Dry Arabia. And then what I'll do as well is I'll update the brackets while we've got a second. No Core versus the Kid? Afraid not. That would be too much camping and walling, maybe. I don't know. Core does try to be aggressive sometimes. Oh no, the sub-train is going to fail. Wait, dude, I'm opening all the wrong Photoshop files. Wait, HRE get... Dude, I mean, I always get an uncomfortable feeling when someone trades HRE for Biz. I don't think Biz is a high-value pick compared to HRE at all. I think it's a weak pick compared to it. In the Pro Scouts meta, like it used to be, it was very, very good to trade out Biz, HRE. Like they were both kind of equal. Biz maybe slightly favored. But ever since we moved into the new meta, I would always say nab HRE. So like Lash is a follow-up here. What are we looking at? Like what's your high value? Bruce has been removed. Ayu probably for Lash. That gives you a decent matchup against HRE. What else can work against Free? French against HRE? I haven't really seen anyone try that. I can't imagine it ends well, though. Like, the spinmen are just too fast, right? The Zuma boys. Alright, so just adding in the scores now. I need to get rid of that freaking Windows notification noise. It's annoying. Okay, I'm a bit surprised by this from Lash. I know he really likes Malians, but I thought he'd wait a little bit later. It shouldn't be that high pro of a pick for the map port, right? Because they haven't maybe got Borderland, but it's Dry Arabia Wilderness. You're not going to pick Malians and Wilderness. Would have been better to maybe lock in something that might get blocked out, such as Mongols, Japanese, like we're seeing here. So pretty much guaranteed we're going to be seeing Mongols and Japanese. That should be the opening map choice. If that's the case, I think, you know, what was it? He banned it away from Lash, right? So if Voldemar wants Mongols, I don't think you can roll it on map number 1. Because Japan versus... if you want Japanese rather as Lash, I don't think you can roll it on map number 1. Because Mongols tend to do really good against Japanese. Ayu from Voldy feels like a little bit of a blocker pick, and it also gives him safety on his HRE. Right now, HRE is going to feel pretty good, I think, against both Byzantines and Malians. OTD is an interesting variant. I like the English. So English here, like, decent against Ayu. Nice blocker against maybe something like Mongols/Japanese. Is this Lash going OTD game 1? I think it's OTD game 1. There's maybe a world in which you can do English. I haven't seen anyone try it yet, but with how exposed wildernesses, the idea of like a longbow rush counter haul could be pretty powerful. So for Voldemar, final pick wise, you know, you're thinking probably water map here. He is going to go for the Mongols. Okay, interesting. I'm getting a feeling we're going to be seeing Mongols versus Order of the Dragon game one. That's not a matchup I've actually seen much of. It's quite a rare one, actually. Because like those are two of the least picked civs in AoE 4 at the moment. Right? Definitely poses a very intriguing start to this series. I like how Bella just sees all other humans as hummus. I mean, it's hummus spelled badly, but she clearly meant hummus. To her, you're all just a giant whippy puree of delicious chickpea. Alright, so draft's ready to go. They should be getting the lobby set up in a second. Lash is probably thinking, what? Malians for Borderland, Dry Arabia could be English or Biz. I think it is going to be OOTD opener. But like Voldemar, as a result of that, I think Mongols can still work. And then you're probably looking at Borderland Delhi. Or you can do HRE. I actually think you do HRE on Borderland and then you do Delhi on Dry Arabia. Because Delhi should be decent against either Biz or English there, right? Yeah, I think Voldemar drafted better. I don't know. I've seen Lash do this a lot with this midway through Malian pick. And it's been kind of semi-forgivable in the last few weeks because we had Borderland in. Borderland is probably one of the few maps where you could kind of justify the Malians as a high prior pick. But even then, it feels like it's leaving him weak. Like, the opening of Biz into Malians just seems very perplexing to me. I could maybe understand more of it if it wasn't for the fact that, remember, Voldemar picked first, and then Lash had 2 picks back-to-back. So if this was like, you know, Lash began with, I don't know why I do Biz, but let's say done Biz, but then his opponent takes 2 civs away, it makes sense the way you might then go, oh yeah, Malians. But like, there's a lot of conundrums here, because like my thought is, Voldemar, for the safety of like the bandwidth of it, is probably going to go Delhi on Borderland. But if that happens to be, Delhi on Dry Arabia, but if that happens to be that like the Malians end up getting picked there, Lash is really screwed. Because, you know, I do think you have to drastically outplay your opponent in that matchup to not lose it. We've seen a few Malian players win it with the Farimba build, but it's incredibly difficult. You missed a day, Bella. What's going on? You know which days we're live. We're always live the same days. Shameful display. Unlike 0-2 here, with his absurd. How many? Like, what was it the other day they show off? Was it something like a 80 watch streak or something? Jesus. They had some serious commitment. Oh, what I'm going to do, by the way, guys, I'm going to run 3 minutes ads now, so you guys don't have to worry about ads once we get into game, because we're just waiting for them to start the lobby now. Oh wait, for God's sake. Twitch just ran ads, didn't it? Yep. At what point is it profitable to sub to yourself to get $100 back? 75, I imagine. What's up, Send Beer Money? Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Lovely time to talk about subs. Look at that. Doesn't have to worry about ads anymore. That's a smart move. That's peak gamer. He's looking for the efficient play. So yeah, so if you want to do the maths on it, to get to a point where like if you are close to the payout and you want the payout, what would be the value prop to buy subs on your own channel to get paid out as like an affiliate like we were talking about earlier? To make any money, what is it? Would it be it would have to be 67 subs, right? Or $67 rather, because you only get, by default, you'll only get 50%. So if you're in the $5 country and you're paying $5, you're losing $250 per. You're keeping $250. Which I guess the break even's a bit tighter, but like, yeah, it's not great. I think one of the funnier ones I've found is, I don't know if any of you guys follow Call of Duty at all. Like in the Warzone scene, they would regularly do wages, right? So they play like a pub game. You know, winner is the person who gets the most kills, and you would then, you know, pay your opponent by subs, gifted subs on Twitch. which is a really weird way of doing it if you think about it, because it means that like means you're technically like burning cash out of the loop. Like if you guys went back and forth and you won a series and he won a series and you won a series, like all you're doing at that point is potentially balancing your money out between you, but then Amazon's getting paid, right? It's very weird. Sorry, just check my messages. Always have to keep an eye out on Mondays. So we're loading in now. We are 3.5 minutes out from in-game. Oopsie, let me go ahead and remove that. Ta-da! And then reminder, we have got another live series scheduled for today. That is going to be 16 CET. Numidan versus Scatter. So if this series goes 3 games, especially with how long the average game length can be for these two, we might actually slide very smoothly into that series. If we do, then what we'll end up doing is doing Numidan versus Scatterbrained, and then we'll follow up with probably Dimmu versus Myriad. And then, you know, any ones we don't get done today, we'll look to get done tomorrow. And tomorrow should be rest of quarterfinals and probably a semifinals as well. I want to try to get it set up so that we have the semifinals for Thursdays almost always. Because otherwise, like, I mean, the last week, if we didn't have the viewership last week, like I checked the numbers compared to the previous week where it was like, I think 650, that week was like 400. So it's kind of like in line with some of the other days. And the reason was because like the stream was short. And the stream was technically short despite the fact that we also done a semi-finals beforehand. So yeah. It's like there is a very small chance you could have an insanely long grand finals, but I think in the current meta, statistically, it's incredibly unlikely. All right, running 2 minutes ads now for you guys, and then we should be Gucci. And yes, Amazon owns Twitch, which for the longest period of time has felt like a weird acquisition. There was a time where there was some really genius ideas being floated around. So I can say it because like I didn't sign the NDA, but I think like the person talked about it because it ran its conclusion of like being NDA locked. But in the early days, Amazon had some really creative ideas about how to integrate Twitch into its other systems. So for example, one thing they were going to do is they were going to have a storefront where like when you were watching, let's say you're watching me cast AoE4, play AoE4, whatever, there might be a pop-up that would come up and go, enjoying the game, buy it here. And then it would pull you through to the other service. That's actually really smart, right? It sounds simple and like, why would they need it? But no, it works, right? Those type of patterns have been proven to work very efficiently. But like, they just didn't do it. They never done it. I don't know why. Like, that seems like such an easy win in my mind, right? You hate ads, but it's not like ads, right? Like that type of ad we're talking about is like, it's a game recommendation essentially. And yes, let's get predictions up. So it's like, hey, you're clearly enjoying this. Would you like to purchase it? We have it for this price. What's your opinion on create our own platforms, e.g. Nebula? So I don't really have an opinion on them because I don't really feel like I've looked at them much. Maybe that's my mistake. It's an intriguing idea, but like create our own platforms are fundamentally flawed because at some stage they're owned by only certain creators, if I'm not mistaken, right? Or like if you're saying that everyone owns a stake on Nebula, that dilutes things in a weird way of like who's paying the bills and who actually has ownership. It's like the whole concept of like, for example, if I went and started a stream platform with Beastie and Drongo and Dimmu tomorrow, and let's say for some reason it succeeded because AoE4 isn't just like very small compared to all the big games, and everyone came and used our service. Like the whole idea with creator owned, it sounds good to begin with, but then it becomes like power frenzy, control freaky, right? Because like eventually you go from being the well-intentioned good guy to being the dictator, whether you intend it or not. Because like, you know, let's be totally real, right? If a creator has control to, for example, advertise themselves everywhere over their competitor, you're gonna do it. Doesn't matter how good of a creator you try to be. Like there are some that will, for example, do things that are nice for other members of the community, like, you know, we've seen people like Trainwrecks like dono thousands of dollars to people. Yeah, because in a position that it's like, it's actually part of like the image that makes it look good. And he can afford to do it because he's so far ahead. But like, you know, if you felt threatened competitively, but you had a position that could allow you to make yourself bigger and make someone else not a threat, like you're gonna do it. I'm not saying you're gonna like sweep someone's legs and kill their channel, but like you're gonna guarantee yourself before you guarantee someone else, you know? Civ matchups are gonna change a lot in the next tournaments. Any idea why? Presumably he's making assumptions about a patch. Right? I mean, that would be my guess. He's just assuming things. Oh, yeah, that's true, actually. Yeah, things like Nebula. So they are useful for content that would get demonetized, for sure. It's an intriguing way to go. But, like, those services essentially rely on subscription membership logics, right? So, like, there's still flaws in there, but certain people on the platform will carry other people, right? All right. Let's get to it. We are into the quarterfinals already. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the Midweek Muster. Week number 11, and we have got Lash against Voldemar. Not a matchup I think we've seen too often. And a Civ we haven't seen so far on this map. It's going to be English on Wilderness. We theory crafted this. I think it's a really cool idea. With a Council Hall Rush build, you could shut Voldemar's Ibid pick out before it even gets started. And what is up, Iru and Fat Blarp? Thank you much for the subs. Appreciate you, mate. 90 gifted subs. What a legend. Now, I'm not saying you guys have to compete directly with Fat Blarp, but maybe just hit the subscribe button once for yourself. You feel just as good. So Voldemar, it's going to be a growth wing build. This is interesting, actually. I'm curious, can Voldemar really make this work? So he's got enough sheep, but my worry is the wood. I think English is low-key pretty good on this map because of the English Council Hall Rush. This is the type of map that you dream of. It's the reason why English looked pretty good on Prairie as well. It's a similar concept map-wise from the Woodlines. There's just not much that's safe here. In fact, this is kind of brutal. There's basically one predictable tree line, and this one barely exists. So yeah, this could be a tough game. Voldemar is pretty much going to have to play survival, while English play all in. Okay, so we've had a varying degree of water play so far on this map. We've had some games that just have one person fishing, others that have a full naval war, and games that have none. I think this is going to be one of the nuns, because if Voldemar goes for fishing while being attacked here, he'll die. Why do people not dock? Because Belton, look how far away it is. I'll keep going, I'll keep going, I'll keep going. It's incredibly far away, and you're incredibly undefended. Like I think the way I compared it before is like this is Golden Heights level of distance almost. But the difference is on Golden Heights, you have a very defensive start point, right? You've got big fat tree lines, you've got a cliffside. You don't have that here. Oh, you mean this fishing? Yeah, like this fishing for sure. But you don't dock it. It's only, so the thing about this fish is it's only free, and the pond's small enough you'd almost guarantee at least one of them got deleted. So it's much better just to go ahead and build a mill and gather, which is what I like from last year. Like this is going to give him a very aggressive timing by doing this. You can see he's already hoovered his way through 2 of the free shoreline fish stacks. Meanwhile, for Voldemar, I mean, he just sat on the sheep, which is a little bit surprising. We do have the outpost coming up. Makes sense for IU, you're just looking to be greedy, right? This could be just a simple fast castle build. I'm a little bit hesitant about where Voldemar can construct here, though. Looks like he did at least actually get the resources for the Arislet, so smart play there. And Lash, he's bringing the villagers. What? Okay, this would be sick if Lash done the outpost into, say, a Rax here. So he can actually remain kind of permanently in his opponent's face. This is pretty ballsy, though. He's actually going to sneak it around the side. Now, if you want to make this play work, Lash, he needs to shuffle people out onto the stone so he can get Arislets. But this is way too close, man. Like, Lash doesn't know about the outpost. I think he's just assuming that this isn't seen, and he only just found out he's known. Voldemar, I think there was an opportunity there to maybe pull the villagers, but this is a little bit too late now with the Lombo arriving. He knows it. So Voldy is going to back up. Uh-oh. Yeah, this is step 1 on the route to disaster. He's going to have to go straggler trees into stables, but look how like exposed this tree line is, right? So if you just now shuffle around, you can pretty much stop Voldemar from even starting to scale Horseman. I don't like the look of this. What kind of events is this? This is a weekly circuit for Age of Empires 4. So every single week, we invite back 16 of the highest qualified players from the previous week, and then we invite 16 new players to compete in a single Elim format. See how the brackets are going there. And this will be running, by the way, all the way through until the end of June 2025, at which point we're hopefully going to have something else. I actually need to work on that announcement this week, so I said I want to have that info out at the end of January. But I've got something coming to reward those that actually have been participating in the weeklies. So Lombo count is scaling. Lash really needs to add in that Rax. He has to know Horseman count is on the way. Like, it just feels very unnecessarily dangerous the way he's playing this. And also the Lombo is being very greedy with that dive. Yeah, if he just shuffles to the tree line, that's 3 kills, right? The TC is always going to protect the sheep gathering. So definitely a little bit of a subpar choice. I mean, the good news for Lash is he stopped Voldemort from reaching the next stage. What Lash could do here is add in the racks, get a few spearmen, and then walk a villager out for the fishing. Okay, this I don't like. This racks all the way at home means there's going to be an inflection point here, right? Like, the horseman count's going to be up to 4 and able to push all this away. He has to stay really close to the outpost to not just die here. Instead, it looks like he's going to be backing up. Ram the House of Wisdom. Ballsy. Ballsy. So, just to clarify, Crackety, your way to solution here is you want him to build rams against horsemen. And we'll only build rams, remember? Alright, one's if you think Lash is going to win this. Two's if you think Voldemar is. Because Voldemar's messed up. He went eco-wing. He's meant to be 3 villages ahead. Instead, he's what, 2.5? So there's already some small gaps starting to show in the plan for Voldy. He doesn't even have Golden Age yet, and oh my dear god. He's been forced to go advancement. Yeah, interesting he went advancement when he had the gold on the backside. But, you know, once again, like for Lash, if he just built the racks here, he's already pushing in with these Lombos, right? This is definitely kind of skimped on his timing a bit. Blacksmiths is on the way. Lash just doesn't really have anything. It's kind of crazy, actually. Like, he done this really cool opening play, looking to pressure, and then he didn't. I feel like he's been his own worst enemy here. Norsemen are rating on the backside here. There's only 1 spearman. No attacks to be buffed for him either. Voldemar, remember, he's already triggered the tech up, so any gold gathered here is just prepping him for the next stage in the pump. And the pump can just easily be Ghoulims, folks. Like, Ghoulims just clean all this up. Lancers could also work, but, like, obviously the spearmen stand a chance there. That wasn't a great exchange for Voldemar. Lash has got, what, 14 sheep? Voldemar still has 9, which is enough for a Ghoulim play. And yeah, the Raxes are getting added in. Oh, wait. No. There's no way. There's no way. He should see him. He does. He goes for it. Voldemar, he runs for the woods so far away from home. Lombo's going to be able to pressure this. I can't believe it. The Ghoulim and Lancers have been queued up. With Voldemar, I mean, at this stage, just build the mill here and gather the fish for a little bit. It's tricky, though, because even then, the Lombos can stand here and hit you. Unbelievable. Gold now being blocked out. Voldemar, you know, 2 Ghoulim, 2 Lancers should be able to clear this. Lash needs quite a lot more spears, I think. The wood lines in this map has been killing people. I like it. I kind of like that, though, right? You know, I've talked about my opinions on defensive maps before. I feel like actions in a game, presence and continuous in a game should be earned. It shouldn't just be implied, right? So, like, you know, maps such as Mountain Pass, you know, even Dry Arabia to a certain degree can imply existence to X minutes. Like, this is the type of map where it's like, hey, if I all in you better have something. And Voldemar decided instead of having something, he should rush the 3rd age. Oh my god. Yeah, Voldemar going Lancers is quite perplexing here. I think he just panicked because he only had 1 Rax and didn't have more wood. Well, this is looking disastrous. I thought Lash was dead. I mean, it looked like he should have been from his position here, but Voldemar, maybe just a little bit too much gold gathering on this back in the panic instead of getting extra wood. Has at least cleared the outpost on the south side. The Lancers are going to be able to ride in where they can get the most damage done. So finds the villager, finds the 4 Lombos unguarded. Looks like Lash actually miscalibrated there, pulling everything north. Yeah, this is like the weirdness of playing English when you're all in, right? Like, English are really good for the all in when you leverage one side of the base and then mop everything up. They're a terrible civ for circulating. You can't 360 your opponent. It's not like playing French Knights. Now we have the Ram shuffling in on the goal, but the Gulam, the double strike can clear that up. Lancer's also coming back in. I mean, he might need to tap repair on this. But if he gets 1 round of repairs, I think the outpost should survive. Yeah, it's still alive. Villagers, wait, they go back to work? Voldemar, he hit the back to work instead of just ungarrison repair. So a little bit suboptimal there. However, even with the worker losses, this is still a game where Voldemar is an age ahead. And Lash, I mean, there's a risk he's going to lose his control on the base here. Spin will at least get rid of the Camel Lancer, but you see why we just want Gulam. The Gulam are carrying this right now. The Camel Lancers are just kind of there, occasionally doing something, but not often. He's got to reset. He needs more before he can keep pushing. The tricky part is if this was against a normal archer player, you don't really care that much because with the undermesh, you reduce damage down to 1, right? But against Lombos, the base is higher. So Gooms do still feel the pain against LB. So Voldemar able to get a little bit of Broom Room here, actually. Like, Lash isn't going back for a tech, because if you went for a tech play, at this point, it kills you. He has done something ambitious, though. He went for fishing. So, intriguing choice to see in this particular game. But then again, like, Lash, yeah, he's down to 8 sheep. If you have to switch into farms, I think you're dead. Light these out on the deer. This is really necessary in this game. I feel like this game is over one way or the other by, like, 16 minutes, 17 minutes, maybe. I'd be surprised if we break 20, that's for sure. Especially now that Voldemar has snuck out onto the deer. Yeah, and Lash doesn't seem to be any the wiser for it. There's a shuffle around on the north side. Bloomry Tech is a really big deal here. Remember, it's +2 damage for Gulam play because of the double strikes. Lash is starting to stockpile a little bit. Okay, so probably realizing that he's not doing enough now, right? If he was still diving and idling eco, he could justify longer feudal. But this is taking a little bit too long to arrive. I don't know, it's just always the crux of playing English like this. Man, this map makes people uncomfortable. Lancer right in. I don't know what just happened. Wait, why am I on the texture there? That was weird. So double outpost up should actually give a lot of safety now for Voldemar. This isn't just about food, it's about wood. For Lash, this should be King's Palace. If you have to go White Tower, I think it's a death sentence. You just want to scale the lead now. Because once you fall back to tech, Voldemar's going to look to go relics here. And considering we're up to, what, 8 Gulams now? This is the point where Lash shouldn't be able to stay here much longer. Like the second mining camp, it's a sexy mining camp. I can't believe Crackety is just here flaming all of Voldemar's moves. After so frequently losing to a guy who you get into a game against and you know is going to pick Delhi. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have went there. I know it's sore spot right now, Freddy. You know what I've liked most about this map? Can you guys point to me where Pro Scouts is? I freaking love that. Dude, can we just appreciate that the most about this map? I think that's really the big selling point. I was a little bit hesitant at first with the fish, but then, you know, when I was originally thinking of adding this map, I didn't do it because, fish, everyone just go fish. And then as we had like a whole week where there wasn't like a single game without Pro Scouts in it, I was like, okay, you know what? Yeah. Let's make them dance a little bit different this week. Yeah, we patched Pro Scouts out of the game. All we had to do is give people shoreline fish, deep water fish, and less deer. Who would have thought? Guillum's now arriving in the base. King's Pass is on the way, though. I mean, I'm impressed, man. I thought Lash had given up his timing a little. Then again, before that, it looked like Voldemar had pretty much just punted himself into the abyss. Guillum's are going to do a little bit of damage on this dive, at least force idle time. There is Wheelbarrow. They should be able to kite them for the most. But while the idle time is going on here, Voldemar is now moving out for resources and moving out for relics. Now, the tricky part is if Voldemar doesn't keep pushing, this is going to kill him. And wait, what? Okay, he just doesn't care about Lombos, I guess. I'm trying to think, like, mathematically if it's justified. I guess because he wants the crossbows out much quicker, he doesn't care for the veterancy. Like, in fairness, the Gullum's got mopped up, right? Bet it's +2 instead of +1. Yeah, but I think it's like he just wanted crossbows, and then he just had blacksmiths to work with as well. I kind of see where his brain is going there. It's like buff the self counter versus buff the actual counter. And you've seen your opponent has Lancers or Gullums, right? And it looks like... Wait, Voldemar snuck underwater. Uh-oh. What's happening in this game? Triple dock? Okay, chill. Chill. It's one deep water fish. I know I said you should do it over pro scouts in this map, but we're taking it a bit far. He literally can't operate out of 2 of these docks right now. He doesn't have the resources. Holy crap. Looks like Voldemar took a mortgage out on the house to buy a dinghy boat and then assumed he could afford a yacht. We do at least have fishing coming out of one of these, but I think 2 docks is enough. It's probably just because Voldemar doesn't have to want to have to walk out here again, right? Lash, in the meantime, is going to be pushing in. The Lombos are still completely unupgraded. We have more docks now from Lash in a more retreated position. Swamp ships are going to be coming out as well, so a little bit of pug there. And the Lombos, apparently Lash got distracted because he just dove headfirst into the Gullum's arms. Has at least got crossbows there to deal with it. The counter damage non-existent. Voldemar's in trouble. Yeah, where's the standing army? Like, remember, most of his military pop is on water. On land, he has 4 units to fight with. Oh, yeah. And if Lash would just... If Lash would just push... It's crowning. Deep breaths. Because the longer you wait, the more likely we're going to have to operate, and this might scar. Like, I feel as if Voldemar is just done, and Lash isn't ending him right now. Papa's been in a coma for 5 years. No reaction. Vegetable state. They said pull the plug, but no. We paid for another 5 years. Finally, Lash realizes it's time. Starts to march in. Longbows will be able to chase this down. Crossbows should be able to micro deal with the Camel Lancer pursuing. Good micro there. Even use the Lombos to finish him off. At this stage, he's forcing Voldemar to trickle what little troopers he has left into death. Yeah, this is brutal. I mean, Voldemar, I don't even know how he survived this long. But this is starting to kind of reach that culmination point. We've got to switch into archers. Not a bad idea here. It's really the only thing you can actually afford to do. No, Voldemar won't get Wheelbarrow. I mean, at this rate, he won't have enough villagers left alive to justify the investment. We've just got him gathering stone. So, hear me out. We drop a castle, and then we drop 3 TCs. It kind of feels like where we're going. I mean, he definitely needs a town center to compete long-term with the English 2 TC. Has at least got the relics kind of flame in the meantime, but yeah, there you go. So on 400 food a minute, we have decided it's a great choice to build a second town center so that we can feed our people even less. Sorry, did I say 400 food income a minute? I meant 280 food income a minute. I am seeing slight gaps in the plan here for Mr. Voldemar. Now, I mean, Lash, could he actually get 2 relics? It doesn't look like it. I think there's another one coming home. So, Voldemar, this is great. At this point, you know, just make your people feel rich, because eating gold makes you feel rich, is what I've heard. Because nothing says I'm rich like crapping 24 carat. Because they're definitely not going to be eating real food. And looks like the Spearmen have found the goodies. So villagers on the north side will start getting stabbed down. The Lombos have still been camping back here. The funny part is Lash has access to rams, and this would be the time to build a ram. Like, this is actually the perfect position to build a ram in. Your opponent hasn't really got the ability to build melee units right now because they cost food. And he's built outposts to survive. I swear to God, if Voldemort actually gets away with this farm transition, this game will never end. But Lash is ready to end it. We have a ram on the opposite side of the base. I think we're going to refer to these as me and Micah rams from now. Actually, in fairness, it's not in his own base. Yeah, you'd think, like, honestly, with the amount of running that Voldemar's villagers have done, they wouldn't need wheelbarrow. They probably just got, like, calves the size of small oxen, you know? Strong enough to squeeze a melon. So this is one thing I've noticed with Lash. Lash sometimes slow rolls the victory, right? Like, I'm sure I'm not the only one who's noticed this. Is he'll be in a very good position. And to be honest, like, many times it's fine, right? There are times where it's like, it won't lead to any sort of recovery arc. Your opponent's gone 2TC and is adding in farms. Like, this could be the recovery arc, so you have to end the game. Or you have to play for your own greed, right? So either go Imperial or go all in. But don't just sit there having a coffee break. Troops are going to start marching in. The ram is shuffling around. At this point, it would have been better to just build it down here. It's double Springwood placement. And in fairness, Lash, you know, you should be able to take this out quite easily. There's no fortifications yet. In fact, we've got fortifications coming on the east side just to protect the farms underneath the primary TC. A bit of an odd choice over here. I think fortification is much more important away from the TC. Ashes Eco will always be better, so no matter what he does, he'll win. That, I think, is a fallacy, though. Like, a high-level player would probably add in a few lances and just try to chip away at you, right? That's what I mean by you have to kind of end your opponent. Okay, Lash is going to bait the villagers out of position here, and those are Vet Lombos. They'll be able to snipe it down fast. It's still a catch-up game for Voldemar as well, right? Like, he's insanely far behind on economy. At this stage, what Voldemar is basically doing, and it's not him just refusing to GG the game, it's him, like, not believing that Lash is going to end the game. So, like, I don't blame Voldemar for still just trying to play this out. Because if we're being totally real, Lash hasn't done that GG condition, right? Like, he hasn't built, for example, 3 rams from one angle and pushed in. What Lash has done is he's kind of played as if the game is still very even, and he's tried to guard all angles. The problem with doing that is it means that a weaker player can potentially eke his way back in the game. Because instead of him fighting 45 military versus 15, he's going to be fighting 15 versus 15. So outpost is going to be going down. And this is so ugly what Voldemar has to do here, right? Like, playing Iabin Mass Archers is not great. You wish you picked the bastards at this stage. Whoa. Why are you calling it Lash hate? Alright, do I need to sit you down and lecture you like one of your teachers about the difference between, like, a criticism and hate? The point is that Lash is technically trying to end the game by being everywhere instead of just going from one side. Like, that would be the criticism. Sure, he's ahead and he can get further ahead. But, like, if your argument is safe play, the safe play would be to back up, go Imperial, come back out, right? So he's trying to end the game, but he's trying to do it from a raiding perspective, which is always very weird with English, right? Because, like, Lombo men-at-arms aren't really raiders. Like, his approach being around the entire base is something you expect to have, like, a French player, right? I think if he just stops and builds 3 rams, it's in and done. So we do have pretty much all the safety he ever needs. Walls are up. Water is pretty much fully secure. His opponent isn't going to be able to do much against that. Outpost going to be coming in and going down pretty quick. And there's a mango here from Voldemar, but it's got its work cut out. Good micro from Lash to just dodge most of the shot. The men-at-arms are just uncounted at this stage. Voldemar's trying for a crossbow switch, but the pump is not going to be quick enough. We're at 35 men-at-arms now. The spring orbital towers are no longer that big of a threat because the biomass is just too big. This should be the GG moment. And agreed. Like, to the whole thing that Mirad's saying, I think genuinely, taking a break should never be like taboo. You think it's bad because you're going to play worse or whatever, but like if you think about it, yeah, he went and played a different game, but Vortex taking a break and going to Myth and coming back actually served him really well. If the game's kind of reaching a point where it's exhausting you, it's good to just take a breather. I think Voldemar's going to need to take a breather after this game one. Great opening press from Lash. Definitely a little bit shaky on that castle transition, but in cruise control ever since. Game one going to the German. KB said would work, but would take way longer and open a comeback potential. What, attacking your opponent from one side and leaving only a few troops to guard against him reaching other economy? That was my point, right? Because he kept rippling around the back and then trying to like attack in and losing a lot more than he was gaining. Yeah, like, but I'm saying going back was one of the options, like compared to what you were saying of like playing it safe, right? I think like I said, Lash won, golf clappers. My point was more around what I've noticed when I watch him play is like sometimes he's not quite sure how over it is in favor of him, if that makes sense. Now you could argue that's him playing and riding the small percentile win logic, where like the longer I'm winning small, the bigger I win later. But like I think with the way he was trying to attack there, it very much seemed like he wanted to end the game, but like couldn't quite find that killing blow. So it was chip damage gradually leading to the win. Whereas like in hindsight, imagine he'd admit it, like if he could go back in time and play that out again, it reached a point where it would have made more sense to have like, you know, 2 small groups of longbows, maybe 5 on the flanks, and then you just build everything on the front and then you push in, right? All right. Let's get rid of game number 2 though. It's going to be Malians versus HRE. English objectively kind of sucks at Conk 3. Whoa. I mean, the Pro Scouts meta, sure. They're not that great in the Pro Scouts meta. And yeah, HRE really hard counters Malians. Because I mean, Murad can speak to this because he experiences it every time he runs into HRE in the ladder while playing Malians. Even when he knows what he should do, he still ends up getting caught off guard by the outpost rush. Sorry, Murad, I kind of threw you to the wolves there. This is where he's just pouring out a shot. He's like, it's true though. Just you wait. All right, I'm waiting. That is the response of a man who's felt the pain I'm talking about. Mahodo in chat, outpost Russian should be banned. Madge. Yes, because a Malian pick comes in from Lash, and that could very easily see him getting outpost rushed in game number 2. He's up against the HRE. And it is going to be a Dark Age Rax rush. This is going to be brutal. And what is up, Plafonius? That is wonderful. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the sub. Welcome to this form. Appreciate the kind words. We're going to have kind words to say about Malians here, though. This is a harsh matchup. You know, if there's Civ that this Civ does not want to run into on this map, it's going to be things like Mongols or HRE. They do really, really well here. An outpost rush can just kill you straight away. And the thing with the HRE, the timing is a lot faster and a lot more painful, I'd say, than even Mongols, right? Because of the faster moving spearmen and the better early game economy. Allows them to remain one of the most annoying Civs to Dark Age rush you. And the awkward part for Lash, yeah. Golf clappers, we were just teasing Murad a little bit because he's talked about this with us before where he's like, I know I should outpost up against it because I know it's coming, but then I don't do it and then it just arrives straight away. Lash is not going to fall victim. This is a really smart play. It's a hard choice to make for a lot of Malian players because they don't want to keep villagers out here, not with passive gold. But this is the correct call. Building a racks is how you lose the game. I think genuinely getting forced to build racks as Malians in Dark Age is a quick route to getting sucked into loss. Because the problem is you just can't scale like the other civs can, right? Like HRE is going to have more spearmen produced than you're going to get Donzos produced because of the cost of the spearmen. It's just much higher on Donzos. So Outpost is going to go up. Does mean that Lash is going to have to keep one villager here, though. That's the only negative. But this is the meta for this play, folks. Because in the current meta, Pro Scouts, jackpot. On this map in particular, Pro Scouts is a jackpot. So keeping a villager around here gathering extra gold is good. The one negative right now for Lash is he didn't actually switch Underwood quick enough. So he's not going to have a mining camp to actually drop off on. Voldemort can build his own outpost and deny the mine anyway. He can deny the mine, but he can't deny the pit mine. That's the thing, right? Like, if this stops the pit mine going down, that's passive gold gen. With the follow-up into Mansa, that's enough gold to work with, right? Like, that's the whole point. So, usually the counter to this, the alternative counter, is you go Saharan Trade Network, but that always feels like an L to have to do, right? Because of now, like, if you have to go Saharan Trade Network, but you can't now rebuild the pit mine, you're dead. But with that passive gold gen, a little bit from the pit mine, you're quite happy. Voldemort is going to be posturing that outpost now on the high ground. We'll be getting ready for Age 2. Should just be a standard Archon. Mine work seems unlikely here. The Archon probably is going to go on the back here for the berries and the woods. This is still likely going to be a Pro Scouts game. Makes a lot of sense in this matchup now with how you should be able to delay your opponent. The cool thing about HRE's Pro Scouting, I actually think HRE might be subtly, I don't know if I want to say the best, maybe just behind China and Juji on Pro Scouts. They are one of the best. And the reason they're one of the best is because they can open with spears like this to chase down your scouts and then rush into their own. It's really impressive, actually. Looks like the scout has come home. So Lash actually, I think he rotated everything he needed to get the sheep off the map. He now has a guard here. So this is going to stop him burning down the pit mine. Unfortunately, Lash couldn't actually afford the mining camp there. It would have been really nice to just keep the villagers around, gather a little bit extra gold and go. And it is time to go. So Mansa Quarry now coming in. A little bit of mismacro there. Looks like he had too much food. Remember, with the amount of gold Trickle he's getting, he should be able to very swiftly go into his stables and then hop up with the Pro Scouts. Oh, sorry. Yeah, we need to swap points around. Reminder, guys. Voldemort lost game 1. There we go. Thank you for the reminder. I mean, this is just mean. Then again, like the scout here, I don't think you can do it. It's quite smart by Lash to have brought the scout back. I feel like a lot of people forget to do this. They end up having to idle a villager for way too long. It's interesting, actually, that he maybe didn't bring the scout back sooner. I mean, he's got 12 sheep, right? But like the reality check is when you're going Pro Scouts, you can kind of thread the needle. I guess it's just awkward on timing, right? Because now you're down to 50 gold, 52 gold a minute. It's going to go up to now 125. So you have to wait a minute in to then research Pro Scouts, which means it's going to take like another 2.5 minutes. All right, ones of you think that Lash is going to win this, twos of you think that Voldemort is. What is this? This is Voldemort's obsession with walling. At this point, I'm going to call for an intervention. This guy likes walling way too much. Like, we are not even 6 minutes in the game, and he's already walling all the way to the enemy base. This guy's got a problem. Wait, did he bail with the scout? But why? No, so this is a bit odd. I think you just keep the scouts here. You wait until you start researching Pro Scouts, and then you switch to Stone, because then that'll be enough gen for a smooth transition from Pro Scouts completing, and then you starting to get arrow slits, right? Yeah, I think he's just maybe jumping the gun a bit there. So Lash is now going to be marching out. Maybe he's a little bit paranoid about Pro Scouts on the other side. The funny part about this is Voldemort isn't going Pro Scouts at all. No. This is an all-in. I mean, that's kind of wild. I think PS could have worked quite nicely here for him. He's going to need a lot more spearmen to block his opponent's play. And don't get me wrong, like, going the spearmen is fine, right? Like, actually, I think, you know, you don't necessarily need to go the archers, but maybe what Voldemar saw here is because he has blocked the gold, his thought process is that he can blob archers because he won't be counterplayed by javelins. That is true if you block all the golds. And Voldemar hasn't done that. Lash has moved out to the West Pit Mine. Pro Scouts now got a nickname? What? It's just going to tired of saying PS. Saying Pro Scouts all the time, right? You know, there is another name we can give it. I quite like the name. Let me know what you guys think. We can call it Deer Hoovering. Right? Right? I think Deer Hoovering is a pretty good name. The Deer Dyson. That's what you call whatever Civ does Pro Scouts even better. So, it is going to be coming in now on a delay. Yeah, what? So was the archery range just about baiting? It feels like the archery range was about baiting, and actually it might have worked because Lash is now adding in double archery range. What? I mean, this is a little bit overkill. Once Voldemar sees this, he should just halt all production. He's going to have stables prepping anyway, right? Because he needs it for the Pro Scouts. The Men-at-Arms switch is interesting. I know Voldemar's a fan of doing this really, really early. It may be a tiny bit too early for this. You need to start getting the food coming home first, right? Like, right now, you don't actually have any deer returning. In fact, it's kind of wild that he's going Pro Scouts, but he's already adding in farms. Can't go wrong with jabs. You sure about that? Against HRE with mass spears horsemen? That sounds like death. Like, I don't like to make this about size too often, Mira, but that spear is very clearly bigger than that teensy tiny javelin. Like, you can just kind of blob and go. Like, it's actually very hard to just kite with javelins against HRE spears. I mean, obviously, you know, if you're talking about diving the base, sure, that's where jabs are great. They're great defensive units. But remember, because of the meta we're in, you don't really need to dive the base. You need archers as Voldy? I think Voldemar probably could have got away with, like, spear horsemen into men-at-arms, right? I'm not entirely convinced that he needed archers yet. Because you haven't really got anything showing that you need archers for. You could argue they're better for raiding units, raiding on the economy, right? I get that. So there's the relation that is so fun, as well as the Warrior Scouts. Now, the good news, at least, for Voldemar is that actually if the Scouts are here, that's less gathering on the map. Interesting he's keeping some reserve like this, but yeah, you see how quick that gap close can be. It's really important that Lash doesn't overextend. What's dangerous about that is, like, when you're against HRE, if you're not willing to come out your base, the organic play for them is just to go to Castle Age. Right? There's 5 relics on the map. Enough gold to put you far, far ahead of the Malians. He's diving onto the outpost again. Oh, this is a stationary fight, which is a bit problematic for Voldemar. I mean, this is where the jabs will feel good, right? The whole idea is, like, if you're chasing, then javelins have to be scared. But if Voldemar really wants to kind of brute force into the base, he's signing his own death warrant here. So he's going to be able to back up. So he got rid of the outpost, but, like, that's not the thing generating resources here, right? Like, it doesn't mean he can come back, but I don't know if Lash's goal was to ever really come out of the base. What am I getting range damage increase first is interesting. I think it makes sense, right? Like, if you're trying to scale the archers anyway. With the way he's fought the last 2 engagements, I'd agree that Undermesh first might have been more value because he was taking a lot of hits on the spears. Speaking of the spears, just look at how quickly they get on top of you. It's so obnoxious. Okay, guys, now imagine this play with just a few horsemen. Like, this is the thing that's really missing for Voldemar, is from here, double stables would have made a lot of sense. But I think Voldemar is just focusing on what happens, say, 5 or 6 minutes from now. So instead of focusing on how he gets a bigger win in the fight right now, he's obsessing over the men-at-arms number. I know that Voldemar is really big on this, on a lot of matchups. I think he talked to me about in the Delhi matchup in particular. It makes him feel a lot safer. But it does feel like he's giving more runway to Lash than he should be getting. So how much has Lash actually secured deal-wise? It's an okay amount. It's getting much better now that he's playing wide flanks. Like, this is the thing I was waiting for to creep out. Because Voldemar's not playing wide, right? He would have been able to if he had Horsemen. But because he went full infantry comp, even with marching drills, you can't stretch the map. So the worry I have now for Voldemar is that Lash is going to have way too much food to work with. We've already got Musafadi being prepped. Now, this is where it gets awkward, because now you feel like you need to go back for archers, and it slows you down way too much. And are we getting lag? I think we're getting lag. 1 second. What's going on there? Hold on a second. Let's move now. Because basically, what I want to test that, because if that worked, what I could do is send a different bit rate to YouTube. Because YouTube allows you to basically stream in 4K. But Twitch doesn't. Okay, this was ambitious from Lash. What? Maybe an overextension alert moment here. The men-at-arms spinning are in. The archers are basically being ignored by the javelins. I don't know why Lash thought he could come out here. This was greedy. He's saving up for Castle Age. And he just sends it into the Abyss. It really is the Abyss, right? Even with all these scouts out, he's kind of blind in the center here. So Voldemar really just given a gift. Lash is going to get enough javelins back home that he should still be safe against a full dive. He will need to start reinvesting, though. The tech up could actually kill him. Rimba's coming in. He's committed. If Voldemar realizes what's going on here, if he just dives, and yet remember... Oh, no! He didn't respect the outpost vision! I think he forgot that HRE just sees so deep. He knows about it. Dive comes in. Javelins have to stand their ground here. There's still a decent amount of men-at-arms and spearmen underneath the town center right now. He has to bail on the tech up. So he's got the TC fire now to try and whittle away at the forces, but Voldemar may just have him bent over a barrel here. Good lord. Voldemar, now he's just going to stick to it, right? He can't back out of this. Not with the tech play now halfway. I say halfway, more of a third. Javelin count down to just 12. He has got more Musafadi coming, which is a smart play into the men-at-arms spam. And Voldemar, he went 2 TC behind this, by the way. Which is quite bonkers. And the worker kill count is getting ridiculous. Like, this TC is fresh, guys. He hasn't had it so long that he's over 10 villagers ahead. He just killed 11 workers. Oh my god. Voldemar, he'll have to calm down now. Lash will complete the tech up, but he does so with a crippled economy here. On top of that, Voldemar, he could probably just mirror the tech age. It shouldn't be too hard from this position. Instead, it looks like he's inch-laning himself further, so we have extra farms getting added in. Let me just check. I think YouTube is live again, right? Yeah, you guys are fantastically dozy. Apologies about that. Bet you would Aris that's the outpost and accidentally forgot. The classic? Maybe. I don't know. I think Voldemar just wanted mass men-at-arms and he wanted to be greedy about it to get the farms all online quicker. Right? Because like if you do it that way, you can then just kind of rush into Imperial. And then also, because you went 2 TC, there's the option for Elsback, which is pretty sick on this map. And he went Mansa Javelineers. All right, I'm getting the whiskey. I think I need it. I think Lash needs it. This is a bit brutal. I think part of it is because his economy is so weak, he needs to go Javelineer because you can't afford units to die. But this is the counter, guys. I mean, in fairness, it's harder to reach Javelineers because they do have the better movement speed. But, like, if Voldemar just goes Spear Horseman, it wins. It's actually ridiculous how much it wins. Lash also is posturing without vision. Yeah, Stealth Forest is not your friend. Leave. It's like Lash is like, I'm getting deja vu. I think I've seen this piece before. The Stealth Forest is where we'll feel safe, right? Yes, we'll feel safe in there. Can't believe Voldemort didn't jump on him. Is Lash testing him? It's almost like he's checking that he is actually there. Behind this, how's the farm count looking for Voldy? He still has more of the deer coming home. He's up to 12 farms now. And we have a very late survival techniques as well to make it a bit better. He even moved out onto the closer deer to harvest those. And it's going to be Burger Palace. Yeah, so no interest in a Regnitz play here. Voldemort wants the full pump and dump. Which is interesting, because I think actually, like, now that you're going into Castle Age, considering that Lash went for Javelineers, I feel like Knights is your winning play, right, if you're Voldemort. Like, I don't get it. He already has 3 Raxes. And his food income isn't going to last much longer, right? Because the Pro Scouts play has 3 deer left? And the rest has already been hoovered. And remember, he's only at 14 farms. Like, this is a bit odd. I'll slap Vlad after games. I mean, sure, Lash has 4 monks, but, like, you have a very big army, right? You can send some of the archers north and south to block that. I kind of get it from maybe the perspective he doesn't think he's going to be able to get any relics, maybe. I'm not really sure what Burgrave gives you here. This feels like Voldemort basically has 2 minutes to win the game, sort of thing, right? Like, you see why the Javelineers is, like, subtly genius against spears. Right? If this was Horsemen / Knights, it's a disaster for Lash. But the Javelineers, with the increased movement speed, are making this look trivial. Reminder that spears usually do a great job at clearing out the javelins like this. Horsemen are starting to arrive, but only 2 of them so far. Musardi are staying far, far away. Looks like Voldemort was at least able to pick up one of the relics, and he might have a second one in the bag now. But the weird part is I feel like most of this was not because of Burgrave. The one detail that might have mattered, he did get the veterancy in the Burgrave, right? So it came in quickly. So maybe it was justified for that one tiny pump detail. He now needs to turn that one tiny pump into a big pump. And arms are clashing. Lash isn't stepping away anymore with the Javelineers. He's front-lining with them. If he can survive this wave, momentum should shift in favor of him. Well, we've been here before. Last time we were, remember, it led to 11 villager deaths for the Malians. This time, it's not going to lead to any. Voldemort has to walk away. Despite all he sees, there's nothing he can do with it. You ever get the feeling we're about to get another long game? I mean, that's kind of crazy. It looked like Lash was about to lose way too much Javelin when he stopped moving away, but Voldemort apparently running out of steam. We have got Military Academy coming. He's going to need more farms to justify that, though, right? 16 farms isn't going to work for 8 racks worth of production. He's gathering berries for the time being to make things a little bit better. We do have a keep drop coming in. Huh. That keep drop kind of doesn't secure anything, though, right? Like, usually you want this keep drop on, say, the gold down here. This is, I guess you could say it gets some tree lines and definitely protects, like, the central pass area. But surely when you're playing HRE, especially without Regnitz now, like, gold should be your biggest priority. He has at least got the small veins on the flanks, but the 8Ks haven't been secured so far. Hey, what are we talking about? Oh, Farimba. I think Farimba is pretty impressive right now. The Pro Scouts meta has enabled it to work, and if you get into the hyper late game, you think you'd feel bad because you have to have more villagers to compete. but the quality of the choices you get are way too good. Like, Mansa Musafadi, in particular in the late game, are insane. Freeborn remain really bloody good. The only ones that are a bit questionable are Javelins. I think I said this before, like, this is the most situational unit choice. It worked out really well in this game for Lash, actually. But part of that was because his opponent didn't go Horseman. The real reason why I think Lash had to go Javelineers here is because he lost too much economy teching up, right? Like, he couldn't afford anything else. Even though he already had 14 Javelins, you think that's the reason, but it's the reality check of, like, same logic with, say, Byzantines and Olive Oil. You might have a full economy, but you can only have so much Olive Oil coming in. So would you rather scale a melee unit that gets wiped first or something that survives, right? It's that same kind of feeling. Like, with these trades, he needed to make sure the things were surviving. And Freeborn and Musafadi aren't really units designed to survive long term. Breakthrough coming in. Voldemar has over 30 village lead at the stage. Right now, he kind of has some problems with how easily he can be kited by this army. They've got their own marching drills going on. Gonna be a punt from the Spearman, though. Full Spearman at arms. There's a few Landsnecked in there as well. It is a full melee mosh pit. Yes, Voldemar has fully embodied classic HRE here. What is a range unit, and why would I build it? Javelins are just going to cover fire on the retreat. Needs to be careful, actually, because these guys can get walled down pretty quickly with only 80 HP. Would Horseman not counter the Mali counter? What do you mean? Like, yeah, he should have been building Horseman against Javelineers 100%. Right? Like, at this stage, it's maybe a bit weirder because he didn't have full farm, so you can't afford to just vomit out Horseman non-stop. But, like, you're seeing how difficult it is, right? Like, legit, I'm impressed, man. I'm not sold often on Mansa Javelineers, but this was the game. He can't reach him. Like, sure, the Javs don't have a target, but also their DPS unit isn't dying. If this was Archers, Archers would get caught with worse movement speed. Voldemar just A-clicking in now is going to get wiped. Sacred Sight should at least get decapped, you'd think. Apparently not. Select all army may be his worst enemy. The Landsnecked on the back, though. Yep, just one slice. Just one slice. Just a little lick. Just a little. Well, he just doubled his worker kills on that raid. It is now 54 villages to 105. This is not the first time that I have quoted such a lead for Voldemar on Borderland for it only to end badly against Malians. So, I'm going to hold my breath. I'm not going to say it's over. Voldemar still needs to close the game. And by close, I don't mean rage quit it. I mean win the game. So what are the win conditions now? I think for Voldemar, trying to sliver into Imperial can make a lot of sense. Your opponent's hemorrhaged a lot of economy. He's not going to be able to catch up, right? At this rate, you're going to be at your max pop anyway, so an Elsback play in the center makes a lot of sense. You could actually look to drop one on the gold and the trees. He's going to have to re-blob first, because of course Lash still has quite a lot of army. We even have heavy maces, which is a peculiar choice out of Voldemar, considering Lash isn't building any sofa. But he's got to be paranoid, right? Like he could. I don't know if you have to be freaked out that much about the idea, considering your opponent just lost more villages. And no, we do have cows. I mean, Lash needs it at this point, right? His food income is not impressive. The way he's competing is the quality of trade, right? Like, he's not losing many units in the engagement compared to Voldemar. Voldemar is pretty much just using a meat grinder approach, which makes sense for a guy with well over double the food income. Okay, it looks like the Javelineers have ran out of places to run here. Unless we just rotate around because they didn't cover the upper angle. Oops. This is a lot of losses actually for Lash. Pretty much, what was it, 20, 25 Javelineers? He's down to 5. Yeah, exponential damage scaling, right? When you lose more, you do less. Pretty painful losses, actually. I'm a little bit worried that Lash doesn't have the type of economy to replace what he just threw away. Voldemort, in the meantime, has more farms coming in. We're now getting the full power of the Archon. As we're approaching, what, 40 farms? Meanwhile, we have Men-at-Arms still diving on the other side of the map. Voldemort is starting to make me believe a little bit here. I mean, it looked a bit questionable in those earlier skirmishes. But he's got the keep drop coming in now to secure the 8k gold. Lash hasn't really solved the economy problem. I mean, this is the classic thing about the Javelineer play, right? It's like, I think, although he may look really good here, there wasn't a next step. You could even see that Voldemort was prepping for the next step with the Men-at-Arms heavy maces, right? He thought that there was going to be Sofa. But we haven't seen that out of Lash. And yes, Lash does have pretty much all the cows set up. So he's getting about, like, what, an extra 15 villages out of that. Then again, you have to remember Archon buff makes Voldemort pretty competitive with that. Springles is an interesting choice against Javelineers. Did they ever fix the Javelins killing Springles straight away? I'm not sure they did. No, they did. It has siege now. It lost the range down. Good. Otherwise, that would have been quite depressing. It's a good solution against the Musafadi, though. Lash trying to reblock the defense, but at this stage, he's looking a bit outmassed. And remember, before, Lash's advantage was ranged, right? Is that he could kite. But look at his army now. It's majority melee. Like, you have to engage. You can't just run. As much as he'd like to. Squirrels are actually just being used to snipe out the backline javelins now. The mango's slowly creeping up. At this stage, Voldemort can just split up and, yep, go hunting for the villages. We're going to be seeing a game 3 here, folks. Okay, kind of a wacky one there. I mean, for a moment, it looked like Lash was going to get a cruel 2-0. But Voldemort now kind of just having him by the horns here. It's 39 eco. I don't even know how he's still got 1,600 food at this stage. Cows achieve ridiculous things is all I can say. Now, if anyone's like, why hasn't Lash just left the game? In fairness, Voldemort spent quite a bit of time to be convinced in game 1. It's just a return of the favor. You don't know if the new Faroomba is better than the old one? Oh, 800% is. It's just Javelineers is the type of play I think you make out of desperation or overwhelming advantage. Like I said, once again, this is a game where I think Javelineers look good, right? And it still wasn't enough. I think Mansa Musafadi and Freeborn are just too good. In this matchup, you don't do Freeborn. But Mansa Musafadi are god tier against HRE. The extra melee armor just lets them beat everything down. Now, everyone's like, oh my god, 35 versus 130. This is a... Remember, Voldemort versus Dumu. That's all I'm going to say. I refuse to count a Malian player down to 30 villages out. Until I see it. I do wonder if in hindsight, Voldemort, looking back at this game, will think he should have just built Horsemen at any stage, though. Because he only got, like, what, 4 at one stage and then stopped. If you haven't seen the game I'm referencing, by the way, check our YouTube. If it's not up, it will be up soon over there. There was a game where Dumu threw away a lot of villages. And then somehow that game went on for an extra hour, I believe. In fact, if you guys have seen the comment from Voldemort on Dumu's stream, that was what it was in reference to. Oh, attempt to burn through coming in here from Lash. I get what he's thinking here, right? Like, he needs to do some eco damage. Problem with that is it just sticks you to one location when you need to always be kiting. Kind of crazy to think how good this Javelin strat would have been against a Civ that didn't have march drills. Then again, like, I think a Civ that didn't have march drills would have genuinely added in cavalry by now. Flash coming in. I think he's going to lose way too much in this one. The Musafadi just really aren't cutting it. Like, if they were perfectly targeting down the men at arms, great, but a lot of them are getting bogged down on spears. So it looks like this series is going to be decided on Dry Arabia. What did I just watch? All right, that was that was a funky game. So we had Ibids versus English, wasn't it? So I forgot to put the results in from the previous ones, and then we just had HRE versus Moldians. Let me pay out your points, you little gambaholics. Let's see. And then reminder, by the way, straight after this, we should have... stretchy. We could have Numenor versus Scatterbrained. And then after that, we're going to have B versus Starflock. And then after that, we should hopefully have Dimmu versus Myriad. Hopefully. Be nice if everyone could not play their quarterfinals on a freaking Monday. Thank you. Does kind of ruin the ability to do the bracket. Thank you. So let's see. Do we have the draft? Mongols versus OOTD. Yes, Gully, but we haven't watched it. Oh, that's right. KP doesn't stream on Saturday, Sunday. Oh dear. Yes, Myriad, I know. But once again, I don't stream on a Saturday and Sunday because I work on other channels. Oh dear, oh dear. Maybe one day I'll become a weekend streamer. It's weird because usually the way it plays out is everyone doesn't end up scheduling their quarterfinals until tomorrow. Whereas today, they're trying to rush all their quarterfinals on Monday. I'm not sure how I feel about that, because in some ways it means that like people are maturing and actually doing the series on time. But on the other hand, it now makes it a cluster duck, because we already had like one series that we had to like skip doing, the last core one, because we had this one live, right? So it's a weird feeling. It's a weird bag. All right, so we got 4 meanwhile until we're in game. I'm gonna run. I'll run 3 minutes as now, so you guys don't have to worry about them. Okay. Don't they have Delhi and Biz? Yes, they do. Well, I mean, Mongols does pretty well against Byzantines, right? And then does Delhi do good against Order the Dragon? That one I'm not so sure about. But I can kind of see maybe like this is so weird. Lash is convinced Order the Dragon is OP. I mean, I keep seeing it like mixed bag, you know? Canadians win with it, but like others don't. Oh, also, players, when you're scheduling your sets, instead of just typing blah blah CET or whatever, use the timestamp. We literally have it's easy. You just go in here, go on this thing here, so you all have it in future in case you forget it, because some of you keep forgetting it. Just put a time in there. You're assuming everyone in every different region in the world knows your time zone. We've already had it lead to people turning up late to their sets on previous weeks. Yeah, exactly. Cool. That's what we were just saying. Like it's like they both like, oh, he's going to pick this because it's the best Civ he has left. So they both just tried to get like counter Civ situation, or not countered rather. Wait, Myriad, why wouldn't you think Order of the Dragon can do better against Mongols? I think OOTD is fine here, no? Let's start predictions. I'll give you guys 5 minutes on this one. Mongol has no trade, I'd agree. The trade isn't guaranteed, though. Like, and also, if you just trade straight away, can I not just, as OOTD, open Horseman and ruin you? I feel like you're just inviting Horseman raids if you do that. Also, it's Pro Scouts meta, so Order the Dragon can go and do Pro Scouts pretty well. Why is Mongols countered by Delhi? Because Mongols opening plays, Delhi don't care about. Like, what are you going to do? Outpost rush me? I just won't care about it. Right? And then you can pretty much just go Sacred Sites, open Ghazi, compete there, and then, like, rush Castle. Mongols against Delhi has not been a good Mongol matchup for a very, very long time. Because, like, they used to make those outpost rushes, and all the Delhi player would do is pull the villages with the Scholar, and they just out-heal. Yeah, I think Lash historically has done more mind work than Arkan. So I remember when I used to cast a lot of him doing OT on ladder a few months back. Yeah, like so the point my mate's saying, a Gilded Spearman will kill a Keshik in 3 hits. If they look at you and sneeze, you die. You also prefer Mind Work? Mind Work's kind of like, how to describe it? It's a bit, I don't know about Mind Work when you play Horseman as much. I really like Mind Work when you're leaning archers, you know? Oh, sorry, I didn't say that earlier, Brandon. KB, what do you think AoE can do to get more eyes on the game? Marketing efforts. They've done such a big one at launch and haven't done any since. So, like, you know, around the expansions actually doing something major would be cool. Framing it like it's almost like a new launch of the game per se in some form would be smart. Having events that also bring outside creators. It's nice we've got creators that have supported the scene for years and we should support them, but also it's delusional to say that, like, you know, doing that is the way you get more people to look at the game. You need to get these lyric type people to come back and get involved, right? That goes a long way. Deciding game between Voldemar and Lash, and both of them have got big brain on each other. They had Delhi and Byzantine. Not making this up. Voldemar had Delhi, Byzantine for Lash, and both of them were clearly worried because obviously Mongols do really well against Byzantines, and then Delhi like can suffer against. I guess, like, you could argue they could suffer against, like, Byzantines a little bit. So I think for both of them, they were kind of freaked out about the more powerful pick, more oppressive pick they both had. So they both picked what can be seen as the trash pick in the draft. And, you know, first thing I'm noticing straight away, not so trash for Mongols when they get a spawn like this. Oh, my God. Not only is the trade post full long distance, look at the tree spawns. Holy crap. Honestly, like, anyone who walks into Voldemar at a LAN, if he rubs shoulders with you, immediately go buy a scratch card. I think this guy's father might be a leprechaun. This is ridiculous. I mean, he's kind of got everything going his way. He even starts with a gold next to the TC. The only thing that's, like, negative is the stone outcropping location. He went for the wrong one, but he didn't see it. What does Lash do here? So, like, Lash, I think the most obvious level-headed play, when you know it's going to be trade, you want to be going into Gilded Horseman. Gilded Horseman will give you great rotational potential. You are able to kill traders in 6 hits. It's your best hope here because I'm almost guaranteeing that Voldemar is going to be going for trade. And the crazy part as well is he could even just build the Silver Tree here, walk it here, and then double produce traders to begin with, right? Because against OOTD, there's not really much point in going for an outpost rush, even more so with this gold spawn. So Voldemar is just going to invest everything into getting Feudal Age. Look at that. People not sure where to go with their votes. 52% to 48% votes. I can't help but feel if it wasn't for this Mongol-favored spawn, we probably would have seen something heavier in favor of the dragons. And yeah, I've been hearing, like, chat was just talking about that Lash believes all the dragon is OP. I mean, if he can win this one, it would I don't know if it'll go full way to improving to people, right? Mongols is not really seen as a high tier pick right now. They're not in the top half of civs in AoE4. But with spawns like this, they can be pretty broken, right? We kind of saw how that can play out when we had, what was it, Puppetpool versus Vortex? We had that insanely good Mongol trade game. That was the one where I believe Puppetpool started in the western corner, and he had a north and south perfect corner trade post option. But this is the thing, like, people used to quite commonly pick Mongols and Dry Arabia, but then once it got nerfed, what they realized is they were pretty much flipping a coin, because Dry Arabia, and I don't know if they changed it again recently, because I'm not seeing it as much. There was a point where Dry Arabia was very consistently giving what I can only describe as the dog tier spawn. The one where it puts a trade post right next to your TC. Basically, the spawn a Byzantine player like Anatab would want, right? But no one else would want. And that was a big convincer, I think, at the time, that Mongols just shouldn't really be gambled on this map anymore. What? We don't have trade. Voldemar has seen the trade posts, but I guess he's too threatened by the Gilded Horseman. He's going to go for a Deerstone play. Okay, very interesting choice here. So, what's the thought process behind the Deerstone? I mean, in fairness, it does let you kite your opponent out. Maybe there was a risk in his mind that, you know, if he does this trade play, Lash might just say go Spear plus Gilded Men-at-Arms, and you wouldn't be able to kite him in your own base. Stuff like that. The interesting thing is, like, you'd think Deerstone would be really good for range exchanges, because now you can get the extra range, but remember, Gilded Archers have extra tower range anyway. So all you get by going Khan Hunter is an equal amount. And it looks like Lash is going to be leaning towards Pro Scouts here, right? It's got 2 villagers still out on gold. The Stables is going to be coming in. So this should be, what, first Horseman, and then Scouts getting queued up afterwards. Wait, you're right. He is actually going 2 TC Monk. What? No, hold on a second. If Lash sees this, I think so he's not even pro scouting. He's going out on the deer. I legit think Lash could just scale archers into this. If he scouts what's really happening, yeah, like right now, I'd be suspicious. Why am I 5 minutes in the game and there's nothing on the Uvu? Nothing at all. Not pasture, not racks. Like you'd at least think maybe you drop a pasture here, a bit risky, but get some sheep over. So it's going to be 2 TC from Voldemar. That's crazy. Pro Scouts would be beautiful against this. I mean, the food is so far away, I don't even know how Voldemar's going to touch it. I kind of, in some ways, like what Lash is doing if this is double archery range. Obviously not straight away, because Gilded Archers are too expensive, but like the idea of just, instead of wasting time going to Pro Scouts, you get a more aggressive all-in timing, and you also get all the techs insanely aggressively, right? Because the cheapness and the fast research speed. I'll have to see. So far, not really seeing any signs of that happening. He only has 4 on wood. He's just scaling Horsemen. This is a weird game. I mean, the Mongol TC did get buffed twice, right? It used to be 900 wood, then it went to 850, then 800. So, you know, they have been tempting people more and more. Voldemar, you know, a bit of a prolific Mongol spammer himself, seems to have seen something he likes here. So, here you go, guys. Here's the strat. You drain all the stone here, then you build the Uvu here, and then you pump a gajillion Keshiks. So this is another nice thing about going for the Horseman, is like you can stop the Khan from doing this crap altogether. Because he gets giga slapped, right? He dies in 4 hits, the Horseman. And with this many Horsemen, you could actually just cut him off on the retreat and kill him. Pro Scouts 2 TC. Yeah, this is... I mean, I wasn't sure he was going to go for it, but you have to, right? Like, if he's not going to add in pastures, he's down to 8 sheep. The worry I now have is, like, Gilded Horsemen are fairly good at dealing with Pro Scouts play, as long as they are obviously on the right stack. Now, the good news for Voldemar is he has a good divide here, east and west, so it might prove a bit difficult for Lash to camp all of it. That being said, he's about to go up to 6 Horsemen. 7 sheep and counting down. Lash, meanwhile, only has 6, but, you know, he's already eaten the deer. Wouldn't be surprised, actually, if he shuffles out in secret for the boar. All right, 1s if you think Voldemar's going to win this. 2s if you think Lash is taking it. Wait, Mongol buildings are okay at driving. It's parking that's a problem? Okay, so what you're saying is Mongols need to invest in monster truck technology. Okay, that's a lot of 2s. Horsemen are trying to dive in. Undermeshi's coming through. And yeah, we have got the men at arms pump. So I thought he'd take the archery approach. He's just going for the cheesy one. This is going to be men at arms flood into Golden Cuirass. And he's already shuffling. Okay, dude, this is brutal. Voldemar is going pro scout so late that by the time he comes to the deer on this side of the map, I think they're going to be practically depleted. It's crazy. And that is a party that the Khan did not want to be part of. Good God, that is scary. I don't know what they feed these horses. Probably smaller horses. If there was a tech that would park Mongol bulls without fail, you pay 100 gold for it. Oh, dude, you just need to come play our free-for-alls and play Mongols. When you lose your landmarks, they just deploy wherever. I feel like I'm watching Philisberto right now. Is anyone else getting that feeling? Like, this is straight out of the Philly handbook. 2 TC, don't come out your base, build pastures. The only thing we're missing here is outposts. If he starts adding in 4 or 5 outposts, we're full on Philly's territory. The funny thing is, like, outposts is actually the counter to the men-at-arms spam. We've seen it from Abbasid players in the early days of OOTD. When they try for this Golden Cuirass all in, you just build a gazillion outposts. But this is, like, I agree, this is, like, insanely max greed. The fact that he hasn't even built those defensive buildings yet is crazy. But at this stage, you've got 44 villages, and you've got enough safety for 23. He's prepping that men-at-arms sandwich. Scout is at least going to be able to reveal it, but that's because he's going to die trying to pick up the deer. And yeah, I'm starting to think he's looking for Fast Castle. I mean, so what, Fast Castle into men-at-arms? Nah, surely not. Limerick on the way as well. It's still kind of crazy he didn't go archery at all. Because archers would be great here. Like, you just come in, you camp on the tree line, and you Gatling gun everything, right? Or he doesn't gather. Either way, it's a win. And the weird part to me is, like, going Fast Castle, if you're going men-at-arms here, like, your opponent has got men-at-arms already. And the stats of these do compare to Castle Age variety men-at-arms. Horsemen, they are going to be rotating in now. No textiles either. Like, I mean, at least that, surely. Voldemar, he's just in panic mode right now. The Seek Shell's not helping him. The men-at-arm horsemen are here. He hasn't even started the tech up yet. And he has 1 spear. The only upside is that Yam makes you run really quickly, but I don't think that justifies this play. Look at what Lash is doing. He's just splitting up and waiting everywhere. So at least someone is attacking something. Oh my God. You got all the way to a game 3 to die like this. I just can't right now. And the thing is, the horsemen are dying, but what about the men-at-arms? Like, there is 8 men-at-arms in the field in total. About 5 of them are in the base. They have 230 HP and 4 ranged armor. They're just not gonna die. Oh my God. You know what, guys? The problem is that he didn't build 3 TCs. A 3rd TC would have, you know, then he would have been able to protect more villages. He would have had more arrow fire. That's the mistake. Textiles will help. What? Keep him warm when he's thrown out into the streets and from midweek muster? Sure. I mean, I think this strategy, weirdly enough, could have had a chance of working if he had 6 to 8 outposts. Which sounds overkill, but, like, it's not against the men-at-arms all in. But this... Get him, boys! Oh, the strategies, guys. We just need to really get them low on HP, and then all the villagers can come in with their shivs, finish them off. So basically, Voldemar's key to victory is to get Lash really, really, really close, and then finish him. Like a game of Mortal Kombat. But right now, if Voldemar was a Mortal Kombat gamer, he'd look like that person who tries to pull off the execution and just does a little palm slap to the face to kill them. Okay, you've officially now got less workers than OOTD. This is over. I just don't know how we went from game 1 and game 2 and the back and forth to like this. He just deletes them. He won't give you the satisfaction any longer. I just... And that right there, folks, will be that'll be Lash through to the semi-finals, which is a new all-time high for him. Look at that! Look at our boy go! Oh my god! All right, we should have a new set ready to roll. So I still can't. We're gonna have Numadon versus Scatterbrained. They are getting ready to start now. So we'll get ready to switch straight into that one. Oh my god, dude. I just can't. So what was that? So we have Wilderness, Baldland, and Dry Arabia. Jesus Christ. I just can't. He was like, well, that's not how I expected that game to play out. No, I don't think that's how anyone really expected the game to play out. Something tells me deep down Voldemort knew that was how it was secretly going to end, though, you know? Like, you know when you can just, you can tell. You can sense it. You can feel it. I think he could feel it. Okay, so Numu and Scatterbrain should be getting into game in a second. Do we have times for the other series? Okay, so confirmation in. So we should have a live set between B and Starflark. That's going to be in about an hour-ish. And then after that, what we'll be looking to do, guys, is we're looking to hop into Dumu versus Myriad and Cat versus Johan. And then hopefully we should seamlessly move in to the quarterfinals matchup of that at about 8 p.m. CT-ish. 8:30-ish. Okay? Blimey. Oh, weird start to the week. Presumably these two are ready to go. Because I don't know why we're waiting for the lobby. Unless Scatterbrain has got internet issues. I know sometimes bugs out a bit. Because they have made their picks. It is going to be English versus Mongol opener. Yeah, English has been looking a little bit scary. Mongol's definitely something more expected, but the English pick from last year looked pretty good. Who do you think would win 1v1 out of the main cast that there are in AoE4 World? Probably Crackety? I mean, you know, talking main casters. If you're looking at big tournaments right now, what are your main casters? Your main casters are me, Lidicor, Tim, Dabston, Crackety. I mean, Drongo's not really casting the major tournaments, but yeah, he casts on his own channel. Yeah, Crackety would win. Don't get me wrong, though. I'd turn them all into human toilets in any FPS. You would lose against Lidicor? The last time I watched Lidicor play Age of Empires 4, he built a hunting cabin instead of a lumber camp. But I appreciate your humbleness. You want to cast a showdown? I don't think it would be as impressive as you think. I've already said, like, if someone forced a cast a show match on me, I'd just freaking meme. I would meme to the extreme. But then again, in my opinion, that's what a good show match should be. Oh no, guys, don't. Why is it we mention Kraken? You guys have to bring up May. Why you gotta do it to him? Give you your money? Maybe. Maybe I'll give you your money. All right, they're in lobby now. Sorry about that, guys. We should be underway in a second. I think Skybrain was probably just plugging the internet in and out again, and in and out again, and in and out again, and they realized that he was like, "Wait, if I just keep plugging the internet in and out again, am I technically making the internet have sex with devices?" And then he's like, "Okay, let's just actually play the game." Deep thoughts you just didn't realize you wanted to have. If it's to see the true skill, would be interesting to see you trying. I just like, dude, I haven't got the time to commit to try. Like, I've said what the condition is for me trying. The condition for me trying, for those that haven't heard it, is we grow to be a 750 plus average viewer stream consistently. At which point I'm like, viewership is good enough that I can still attract sponsors while risking whether people even want to watch me play the game. And then we try. But like, before that point, I just don't have the time. I feel like I'm behind on certain tasks all the time at the moment because of everything I do. So yeah. And it's like, as much as I love AO4, I mean, I have to be putting in between my channel and other people's channels, like what, 150 hours a month. I want to like play something else when I'm offline, you know? It's also like, it would be like, especially off stream, it'd be challenging to initially get myself like invested in that. Like, I know I'd have to like look up build orders and think about how many villages I want where, right? I think that was something that's really nice when we tried, I forgot its name. Battle Aces. It's like Battle Aces, I didn't really have to worry about build order. I could just dive in and focus on the micro, you know? I think that type of thing is really underrated. I would love to see like a game mode that just focused on less on the macro of AoE4, you know? I know apparently it's like a micro wars one, but something a bit more expansive than micro wars, but less macro focused. I'd love to have a tournament that, like, you know, what would be interesting, like having a tournament with that 2 players control 1 civ thing, and then you make the pro just have to do the macro. Already preparing popcorn for backseating, KP. That's true. I've already backseated you enough. Mister, I like to build lumber camps instead of mills underneath my Archon. Oh man, it's just funny. The moment I just thought of you, that's literally what came to mind. I'm so sorry. That's actually just what came to mind straight away. I was like, oh, that guy. Oh dear. Kama Noodle, damn. There's a name I have not heard in a while. Who was the other one? Was it Nushba or something like that? I think it was. I think most of us call him Noosh, right? Yeah, Battle Aces was a good time. I mean, I've said I'd love to find a day. Like, it's that kind of, it's that scary, uncomfortable thing where I'm like, will people care? Will people watch? Where I'm like, if I had a day each week where we're like, let's check out new games, would people be interested? I want to try and explore that this year. I want to try to get towards that in the upcoming months. I think it'd be really cool to explore new titles as they come out, you know? Let's try this game. Let's try that game. New release. Let's have a look at what it's like, you know? Almost like maybe we take a reviewing approach, or we take a comical like angle of like, let's do something we know is stupid with some upcoming games, whether it's strategy or wider as well. Voldemort, stop. Yeah, Voldemort, you may not want to watch the cast of that game. I think the term that I used was, this feels very much like a Philisberto build order. That's true. 7 TCs would have been a crackety build order. Only AoE for pro content. Oh, shut up. All right, Kiljadi, I'm going to need you to play $2 show matches. Thank you. So I always have the content. Kiljadi, you signing up next week? Hey, Couch Commander. It's been a while, mate. I haven't seen you around. What are the new PC specs? Exclamation mark PC. So this PC top tier components. We've got the 9950X AMD CPU, 16-core CPU, top of the range. We've got the 7900 XTX graphics card from Gigabyte. Actually fantastic. Like, you know, I was testing it a little bit more with things like ray tracing. Because I thought that'd be the area it's weak in. It's really not. It's only path ray tracing that it can suffer in a bit, and there's only like 4 or 5 games that use that. So actually, like 7900 XTX keeps exceeding my expectations. We've got 64 gig of RAM from Kingston. We've got the Haven case, which is all sitting in. And then all our cooling is the Corsair range. So we have those incredible things. Like I actually haven't turned on IQ. If I do, it's going to be a horse that pops up. So I've got those for the fans. The power supply is also Corsair. The motherboard is an Aorus Gigabyte X870. So that's designed for the AM5 CPU chipset. And then storage-wise, we have got the best that Crucial has to offer. We've got Gen 5 SSD sitting in there. Honestly, guys, I'd recommend using Gen 4. I think Gen 5's overkill. I'm sure they won't mind me saying that because they also have the T500, which is just as good. Oh. Can't wait to build your new PC. You're building another one? Didn't you have, like... I thought you constructed one not long ago. I could have sworn you made one not long ago. Thank you, mate. Yeah, it's a sick one. I should have a video coming out. I'm going to try to get it scheduled this week. I really need to. Going over the components in the build and talking a little bit about my thoughts. So, yeah. You like building PCs? Currently sitting on the 4090? Make an AMD only one. Dude, do it. Make an AMD one. AMD. AMD. Alright, let me get predictions up for you guys. AMD. That's the plan? You going for the new one? Was it 90 series one? I mean, the 90 series one is more competing in the like 70 range, right? But like, if you want raw rasterization, the 7900 XTX is still pretty good. Like, I legit think a lot of people are going to switch AMD in 2 years. There's a really good shot for it because the thing I don't think many people know about it. Like, they've been using what's called RDNA, which is a type of technology. The UDNA has been the thing they've been hyping up for a long time, and that is rumored to be coming up in maybe like 2 to 3 years max. And that'll be a big game changer. Like, something that really impressed me though is like I really like the Adrenaline software, which is what you use for your GPU configurations. Like, you know, we've all had experiences recently with a certain other one for graphics cards that has caused all kinds of issues. I didn't uninstall it because it had performance issues. But like the AMD set actually really impressed me. Yeah, like I was testing it actually the other night. Witcher with ray tracing on. Like the 7900 XTX, it can actually easily match up against the 4080 Super, which I was not expecting. All right. Let's go to the show. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the Midweek Muster. Round of 16 here. I still need to update because we just had another one of the series playing out. Numedan versus Scatterbrained. We're in this to go up against B or Starfluck. And that is a set which should be coming up straight after this one. Numedan, great to see him coming back. And then on the flip side, great to see the rise of Scatterbrained. This guy has been impressing. He's not quite there yet to crack through, but I am seeing the potential of this lad. And I love the pick. English on Wilderness. People are waking up, actually. In the round of 32, a lot of people were going for the more obvious ones like Mongols, Abbasis, Japanese. But now people are starting to realize, actually, English on a map like this, where there's barely any trees to protect you, feels just as good as the pick did on Himiyama. So Numedan, of course, because he's against English, is not going to attempt an outpost rush. That would be silly here. Don't want to build spears against longbows. Don't want to build spears against short bows. Going straight for the feudal age. How is the sheep ball looking? Ooh, not great for Numedan. That's going to be, what? Yeah, 12 sheep to 21. So Scatterbrained winning in that department. And it looks like he's already moving a villager up. This should be for a dock drop. A dock drop that is intended for the enemy side of the map. Interesting choice there. Yeah, so we've seen a mixture of people just ignoring water, coming out quite quickly and getting punished. That's another reason why most people have been going Mongols, is the logic is as Mongols, they can't come out and dock because you come and burn it. But look at this! Yeah, he needs to get the wolf away from him big time here. Because if the villager shows up quick enough and the wolf has done damage, you'll die to shivs. Instead, he's going to get munched on. Now, the funny part is if you actually start stepping, if you see straight away and shoot with the bow, you could actually just force Numedan away. The problem is going to be the Khan. If the Khan comes back with that maneuver speed arrow, you're dead. You've got to be kidding me. Neighbors! Oh, God. Yeah, he cancels it. The short bow shots are already coming out. Now, Scatterbrain, no. You need to build this. You can't mess around. Scatterbrain? It's not an exaggeration to say this could get him killed. He needs to make sure the Khan is being pursued by the scout always. It's really important right now. He sees him. Scatterbrain is still attacking the villager. Like, this is the moment. Just attack the Khan. No, he's just going to go for the dock rush now. Both of them are. Which means both of them should end up losing the villagers. This is kind of a wacky beginning. Remember, behind this, though, Scatterbrain already has aggressive potential with the council hall. He hasn't started pumping out of it yet, and it's probably a good thing, though, because Numidan's going to be opening with Keshiks. So dock up, go across, get that Hail Mary punt, get him. No! Okay, so dock's going up for both players. The scout will get the kill on the villager. He should, anyway. He only needs 10 more hits, guys. Just 10 more hits. So who does this play really favor? I feel like it favors Numidan. He has Uvu already giving all his stone. He hasn't spent it yet, right? He's getting Archer ship out to open with. Probably want to cancel that now that you've seen your opponent has gone Hulk. Oh, actually, no, this is better. He actually has got naval arrows at first. That's fine. That's a big advantage you get with the stone, right? Like, I feel like Scatterbrain getting stuck this close is a loss. We have got demo ship being queued, but that's going to feel pretty irrelevant in the grand scheme. And he's got the demo coming now. Scatterbrain hasn't moved away. His brains may not be the only thing about to be scattered. This Hulk is also about to be scattered. Yeah, I mean, no reaction in time, so just a waste. He's got a demo ship waiting in the stealth water, but Numidan's already following up correctly. We've got Archer ship. This is a really easy opening for Numidan to dominate with. Remember, he's still now got the potential for Keshiks on land. He's sitting on 320 stone right now. Don't think who's top 16 yet. What, Scatterbrain? No, I'd say, like, he's getting towards it, but he's definitely not there yet. I think Scatterbrain has some potential. He has some really interesting builds on water in particular. This wasn't really one of them. So Archer ship's going to just skirt around in the stealth. First longbow is coming, but it's only one. I don't think you can leave the base with it either. Okay, so what's the win conditions now? I think it's going to become pretty water heavy here. Usually you'd favor English for that area because of Admiralty. But the problem is Numidan's already put himself a boat ahead, right? Scatterbrain is already behind. The arrow slits, it's very difficult for you to test directly on the dock now. He almost built Baltoon? Yeah, but like, you know, Baltoon then almost beat Marine Lord, used Core as a human toilet. So then you got to be like, well, where's Baltoon? Would he beat Baltoon all the time? I think it's kind of the more interesting thing than using in one example of someone being someone is like if they met 10 times, what would the percentage win rate be? Is a much better way to think of like matchups, right? It's like, for example, I think I put my predictions so the rematch of B and Vortex still be 3-2, but I didn't really consider the reality, which is B tends to open with unorthodox strategies that catch you off guard more than Vortex, who tries to perfect, you know, his all-in aggressive strategy, shall we say. It's like when they rematched, it was a 3-0 because B's surprise factor had been adjusted for. So Scatterbrain does now have 5 archers. Numidan's still not gone into land at all. I think he's overplaying water now. Okay, this is like the third time he's considered stables. It is coming. And look at the stone. This is going to be double Keshik pump twice. So it's a double-double. Which is enough to get you blasted off the one drink at the bar. In this situation, it actually might just blast Scatterbrain off the map. He has at least started prepping spears, but he's done it all the way at home. Yeah, so he pretty much just ran lombos across the map to now run them back. Because you've got to make sure that your people are fit and able, you know? Like a fitness check. He probably just burned out after one game. I saw the final score. I didn't see the individual games. I mean, I'm not sure why B would necessarily burn out. Maybe a certain time of the day. He's a papa now. Alright, one's if you think Scatterbrain is going to win this, two's you think Numu is. Because prediction-wise, it was 55-45 in favor of Scatterbrain. And now that we've kind of reached past that Dark Age shenanigan, the early feudal, I'm kind of liking Numu's position a lot better. Scatterbrain has got kind of a scary army to directly fight the Keshiks, but I don't think you have to directly fight him. You can just try to hit his economy. His tree line isn't great for that, right? Like, it's actually slithering him away from safety. Even archery range now getting added in. So wait, is Numu thinking about directly contesting? I mean, Doc's going to go down, so then he should have the food to just grind his opponent down here, right? Kind of crafty. So that means that Scatterbrain is really on the clock here to rush an end state. You could try to play just pressure into the delayed castle, but it's a bit different when your opponent has fish for free this early. I don't know if you can actually hit that timing where you keep presence on the map. Like, that's kind of the crafty thing about Mongols or Mortar, right? Is like the amount of stone that you just have sitting there. It's kind of like being a Byzantine player with your mercenaries, if that makes sense. Right? At least when it's delayed play on land. You just get this big vomit of troops at a key point. So we're going to see him move over the shoreline fish. So Numidan should have more than enough food to just keep pumping now. He's going to finish securing on the water side. Looks like there was a blocker there. Well played. Actually did find the worker. But this doesn't mean that Scatterbrain is now winning water, right? Like, he's going to get shut off now. Did you just suggest that someone goes Pro Scouts on my maps? How dare you? Nah, Pro Scouts is kind of rough on this map. There's only 20 deer, so like the value point isn't really as desirable. Most of the time, one of the deer stacks is really close to your TC as well, so like you can just move out for it pretty safely. I think if you aren't going to Pro Scouts in the first few minutes, it doesn't really make much sense because, you know, you could maybe associate the risk being worth it to do delayed Pro Scouts on a wide map where there's 7 deer per stack. But on a map like this, there's not much, right? And also, at this stage, your opponent has an army, so he can threaten you. Great threat coming from Scatterbrain there, though. Finds 2 worker kills out on the trim. Numidan just seems to be a little bit slower than expected scaling army here. It looks like he was trying to go Castle Age. Yeah, only thing that's missing for Scatterbrain, boom, is Blacksmiths. Steel Dagger can just break this now. I think Numidan genuinely thought this was going to be a freebie into Castle Age. Almost like he expected Scatterbrain to back off. But, like, he can't, right? Like, you've been given full fishing. There's no way that Scatterbrain can go for greed. He has to go for the kill. Numu now have to shift everything to the north side. My worry here is, like, all of your economy is away from the base in one location. It's a risk for Scatterbrain to rotate around normally, but when the military advantage is this big, a lot of that risk is offset. These numbers aren't true. Remember, right now, Numu has got 9 of his 27 military pop on water. Right? A third of his army is a lie here. Give me a hard hold. Steel Dagger is on the way. Numidan has at least got Undermesh coming, and he will have it sooner. But Numu is blind to this. Scatterbrain found the perfect position. And remember, he's nowhere near Yam either. Keshiks are going to try to commit in. There's not many spearmen here, though. Wait, where are the rest of the spears? Oh, no, they didn't join him. This can actually still work. With the Undermesh already in, the Steel Dagger not there. The Keshiks take no damage. Scatterbrained. He needs to get as many worker kills as he can because he's about to be out of military. Unbelievable. The difference in timing there was huge. Undermesh just making it an even fight for Numu at the beginning. And then the lack of Steel Dagger, you know, quick enough, guaranteeing that the Keshiks just didn't care. Oh, man. I can't believe that. That was a difference of moments, right? Like, I mean, Numu, I thought he was done for in that very moment, but It looks like Scatbrain, he had that classic English brain issue where you just don't have all the units rotating around the back. He had 2 extra spears just sitting here. He also pinched himself against the side of the map, right? Like, he couldn't move away. Usually the whole idea is you want to start a step away, poke, 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 keep your spears out of range of archers. He didn't have the room to do that. Now some mop-up. Scatbrain has started to stockpile resources, but remember, Numidan was doing that all along. Wasn't he investing some towers by the fish? I think he just kind of forgot about it, right? Like, he was clearly struggling on wood to scale the archers he wanted. And, like, what was the difference there, chat? What we were talking about? So it was, I believe, Scatbrain was missing... He went under Mesh Pro, and then I think he had it 20 seconds sooner than English Steeled Arrow, right? Which meant that you couldn't do anything with these Keshaks. With no room to finesse, like, you know... The reality play here is, like, Numu probably sacrificed the outpost to get cleaner timings around the blacksmith decks, theoretically. Because obviously food, there's loads of that, but, like, you know, you can't recalibrate your eco easily, shall we say, in that all that food is coming from the fishing. So while I would say, like, Numidan maybe could have been a bit cleaner, he was very clearly holding a lot of resources unnecessarily. Still works. Scatbrain's going to be kicking himself now, man. I do wonder if rotating north side would have been better there, but I get his concern. Like, if he doesn't rotate south, Numidan just goes from here to here. So he has to go through the south side. But you see the classic issue with the English. They're terrible at rotating to the back of the base. The reason why this Civ just wasn't really seen at all until the 2TC meta. Because the English longbow rush was so spawn dependent, it just didn't feel like a reliable way for you to play. Didn't know Numidan was a Mongol enjoyer? Oh, buddy. Really? So I still remember in the Rebel Wolo Legacy qualifier runs, he had this insane game against, I believe it was Cal, it was Mongol versus Malians, where he went multi-TC mass trade on Basin. And it's still one of the most memorable games I've ever seen in Numidan. Numu now looking to push for that force. Check this, double veterancy on the way. He did go up with the Kurotai, right? No, step readout. Okay, so that's fine here, I think. Like, Kurotai would have been nice, but the reality is, like, your army isn't an insane kill point. Interesting choice to trade out with the feudal lombos, but I guess he just wants the space. So we'll better push him away. Gold gathering now underway. Does need to pack the girl up and move it away, though. I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to rush Praetan here. So things for Scatbrain, now that there are veteran Keshiks, his only option to go back home and hide until he's in castle. Should Scatbrain have gone for Abbey of the Kings? No, because if he went Abbey of Kings, he wouldn't have had the aggro timing of Lombos. And also, this is like the worst Civ to probably try that play against on a water map. The reason is that if you go Abbey of Kings against Mongols, they're going to have all the villages underneath the TC with the gold too close, right? So I don't think the council play was wrong. I think he just got sucker punched on the water. I'm not even sure he should have necessarily fought for the water. It felt a bit odd. Usually that type of play he made, especially when you delay it, you make it with 2 villages. Because 2 villages with short bows can easily kill off like an enemy villager coming, right? Are these players ranked approximately the same? I'd say skill level wise at the moment, maybe kind of comparative. Scatbrain has been a more consistent. Numidan has been missing for a bit. But like if you talk about the peaks, Numidan's definitely had a higher peak. So it looks like we are going to have a hunker down moment coming in. You know how it is with English. It's never over until it's over, because I'm going to build a gazillion farms and just wall myself in. Deep breaths. One day, this Civ won't exist in this way. For now, it will continue to. Numu. Is there a world in which he rushes Imperial here? And no, Numu cannot go sea trade. Reminder, guys, these are land trade posts. But funny thing is, if you trade from your corner to this, you generate, I think it's like 79 gold each way. It's really, really good. Oh, wow. Dude, he's fully freaked out. All right, this is Numu in the driving seat, man. Going white tower here is kind of a death sentence. You're not going to die to a dive, sure, granted. But Numidan now just has the map, right? He's already prepping the monks. He's heading out with them now to pick up relics. In fact, the shaman is already moving towards the ones closest to the English base. Fun thing if a land trade post is close enough. Oh, yes, I know, but this is definitely not close enough. You're talking about when they're like here. So, for example, I think was it Water Drake that had that unintentionally? Actually, I think Water Drake had the opposite issue where they were coastal trade posts, but they were embedded too much in the land, if I remember correctly. Just my underhand way of flaming Cow's map design. It keeps feeling like Numidan is going Karganet. Like, he's holding so much food and gold in reserve, but it's because he wants to see what Scatterbrained is doing. Bit of a peaceful game. Don't rate Numidan not getting Wheelbarrow. Yam kind of is a forgiver for no Wheelbarrow. That's why you can usually get away with it for a long time. Siege Engineering coming in from Nimu. It is the improved. Okay. When was the last time you guys actually saw Siege Engineering improved get used? Because it's been a hot second for me. It's crazy to think that this tech used to be in every single Mongol game. But for like the last year or so, it's rarely ever been seen. Cool idea though. It's going to give him access to mangoes, which against this many Lombos could be worth it. In tournament or ladder? In tournament. Like, I'm guessing people are trying a ladder, but like it never ever gets built in tournament. Definitely not since the rework to Siege. Used to be at least justifiable for anti-Siege play, right? Like, actually made Mongols incredibly oppressive for that detail. Alright, guys. Press 4 if you think we're going to be seeing Imperial before a big fight. 5 if this ends in Castle. I'm getting this funny feeling everyone's just going Imperial. This is not a big fight. Don't you dare. Don't you dare call this a big fight. It's going to be a worth exchange there, though. Wait, what? What are you doing? What was that? What was... Did you just activate intimidation stare? Man, we just keep really stockpiling the list of reasons why Keshiks suck, don't we? We have Deerstone moving up. Numidan is actually trying to posture for a fight. I mean, in fairness, if this goes Imperial, he's not favored, right? Not without a big edge. Then again, like, he does have a big edge, right? He's going to have 4 relics. Actually, make it 5, because the other one's safe in his corner. He's got fishing. He can afford to let this go a deeper age. Scatterbrain can't. So I think Numidan has just done this so that he has the mobility if the fight does occur. One's if I'm going to die of old age before England commits to the fight. Yeah, thanks, guys. Guess I am getting old. Okay, kind of worth. I mean, he should have another monk, right? Yeah, so he's got the other shaman nearby. And now the 5th can just be yoinked away. This is very, very slow approach. I mean, Scatterbrain put himself in this position, right? Like, it's weird, because Numidan should have to attack. I don't know if he saw that it's white tile. He must have scouted it. There's no way you play this defensive if it's King's Palace, right? Because if it's King's Palace... Okay, yeah, he might still think it's King's Palace. He's going to DC. So like, everything Numidan is doing is in anticipation of an eco boom from English. But we can see what it really is. And this should confirm it for Numu. He's about to get hit by the White Tower, at which stage he'd be like, wait, what? And then also he sees the stone outcropping, has no stone gathered from it. So at this stage, confidence has to be surging. There is a very, very tiny window where, like, this position could favor Scatterbrain, but that's now disappeared. Like, militarily, neck and neck. But we've got Mangoes now getting added in. They are summoning them from the ground. They are whispering the tree folk dance. And also, Scatterbrain's entire army is pretty much Longbow. Like, this guy, I think Scatterbrain has gone a little bit too English about this. It's like me in a historical argument with French just keep referencing Agincourt. There's too much yelling of longbows here. "50 longbows will one-shot anything?" Oh, there we go then. Hey, that's like my logic. If I ever, me and my friends ever have to fight Shroud in the lobby, like, we'll ignore the other 5 teammates that he has, but we'll kill Shroud. Oi, oi, oi. Yam also just makes this tricky to try and kite. Sacred sites have now been locked in, but doesn't really feel very secure for Scatterbrain. Custom mapmaker should add muddy terrain. What would that even do? You know what I was thinking? I almost want to have, like, a biome randomer that has to be triggered at the start of each series. So we get different looking sets. I'm going to laugh when people random biome snow. I wish there was a way to, like, enforce random bioming, actually. Kind of weird, because it's not an option in lobby at all, right? So traction traps are here. Really important to remove that attack speed aura. Walls are going up. This will take a very long time. What does Scatterbrain see his win condition as with this play? I mean, he knows he lost the relic race, 100%. Like, weirdly enough, Numadon actually hasn't taken the easiest relic so far. Even without it, though. Fishing, now 2TC. Military Academy is going to be coming in, so trying to get that meat grinder going, but he's already behind in the food department as well. Yeah, but, like, the issue... Okay, so I'm going to just bluntly say the issue with, like, snow biome is more an engine issue that they should just resolve so we can use it. That's just a failure to buy him. Just buy him, bro. Just longbow, bro. Is this enough? 2 mangoes down. Armor arrow has been used. Scatterbrain, I just don't see this being enough meat to keep the mass going. He has to run away. Attack speed aura has been lost. He doesn't want to fight anymore. And remember, for Numadon, the goal isn't just to, like, win the fight. If you just draw the fight, you're gradually winning. Numu needs to make sure he's not fighting in that aura. That fight went a lot better for Scatterbrain than it had any right doing so. Still got a new wave of men at arms. He even built the Ford Raxes to keep the pump going. Numadon discovering the hard way that mangoes aren't as good as they once were. Crossbow count also just not looking that competitive anymore for Numadon. I mean, the longbow count is weirdly enough kind of carrying this. I don't know how that's really happening here, but they are. Oh my god. We've got siege workshops now added in so we can get more mangoes out. Ah, yes. The classic counter to longbowman. Buildings. And we do have a Sprune replacement, right? Like, actually, I think the Sprune replacement might save him here. Or not. Did he not cancel that? He's not canceling the mangoes. What is this game? Surely there's no way. Numadon had an insane lead just 2 minutes ago. They're now neck and neck on economy. Scatterbrain's army is the same size. He has a sacred site timer down to 6 minutes, and he's gathering stone for a keep drop. This is getting ridiculous. Just stop building mangoes at this stage. Start building bio. Well, looks like the outpost is eventually going to go down. I think the outpost is actually the only reason Numadon's still alive here. The amount of Sprune shots that came out of that thing may have just saved him. I don't know for how long. I cannot believe that fight. The new outpost is coming up, so it's extending the aura. At this stage, just get a keep drop. Right, you've walled the north side, now just keep drop the center. And that should just be kind of a GG state at that stage. The way that Numidan's been building anyway. We do have more Keshiks added in, the correct call against this comp. Needs a lot of them, though. English Lombos. Still looking decent against Mangoes, it would seem. I mean, you could argue the Mangoes were a little bit too close to the front of the fight. But still, even then. There's so many of them swarming in. Numidan. Has he actually like got a fully calibrated economy? The pasture count isn't crazy. In fact, I think he only just built them. Right? So yeah, he's in desperation mode, just trying to get his food transition going. Most of it is just fishing right now. We have got the gold being gathered on the south side alongside the relic finally. However, Scatterbrain is now rotating. Okay, you know what? This is winning him the game. This is actually winning him the game. The food production is a game changer. I'd like golf clappers, man. Like, we've had so many high-level games where people just don't expand their production like this. They expand it at home, right? And it means that you win a fight, but then you don't have the troops to push again. This is a really smart gameplay from Scatterbrain. And yeah, he's definitely overfishing, right? Like, he just exhausted this down to nothing. This one's definitely going to end up getting overfished. Actually, sorry, not going to because of the long trip back. This one, I think, is just nicely balanced. So he's definitely burst fishing right now. Looks like we got a shift to the north side. Numidan needs that decap. Scatterbrain is still only 1 TC. So in theory, if you can drag it deep enough. Also, just kind of feels rough when you're doing this, right? Like you're mirroring the English comp, which you know is better as long as they have the aura. And now it being a castle, removing that aura just became substantially harder. I'm still not sure who's winning this. Logic tells you it should have been Numu, but, you know, look at how he threw away that economy lead earlier. Look at how Scatterbrain was able to exploit it. And Scatterbrain, I mean, like, if both of these guys go Imperial at the same time, Scatterbrain has all the farms necessary to be a real threat here. It's crazy, actually, that we haven't had more Keshiks, not only the fighting, but indeed for hitting the farms at the back. 3.5 minutes away now from a Scatterbrain win in game number 1. Reminder, these are a single Elim series, so Numu, in a lot of people's eyes, this will be seen as an upset. Usually expected to make it into the quarterfinals with his performances. But he'd be facing elimination in this best of 3. Mangoes, he's rescaled it. Back up to 6. The Lombos aren't attacking, though. Well, this is looking a little bit better. That was not the fight that Scatterbrain needed. Remember, last time that engagement happened, when all the Lombos dictated control, there was about 60 of them. This time, there's only 26. He has to fall back, and that means that we should be seeing a decap coming in momentarily here for Numu. Outpost aura has been removed as well, so no annoyance up here to worry about. Numu's just going to peel 1 minute arms, head on the sacred site. If he can get this decap, Imperial Age feels guaranteed. In fact, he might bait Scatterbrain in range here. The English formation's a bit off. Mangoes are going to go for the wallop. Lombos really need to count this out now. Defense arrow is going to get activated, though. And you're seeing that right. It does make it harder to try and melee down into the Mangoes. Then again, there's not enough Lombos to range them down. He's been wiped. There's no staying here anymore. It's just crossbows, and crossbows cannot counter this. Scatterbrain kind of betrayed what made it work for him in the last fight. Sacred Site timer down to 2 minutes, but there's no denying it's going to be a decap. It should be a decap at this stage. I'm impressed, man. Like, you'd think after that last fight, Numidan would basically pull the key off his keyboard to even queue up Mangonels, right? Away with the W key. But no, W for win in this situation. Crossbow count is about to be fully culled. Decap is definitely going to complete here. And all of a sudden, Numenor in a perfect position to start barreling forward here. Needs to be fast about it, though. Remember, Scatterbrain does have a lot of food per minute, so could remass. The Numu, I think the goal now is to hit him. Scatterbrain kind of looks a little bit puzzled, a little bit lost here. We do have the stables being dropped, so he is thinking about going Horseman. Makes sense, right? Your opponent exhausted a lot of his front line, just like you did. And considering Numenor looks like he's desperately in love with Imperial, you should get an opening here. The trade-off is going to be that Numenor will be up in the 4th age when you get that attack. And Scatterbrain wasn't making Horseman because he didn't have the stables prepped. Right? I don't think he was really expecting that many mangoes again. But this is the power of step readout, right? Like, step readout plus 5 relics, it gives him that amount of gold to work with. Even the castle being taken out. Okay, that's a blast from the past. You don't actually see that very often anymore. We've got a white Stupa build. Most people like to go Karganet, but in fairness, he is popped, right? And although the quality units can be really nice, he does have Deerstone to get the Khan Hunters. Outside that, things like the Roost Knights are the main thing. Nestabee's not as good anymore. So just the classic. That will give him a lot of Stone Gen to work with. Rax's stable's already being prepped around it. Another kind of weird detail, like usually we're used to seeing the pastures, right? That's the classic, is like set up for the pastures to be laid around so you never run out of food. Now this is where the whole full production that I praised could be a problem. Because I believe Numenor did go for the better raiding tech, right? No, okay, so he doesn't have Stone Bounty, but he did go... No, not even... Yeah, sorry, he did get the other bounty. So normal bounty's been researched, which means he's getting payday each time he burns a building. Right, so these Raxes, these outposts, all the lumber camps, all of it. Is just putting money in the coffin. Then arms. Did actually just distract Numenor. Pulled his whole army back. In the meantime, the horsemen are going to be diving in on the forward. Yeah, this is what I call the poor man's wing guard. We've basically got what we get from raiders, but we don't actually have the landmark. Scatterbrain is going to run to the main army. Did someone say adjustable crossbars is next? Because I think it should be next. Yeah, no, you just 100% go adjustable crossbars. He's got 10 mangonels. What was that about mangoes being underwhelming? Oh, buddy. Looks like we even have the torch tech. I mean, might as well buy everything when in Rome, right? I can't believe this game is still not over. Feels like both ways it should have been over at different points, right? Swings and roundabouts, the beauty of AoE 4, though. Nimu now massing spears. Smart choice here. The old school Chinese build. Siege and spears. I mean, Scatterbrain needs to get the age up. I'm surprised he's even posturing for a fight. I think you kind of want to be up in your opponent's face so he doesn't come out, but you can't really commit. Committing is going to get you killed. I love to see him just take this Keshiks and actually start raiding in. Like, it's actually crazy the way that Scatterbrain has built his base against Mongols. There's all this room at the back that could have been utilized, but he just built it everywhere. A good thing I'll have a box here to protect everywhere. So Numenor, he does have the adjustable crossbars coming in now. He's scudding his way through the infrastructure and getting paid for it. And looks like we got another raid attempt. Scatterbrain shuffling around the back. God, this is like the Mongol nightmare. You want to end the game, but you can't because you can't build walls. Yeah, this is maybe like so. This actually might make Mongols the worst for Mango strats. Just think about it for a second. How do you make a Mango strat work? Wall the map silly and then just push them in one direction, right? You can't wall the map. So the only way that Numenor can make this work is if he builds a crap ton of cannon emplacements to defend his base while he's not there. He's at least starting to build a few of them. Problem is, against Horseman Raids, it doesn't really wipe them out as quickly as you'd like. And credit to him, man. Scatterbrain just bought all the time he needs. He's got enclosures coming in. He's got the elite techs. All he needed to do was distract long enough to get these things in. This is ridiculous. It's actually crazy just how well this is working right now for Scatterbrain. Because we're about to have him be in his true age, right? Remember, he did get Network of Citadels before. And now it's going to be a hand cannoneer race. Now, realistically, Numenor should win that because he's got step readout, 5 relics, but never count out enclosures as the game grinds out. Numu, I mean, he has to take out this Berkshire ASAP. He's going to get a big influx of resources when he hits these farms, but like, I don't think that matters. He's got so much raid, it doesn't matter at all. Right? Like, he gets payday from this, sure. You're seeing right there. But that's not his issue. He has bank. He needs to be pushing with it. Yeah, burning farms one by one doesn't feel like it's ticking that box, though. The army tactics is on the way. That's a big improvement. He needs to get his Unitex to feel ahead now that his opponent's caught up into Imperial. And no, he skipped the stone bounty. Still surprised by this. We've got Pax Mongolico on the way, at least. So you should get the early warnings about raids. Scatterbrain going in for the engagement. Horsemen are rotating around the north side. Spears are going to peel to try and defend. The Mangos need to hit that back. Instead, they're wasting a lot of time on the men-at-arms. The crossbows are just getting entirely ignored here. And Horsemen are sneaking through. Should be able to hold this fight at the end, but it's still going to lose some of the siege in the process. However, Scatterbrain loses it all. Men-at-arms dead. The crossbows, although ignored the entire way through, will also disappear. And Numenor, he makes him take the bait. He rams it down his throat. And now he should be looking to push forward here. We've got mass outposts on the way. Cannon emplacements coming in, all of them. Couldn't Rangers just kill Mangos? Yes, they could. If they weren't busy being permanently employed in the Berkshire. He didn't go Berkshire. He didn't go Wingard, rather, remember. This is a Berkshire build. Anyone getting the feeling this could be the longest series of the week? And yeah, correct choice by Numu. Just build bombards. Traction trebuchets are... we didn't talk about them. Scatterbrain is still just trying to distract, but I think Numenor is starting to get aware of what's really happening here. This raiding is a sign of weakness. His attempts to draw him back is the only thing that's really dragging this game any deeper. So Horsemen are going to shuffle through, but remember, we've got cannon emplacements all over the place now. Numenor, okay, if you're going to sit on the crapper, at least make sure you got the cozy chair. Get the sacred sites. This is actually ridiculous. Scatterbrain is going to experience death by outpost this rate. Numenor is up to, what, 13 outposts? He's turning it into a tower defense game. Well, a tower offense game, I think, would be more appropriate here, actually. Oh, my Gideon. I still don't know who's winning this game. Like, Numenor should have won this, right? But he's playing with his food. Numenor does still have gold to work with, so can just keep the hand cannoneer pump going. He'll probably end up on Scatterbrain's gold at this rate. Berkshire isn't in range to protect that. And University calls an interesting one. Scatterbrain, he does have a uni. We just haven't seen him go for the tech. Yeah, he didn't get anything, right? Oof. No EAT, no incendiary arrows, no biology. No good old turmeric powder. I'm going to keep making that comment now. I mean, he just doesn't have the gold, right? He's trying to mass hand cannoneers, so you have to choose. Do you want to buff your men-at-arms, or do you want to build hand cannoneers? I don't know, dude. Numenor is just really slow rolling this to an extreme. You remember, like, we were talking earlier? Some people thought it was unfair to say it, but I think it's a fair point. Like, when you're talking about these upcoming players, like a Lash and Numenor level, you know, if you slow roll your opponent, you're basically offering them up potential ways of coming back into the game, right? Like, this is an example of that to the extreme. I get it. Like, he can, in theory, win long term because he has 5 relics, but, like, it is enclosures farms. There's showing English respect, and then there's just not killing them. Mango Wallop's coming in. The army should just get wiped so quickly here. Then again, this time around, remember, Scatterbrain, it's not crossbows, it's hand cannoneers. So he's starting to break through. Cannon placements are going to be waiting for him here, but he's got the bombards to start wiping those out. Numu, he may regret slow rolling this one now. He's queuing up hand cannoneers himself. But remember, Scatterbrain is going to have the attack speed aura that's going to make his better. An arms line has been thinned. If he just gets him with one strike with his mangoes, that could be curtains. But right now, it feels like he's wasting a lot of time just attacking 1 or 2 of the frontline units at a time. You think that mass Lombos would do well here? The problem is you just don't have as much wood as you'd think on this map to just keep pumping Lombos long term. Unless, of course, you know, you're the Mongols and you just keep burning and getting paid. It's also very tricky to deal with these mangoes with bombards, by the way. A bombard is going to do 50 damage, right? But a mango, like, it takes 4 hits, actually, when they have siege works. That's why he's got 4 exactly. Like, Scatterbrain was intending this to be his counterplay to the mangoes.
Yeah, definitely a very polarizing opening game here between the two. I mean, it feels inevitable that Numenor is going to win at this rate.
Because you saw what happened. Like, the hand cannoneer pump was really sick. It gave Scatterbrain a breakthrough, but being slowed down once he reaches all these outposts. And Numenor can afford quite a few cannon emplacements if he wants to. Actually, I think that would be pretty sick here, just spamming even more outposts. What an original strategy for a Mongol player. Scatterbrain. This is not enough horsemen to get anything really done here. He's just going to try to bypass, but the main fight is what matters. Not what these small group of horsemen do. Mango's moving in. The bombards are actually body blocking them right now. The trade out on the back! That's the hit. That's the wallop he needed. Reload's coming through. He's going to target it again. The village is being pulled down, but they're going to get massacred! What is Scatterbrain doing? Unbelievable! He panic repaired with what, 40 villagers? He's lucky that many got away. But they're about to die too. Mango Wallop coming in. Hey, honey, how would you like to die? All right, it took 50 minutes, but we got there. Numenor just seems to like to slow roll his way through these things. Good God. Mango late game, an absolute nightmare if you haven't got the gold to compete. This is a best of 3. It could still easily be longer than a best of 7 this week. Because we've still got 1 more game at least between these two, if not 2. And it's Baldland and Dry Arabia. Baldland, a map that has seen, on average, some of the longest game lengths we've seen. Dry Arabia, a map that is so well known that it feels like late game can all but be guaranteed. But at least game 1 will be a win for the Swede. Yeah, at this point, Scatterbrain is just kind of processing the loss, right? He's like, well, I mean, Numenor hasn't killed me before. maybe he won't kill me again. I think at this stage, the mangoes and the bombards are too close. God, the amount of resources you get from killing anything as a Civ. Definitely an interesting way to begin this series. And we kind of hit on that. Like, this might be the longest game we've had on this map so far. I think before it was the Myriad one that went really, really deep. Just got Barkshire griefing over here. Wait, Newman just finished the time. I dread to think how many outposts actually haven't been finished in his empire here. These ones are at least up. There's so many incomplete towers on this map. I thought if there was one thing that Mongols would be optimal at is building towers, but then I watched this game. Finally, it is done. Numadon will take the first this series. Plays the psychological game. I think psychotic game might be more appropriate after that one. Good lord. All right, so game one for Numu. Oh dear, dear. I think after this one, we'll likely do the Myriad Demo series. Oh, jeez Louise. All right. Game two. It's Rus Byzantines. Hasn't this looked okay for Biz the more it's been played out? I don't know. At first I thought it was really Rus heavy, but it's looked a little bit better for Biz, I think, in the last week or two. I could run 1.5 ads now for you guys, so you don't have to worry about them when we're in game, okay? And then we'll pay out on game one. And we'll do predickies for game two. Oh, dude. You got to chuckle about this type of series, to be honest. You know, when Numu first came back, I was like, oh, I've missed this guy. And then, like, we're getting to his classic, I like late and long games. I'm like, oh, boy. Game never feels good once crossbars get researched. Oh, no. It does. It feels really good for one person. Maybe they feel a little bit dirty, but it's like that, you know, that type of dirty where you're like, I'll still do it again. It's like when you give your butt a nice spank in the moment, you're like, yeah. And then, like, you should feel bad, but then you do it again, right? Just to flaunt it. It's like that type of feeling. Is that too specific? Let's move on. Oh, good idea. Let's hydrate. What, Myriad, you never done that? Just give yourself a little Asda price spank, you know? Asda price. Guys, don't make it weird. Woof. A lot of points in on Scatterbrained. I think this has been... I'm pretty sure Roos is, like, historically his most cozy pick. You know, after that game one, I feel like for the predictions, I should have just put times that you think for the game to end, because I don't know how long this series could end up being. We've got Tri-Arabia. Numadon with the Byzantines. Scatterbrained is taken to the Rus. Oh, that's a defensive spawn for Rus, if I've ever seen one. Good lord. Okay, he's going to have a very cushy fast castle build here. Interesting placement on the hunting cabin, actually. I'm a little bit confused why he didn't just build it here instead. Then you get the high trade house even better and deeper. It's always weird when I see players do this, but yeah, overall a really nice spawn. Double deer close by. Can Byzantines block you quick enough is now what I'm wondering on this map. Curious also to see if Scatterbrained has been scrimming with the other 3D clan members. It's going to be very telling if he goes for the free scout build. Free scout build really has been B's bread and butter. He's been the biggest believer in it in the current meta. The whole idea is that if you know where your opponent's scout is, you can block him out. But right now, Scatterbrain, I don't think he saw the enemy scout. I have to see where he wants to rally. Okay, so he's going to go through the cutoff. So this could actually be the free scouter. Roos versus, Horse Archer versus Cataphract. I've been wondering about that build, and I'm just not sure that Cataphract can do much against Horse Archers, you know? I'm not entirely sold that Horse Archers care. Because, like, the alternative intensity to fighting is that you raid each other. And it's like, what's going to raid better, a Cataphract or a Horse Archer? And, you know, if you're stationary, sure, Cataphract's going to be great, but when are you not going to be running away from a Cataphract? And this is the cutoff we were talking about. He should be able to... Okay, he definitely should see him. So now you just know to beeline to the back corner. And he's actually just done this with 2 scouts. Yeah, Numenor actually, I think, got away with a little bit of a wider rotation that can usually get cut off by triple scout opener. The weird part is, despite the fact he went for a wider rotation, his sheep haul is terrible. 7 sheep. Meanwhile, on the other side, with just 2 scouts, Scatterbrain is currently at 15. And if he just checks his back corner, he can make it more. Wait, really? Okay, really, really good start for Scatterbrain. There's maybe, what, 4 sheep left on the map? Maybe? I don't see any. Okay, yeah, there's 2 sheep max left on the map. Just thinking as well ahead, like, B versus Starflock. Let's say B wins that. Like, whose playstyle works better? If Starflock wins it as well. I think if Starflock wins, and let's say Numenor wins here, that's a better chance for Starflock. If it's B versus Numenor, I'd probably favor B there. And I'm not saying that from like, oh yeah, obviously KP, this player has bigger accomplishments. I mean playstyle wise. There's an interesting kind of difference between those two. Scatterbrain, I'm not sure. I feel like I haven't seen enough of Scatterbrain fleshed out yet to see where he really thrives. I think he has reasonable, like, solid core mechanics, right? He's a rising player in that regard. I haven't seen him necessarily eke out his own identity yet as a player, though. Fast Castle Horse Archers? Yeah, I mean, well, it's almost like we need to nerf it or buff something else already. Takes a lot off the 3D players, similar unorthodox. The thing is, like, Scatterbrain, I get what you mean by unorthodox, but I feel like a lot of the games I've watched, he's probably the least chaotic compared to, like, Anatan the Cat, right? There's some layers where you can see that he's part of the 3D clan, but I think he plays a lot more sensible as well. Where I think Scatterbrain gets quite creative and a bit chaotic is actually water maps, right? I've seen that multiple times. Take out complete. We have got Limitane that are going to be pumped here. This means we're going to get Javelins as well. Javelin's really nice against Horse Archers. If he can get in and just shoehorn this tree line, it can be really frustrating for Scatterbrain to do anything. What Scatterbrain wants to be doing is rushing a Wooden Fortress here to block any sort of intrusion. Pro Scouts is already going to be on the way. One thing that Scatterbrain could be doing right now is shoving his home deer in. He hasn't bothered to do that. A little bit dangerous, actually, because what that means is that Numenor could block your first deer grab. Right? If he rushes on the olive oil, he can get that first group of javelins and move in time to be camping you. People get mad at Resource Archers the same feeling okay at H3 Men Arms Inks Longbows. I'm sorry, what? There's no way you're comparing those things. They're very different. When was the last time you watched an H3 player just say, I'm not going to touch the map and rush castle and build Men at Arms? Also, English Longbows, like, dude. Horse Archers can end a game much easier than H3 Men at Arms in English Longbows. Because, like, while they won't emphatically end the game in one move, they'll give you such a big lead off of raiding that you should just be able to drive the ship from there, right? Scatterbrain going to be dragging the first back. Limitane already moved across. Numenor not quite able to stop it, though. Yeah, I thought we'd maybe see Limitane pumped a little bit quicker than this. What was the gap? What is that? So Numenor is using all of his buildings as scouting tools here. That's kind of cool. You know, wrong game if you want to build a wall of them, right? But they will at least provide vision. Scattering actually adding in not just archers, but knights as well is a little bit surprising. I wonder what his thought process is here. Like, surely you should be able to get enough deer back home before anything the Byzantines do will block you. And then if you go fast castle, like, you can just play wide flanks with horse archers. You don't have to necessarily address this. You just contain your opponent and then go relics. So, cool to see a different approach. Not sure if it's beneficial per se. Because I think from here, you know, Numu, he could actually bypass you into castle pretty easily. Maybe his attempt is to try and get his opponent to overinvest. Right? It's like, oh, you see knight, now you build up to 10 to 12 the Matane. That's a really big investment. And it guarantees that you just get castle for free. Looks like that might be what we're getting here, actually. The arguments about horse archers in my chat. I mean, a big part of, like, the horse archers, just any, like, type of unit like that in general, comes from, let's be totally real, it's the classic animation issue, if we're being totally real. I think that's what's making them so controversial right now. Like, we live in a system that has a gray zone area of what is or isn't anim canceling. And until that gets fixed, we can't even begin to measure what's really broken or not, right? From a statistical standpoint. Because we're just left with a mechanic not functioning correctly. Coming in on the hunt cabins here. I mean, it's weird. I feel like Scatterbrain could have already been teching up. This side investment hasn't really changed much about the game right now. Beneficially, at least. Debatable. Right? The knight has not really been able to do any raid damage. Numenor, I don't feel like he was necessarily going to build less spearmen in than this anyway to try and block the pro scouts. And the high trade house is coming in, but that is an overly defensive high trade house. So in reaction to the fact that javelins were just here, he doesn't know that they left. He could have built it here, got a lot more gold. Get your guesses in on how much this one is going to yield. And yeah, a lot of like the timings have been nerfed in the last year. So I know it's talk about like English King, Imagine Desert Race has been talked about as well. A lot of those type of plays got nerfed by just delaying the arrival of those units. So if we just delay Horse Archer play for the first 2 minutes of cast, no. Nimu's going all in. Did he just cancel that? No, he actually did commit to it. We've got Siege Engineering. So he's going to be Kara siphoning up. Cool idea if it wasn't for the fact that Scatterbrain just built Men-at-Arms. If this was just Horse Archers, I think actually the Kara Siphon's pretty cool. But now that he sees the Raxes, it kind of complicates matters. Javelin's going to be building up the Kara Siphon anyway. He'll start torching through this. But it's double Rax production. He's even got the archery ranges if he chooses as well. In the meantime, he's just going to be gathering out on the risky berries here. He needs to get as much pump as he can going. Very intriguing way to approach this from Nimu. By now, usually a Byzantine player is like slowing down, thinking about castle, but this guy is relentless. More spears on the way. So blocker on one of the Raxes here. Kara Siphon needs to move in for the secondary. Scatterbrain doesn't look very safe right now. He's adding full melee against just melee blob and Jav support, right? And I kind of get it right. You can't build ranged against Jav, but at the same time, with the amount of Limitai and Numenon's building, like he can easily contest just a few Men-at-Arms. I mean, hell, after this, just hit the house, right? You know Scatterbrain is really fine art in his timing here. Men-at-Arms trickling in. Limitai are going to appeal to deal with the Knight. Now, it's only a feudal Knight, so the Kara Siphon should be fine here. Javelins do need to peel away. Rax is going to go down. Numenor is starting to stockpile resources behind this. Javelin's going to be sniping in. We'll be able to find a worker. Knight does go down. He might even be able to get the house here. Starting to back up a little bit. It looks like Numidan has got to fall back from the position. Actually got, I'd say, more value than you would have expected, right? Got to kill the Knights, whittled down the men-at-arms count, killed a worker, and also took out some important infrastructure. And Numu, maybe the goal at this stage in his mind is he's forced a commitment into something that Scatterbrain doesn't want to be doing, which is massing men-at-arms into Byzantines. Feels like it's usually tricky to find that timing, right? Because of how quickly they can scale the counters with things like the Varangian, as well as timing with production on crossbows. Golden Horn Tower is on the way. May need to think about just poking again. He has got more jabs. This would be a good time for Numidan to maybe turn around. Yeah, because Limitane will win this fight now, right? Like, his jabs is good enough. Weirdly enough, he's not committing it, though. Alright, one's if you think Scatterbrain is getting us a game free. Two's if you think this was enough to get Numidan the 2-0. Keep in mind, there's still probably 30 minutes left of this game. I mean, I say that as a joke, but Scatterbrain needs to stop trickling troops here. This is really, really wasteful. He's got 10 men-at-arms queued up, but you can see what he's doing. He's desperately rolling the timing because he wants to try and stop the tech up. But this is the difference between Byzantines and any other civ in the game, right? Like, the extra units are coming as a quality unit off of the mercenary pump, right? So just got this extra military inflation compared to what most civs would have while getting castle edge. Scatterbrain is at least now playing for relics. Numidan should be looking to mirror that straight away. It would be to his benefit here, but there's probably paranoia setting in. He knows it's men-at-arms. He's expecting more men-at-arms. He hasn't been able to address it yet. I wonder if we're actually going to get archer rangers added in. Level 3 assistant is at least online. And there's so much to know on these scouts. That's the final one. So he actually butchered quite a lot of these scouts attempting to drag the deer away. Admittedly, he did get a decent amount already, right? Scatterbrain got his own 2 packs, part of that third. Didn't get the 4th, though. Is it just me, or is Numu using some animation cancel? I don't think he is. Well, you're talking like the javelins? He's shooting and then running away. Which is usually pretty fine. Don't need a problem if he was doing something like an interaction where he would shoot, run away, shoot again too quickly. Right, which I'm not even sure. Can jabs do that? I haven't tested that. It's mainly the ranged cavalry that have that issue. I was talking to Hussein about this, actually. It's quite interesting. There is one type of ranged cavalry that cannot animation cancel. Do you know that, guys? Do you know which ranged cav that is? One type that is unable to. All the others, like, they can animation cancel and Gatling gun you. But there's one that no matter what you try to do, it has the correct attack speed. It's the Ottoman's cav archers. Because they have the double strike. So it seems like any unit that has double strike or like burst attacks can't animation cancel. It's like Zhu can't, for example. Scatterbrain. We're going to get offensive here, but feels like it's been too long of a wait. Numidan already has crossbows on the way. What? Okay, so he's got 2 TC. There's no way you now rush Imperial Age. He needs to build something, though. I mean, at this stage, surely Horseman makes a lot of sense, no? I guess you can't justify that long-term until you have farms, though. It might be the concern. He is, however, playing ball. So it does have a decent amount of food to pound with. That was a dramatic... Ugh. That reminded me of like Scott Pilgrim type deaths when you like uppercut, knock them out, and they go flying and then like thump to the ground. I wonder if he's aware of the 2TC play. It's kind of crazy that Scatterbrain hasn't made a switch up yet. Mangoes as a choice is intriguing. So this tells you he doesn't want to come out. He's going to camp. He's saying to Numidan, if you want to end the game, you have to come into me. Which was basically how he played last time as well. Wait, hold on a sec. The game quality is poor after watching yesterday's games. If you're suggesting that there have not been games in the EGC tournament so far, which have been left very questionable, I don't think you've watched every day. Can happen to anyone. I think Numenor is way too cozy with the idea of dragging games, for sure. This one's a little bit different, because it's like, Roos is a bit polarizing in these timings. He tried for this all-in aggressive play and then had to fall back, right? Things fell off. So that is showing a little bit, maybe too much respect. So we have got a push coming in finally. He does see the Mango. A little bit tricky because Rangin died to Mangoes quicker than standard men at arms. Why are you guys this deep? We have got Sprinkles on the way. Okay, yeah. He's definitely been practicing with the 3D boys. And Javelins can poke that down fairly well. Not as broken as they used to, right? They don't get bonus damage against it anymore. Repair Crew is going to be coming out. Saint Splitting is going to be there. So actually a really good fight for Scatterbrain right now to defend. As long as the Mango can get some good hits out. And Numenor, I love the way he's staggered everything here. Crossbows and Javelins, just not a prime target. There's one location here that would be good. And Numu doesn't move from it. New wave of Rangin's coming in. I can't help but feel that Scatterbrain is just dead to this. Look at the military pump. Hold your horses. Second Mango did just come in. If Scatterbrain can just hold with these Mangoes, we still have a game. And it looks like it's going to be good enough. Numenor, he's got a Congo line coming. Like, realistically, although he's up by, what, 30 military, the reality is 20 plus of that is not in the engagement. The Scatterbrain will get a state of execution. Say that. One of the Mangoes is at least going to go down. Oh, and the high trade house, by the way, is 128 gold. That's right. Even when it looks trash, it's okay. Camels, though, they get the double damage. Nice free rotation in here. Might even be able to get the sprint as well. Okay, that was kind of beautiful RNG at work, right? The Golden Horn Tower. He's even going to find the other Mango. Villager's now being pulled in desperation. Should just about be able to keep it alive here. It's going to come at a pretty penny, though, because Numenor is not letting go of this. He needs to finish off that camel. The other one's going to come in now. More villagers are being pulled. This is getting ridiculous. The amount of worship on this one Mango right now. 17 villagers trying to keep it alive. The crazy part is if Numenor just attacked the villagers at this moment, he could get the kill. Scatterbrain. Come on. Oh my God. Clearly, that mangonel called Numenor's mum fat. That's all I can think to this. That was ridiculous. The amount of effort exerted to try and even get that one Mango kill has somehow now kept Scatterbrain alive in a game where he should realistically just be dead. And like, you've got to ask, was it necessary to target the Mango the whole time? Right? Like, he had maybe 10 ranged units left in the battle at that point. And they were split up. At that stage, the Mango isn't really changing much of the outcome by attacking. It's just changing the outcome by existing. The villagers, however, feel like they're forever. Scatterbrain has got enough men-at-arms to hold for the time being, but the crossbow count just big enough to be scary here. The sprills are inflating in count, though. Javelins are going to snipe him out. Beautiful micro there from Numu. You see how good these units can actually be for this, and the villagers are pulled again. Okay, I can't help but feel like diving into the base at this stage is hurting Numu more than it's helping him. I don't get it, guys. Javelins counter range units. Oh. Yeah, reminder, these units used to have the range tag, which meant that Springles used to actually get counted accidentally by Javelins. They fixed that now. So you don't just get counted like you used to. But the reason why Javs are still pretty decent is low health and only 60% ranged armor means that Javelins with high base damage does register quite well. Oh my God. What a weird, wonderful series. So what's Scatterbrain's plan now? We've got quite a lot of Springles. Does he look for Imperial? Because here's what I'm thinking, guys. That's a lot of Springles. You know what'd be nice? If they cost 20% less. Why do we... Wait, what? We've got Exploratorious Horseman switch, which is kind of smart, right? Like, it's not just about the Springles. The kind of part that makes it really smart is you can then go for the worker kills at the same time and kill them faster. He needs to hold his horses a little bit, though. This might be jumping the gun. He's going to march in. Kind of just rippling them in one by one. Like, Springles aren't really meant to counter horsemen. When you do this, they do. Camels are the MVP goats. So you will just mop up the mangoes. These fights. Ah, there's the big problem, though. We heard you like mangoes. Unfortunately, Numidan forgot to fortify the tower. Would have actually changed everything about this push. Numidan needs to wait. Like, going in with 8 to 10 horsemen is killing him. You want to be up to 20. 20 is really good here. That should be enough to surround, kill the Springles. And why that's important is that when you do that, when you come around all sides, the Springles aren't actually getting maximum pen anymore. They're terrible. But right now, look at what's happening. When you attack from the same side as your ranged army, you're pretty much just allowing your opponent to hit 3 to 4 targets at once. This almost feels like the silliest Springle strat to be winning with so far. Like, we've seen things that are kind of crazy, looking really good, like elephants plus Springles. But a small group of men-at-arms into now spearmen Springles is kind of crazy. Remember, behind this Skybrain is 2 TC, Numidan is 1. So, like, he can't afford to get bogged down like this. Horseman. Oh, gonna actually shuffle around the back. This is looking a little bit better for Numu. Yeah, those 3 horsemen dragged all the spearmen away. It's just gonna mop up most of the crowd here. Oh my god, he's running into the horsemen. We may have an overextension Skybrain. Now in kind of a problem central moment here. Rangin Pump is still coming, but he doesn't have the Sprills anymore to answer that. Okay, that was kind of vile. Numidan, I can't believe that small group of horsemen got so much work done there. But Skybrain got bait and switched, right? Like, he had, I think, maybe 10 spears in the fight. 8 of them were chasing after 2 of the horsemen. While the others just ran in freely. So Numidan does need to slow down, right? Like, you don't want to rush in here. You just got a really big win. What you want to do now is build more Springles in your opponent. It has arrived. A reminder that just a few weeks even ago, certain people were saying that Springles sucked. That they were trash. That they should never be built. And now we have this. No, Springles aren't trash. They take out the trash. Spearman. We do have raids coming in, though, so the camel riders are no longer looking to address the threat directly. I like this from Numu. The problem with Springles is, like, if you don't wall yourself in, which Scatterbrain didn't do, it's very difficult to now defend yourself at home. We're talking about 20% discount. Oh, what, in this Springles? You only get that if you get age 4, remember. You need the high armory. I mean, you say that it's ridiculous, but, like, remember that Ironbirds get that discount, a better version of the discount, right? Just by building buildings. So after all that, did he actually kill any workers? I think he killed 1. Alright, that wasn't the damage we were looking for. It's a bit tricky, because if your opponent has textiles, which he doesn't, these guys only do 15 damage each, right? It's not crazy damage. Second TC is in for Numu, though. So he's going to have to play a little bit deep in the game himself now. Would love to see more outposts with mangoes in them from Numu. Or bare minimum... Yeah, okay, he already has level 5 assistance, so just mango up. The Springle Wars begin. Oh my god, what is this game doing to us? You want to spread the Varangian wide here. I've got a funny feeling this game is going to go to Imperial Age. Sass, what are you watching and why? Look. After that mass Nesta Beast game from B, I think you can appreciate a bit of Siege. What we are watching is the Springald virus spreading. B infected Scatterbrained, and now Scatterbrained is going to infect Numidon. And now, some people in my chat watching this are going to infect pub games. This is how pandemics happen. This was moving in. I mean, there's a perfect line formation to penetrate there. Numidon is approaching. Why is Numidon making it? I mean, his opponent does have 56 spears, in fairness. Oh my god. So, at this stage, I think they're kind of worth. And it looks like he's actually pushing him out of the way to go into the economy. Rangin, a few camels going in. Scatterbrain's hesitance to fight it. Like, he's basically retreating away from his base. What? And now the Sprills, if they hit the villagers here, this is what you need. Remember last time, he got griefed by the repairs, but the pen damage is going to go hard here. Starts to back up a little bit. Just a few too many spears, but the massacre is real here. Look at the economy. Numidon now ahead by over 20. It's going to cost him a little bit in the retreat, but not enough that Scatterbrain will have an attack opportunity behind this. His army is way too small to return damage now. Unbelievable. So this is how you beat people with Springolds, right? If they're a 3D clan member, they're convinced they're OP. So when you show up to a fight and they see you have more Springolds, they then get scared and run so far away from you that they leave their villages behind for you to kill. Because that is basically what just happened here. Oh. So I think we're going to have a 2-0 victory for Numu at this stage. Scatterbrain is trying to get back into mass Springolds. I'm just not sure he's actually got the economy to scale quick enough. He's got so much gold. It's actually wood that's slowing him down now. Food as well. He's down to 400 food income a minute. He hasn't made the farm transition, unlike Numidon, who is, oh my olive oil, what? Like, you know, lube me up with oil, Papa. This is ridiculous. He's up to 35 olive generating farms already. This game is over. The Springald virus is spreading. Be warned. It may have begun in the pro lobbies, but soon it will be in a pub game near you. It may already be. Let me know if you've started to experience Springolds. Let me know if you've started to lose them. If there's no shame in it. These are conk free players and they're losing to it. Take pride that you were the first to lose to the OP Springolds. The unstoppable big archers. I think you can shoot the deer to shoot through, right? Ah, yes. The Gigakara siphon to end it all. It's like, wait, these things don't really kill buildings well. Jesus, that thing just went off like a Beyblade. It's kind of demoralizing to get out horsemen as roofs, right? It's not really aiming out horsemen, it's just two doing a lot. Mango shots are coming in, but at this stage, what have you really got left? I just can't. So next time you guys think about making Numidon play your game, be warned. He will play it, and he will win it. What makes this even more entertaining is if B beats Starflark, Numidon is now prepped and ready to become one of the Springolds. Oh no, what is happening? The forbidden technologies have been discovered. This is heresy. Alright, guys. All Gucci, though. Up next, It's Dumu time. Oh my god. What brilliant games. So, we're going to be hopping into Dumu versus Myriad. Let me get their draft ready. Got Wilderness, Rocky River, and Dry Arabia. In fact, I'm going to run a minute of ads just so I can... Oh, wait, it just stopped me, didn't it? Damn it, it just ran them. All right, I'm quickly going to update the brackets because we haven't had a chance to do so far today. Past the initial because we've been back-to-back-to-back sets. So we'll just quickly take a second. Those are the brackets as they stand. We just watched very intriguing Numadon versus Scatterbrain games that got a 2-0 victory for Numu. That means he'll be going up against B or Stuffluck. Lash versus Voldemar was 2-1. So interesting series there. Devolved into some funky shenanigans towards the end. In fact, let me just save that through now. There you go. So what we'll do now, we're going to hop into Dumu versus Myriad. Hopefully we'll be able to do that and Cat versus Kazi Johan. And then after that, we'll be able to get into the quarterfinals between the two winners of those series, okay? So let me load up the goods now. No more Byzantine nerf next patch? No, just nerf the Springolds. The rest is fine. Alright, game one is actually going to be Mongols versus Japanese. This is usually perceived as like a good matchup for Mongols. Koka can complicate things, but Ben is quite the Kura Storehouse enjoyer from what I remember. Your series has 2 remakes? Oh, Jesus. Alright, I'll keep an eye out for that, Starflark. Thank you very much. Alright, one sec, guys. What I'm going to do, I'm going to quickly turn on the heating. Bear with me one sec. Because it's getting cold. This is why I need everyone to subscribe so I can afford to pay my heating bills so I can be out in the studio casting these games for you hour after hour. Hit the subscribe. Ooh. I have been promised a wild ride in this one. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the Midweek Muster. It's Myriad versus Team Liquid's Dumu. That's right. Benny Boy, the Brit, up against the adopted Brit from Hungary. Gonna be a fun one, actually. This is in the round of 16. Winner of this will go up against either Cat or Kaiser Johan. Dumu, I know a lot of people are really looking at this and going, man, you know, Dumu's just gonna roll him. Historically, looks really good against Myriad. 1, Myriad has been improving, and 2, in fairness, Dumu, by his own admission on the weekend, hasn't been feeling very well. So he may not be on his A game, which means we could realistically see a big upset here. This is a good start to the series potentially for Myriad. Mongols on this map have looked pretty good against Japanese, especially with gold spawns like that. Look at this. Great blocker opportunity on the forward. Historically, like, Japanese have felt pretty good against Mongols since the Koka Township switch, because your Shinobi can give you presence in the feudal. Before we saw that meta, back when it used to be Kura Storehouse, Mongols were actually heavily favored. Knowing Dumu likes his Kura, though, I wouldn't be surprised if he does go for the Storehouse. Likely we should be seeing Koka simply because there is also water on this map. So with that in mind, the Shinobi boys will be making an appearance. Yeah, we're getting a lot of Mongols on this map, right? So far, without a doubt, the most pick civs here has been Mongols, Japanese, and I'd say ABBA. I have like the surging number of English picks though. I think the Council All In has some very intriguing potency. So Outpost going up. He's going to go for the blocker on the stone, but also, most importantly, the wood line that's close by. I think it would have been better, actually, to maybe got the outpost here. That would have blocked the deer, one of the more realistic wood lines, and the gold. Love this as well. This is one of the reasons why Japanese have felt good on this map. It's not just about the fact your opponent lightly wants to go water and you can shinobi rush him. It's also because you need to build houses. And by doing so, congrats, you now have a drop-off point for all this shoreline fish. It's actually kind of the biggest temptation actually for a Japanese player. Not just because of that, but also because when you get wheelbarrow, you gather from berries really quickly. And there's only 2 berries here, right? So you don't want to have to place a mill usually for that. But considering you always need more houses, just keep spamming them around. Mongols done really well in sheep though, right? 14 sheep for Ben. Meanwhile, 25 sheep for Myriad. Love the positioning of the TC as well. Just able to get as much value as possible. He's even got the Uvi in range if you want to go for like a double villager production. Obviously, it's not going to happen when you're going for a spear rush, but it would have been an option on the table. And that gold is insanely far away. Wait, am I missing something? Guys, am I blind or is Myriad missing a gold? What? Kavayu? We may need to talk a little about wilderness. What is that spawn? So guys, he should have 2 gold options. Typically you have one basically on the edge TC range, another one behind. Something went wrong here. Okay, thank you, Kayu. So, that's a big part of why we introduce new maps like this. They're not expected to be perfect for competitive play. That's not the goal. The goal is to help get them there. It's better to, have it happen in a weekly format where it doesn't plague a tournament that's 1 month long. And then instead these maps can be ready for the 1 month longest. So Deerstone is going to be coming in. Timu already has the Shinobi boys out. Yumi follow-up is pretty cool. Quite unique, but I think Japanese is kind of okay with doing this against the Mongols. Because the option is building archers slower than them, or you build Keshiks, which are just worse knights. Nice stab there as well, just taking out some of the boys. Right now, Mira's like, I've got him. There's no way he can possibly win. What a noob. Only 1 gold and he doesn't protect. Oh, so I'm meant to have a second. Oops. Yesterday was the second time it cost beat S tier tournaments in the span of a couple of months. What, a spawn? I mean, so if we're being flat out honest about it, I don't think we as a community can have our cake and eat it. You get where I'm going with this? You either want random maps because of the diverse gameplay. Oh, because of crashes. Okay. All right, I was going to say, if it's because of the random gen, like, you can't have both, right? Like, it's either random because you like the diverse gameplay and you take the risk of being bad spawns or not. In regards to crashing, I mean, sadly, until we get a reconnect function, we don't have a good solution for that, right? I really wish we would get a reconnect function. I have a fragment of hope because the pause, but I don't really because as a developer, I know how you develop those systems, and most RTSs aren't designed with the idea of reconnects in mind. Like, fundamentally, structurally, the way that most RTSs are coded, adding in post support for reconnect is a nightmare. You pretty much, at least with the way that most RTSs are coded, would have to rebuild the entire netcode system from the ground up. Reconnect would be useless after one player loses a bunch of vills and army. It depends how quickly it detects input issues, like a disconnect, right? So once again, like that's solvable, but once again, you'd have to burrow down and build it all into the system from the ground up. It's a lot of work. Take it from someone who's actually done netcode before. Like, for example, when you have a really cool game that you like playing, you're like, this game's incredible. But I wish they'd add multiplayer. But, like, they're pretty much done with development. And they promise they'll add multiplayer, but it takes them, like, a year and a half. That's because they basically had to go in and add it to all the existing systems. They had to rebuild the way they actually function. So, Yumi plus Shinobi's a new one, actually. I kind of like it, though. It's pretty cool. Usually you're expecting Shinobi plus Horseman. Just makes sense you don't want to do that, though. Your opponent already has spears, and Keshiks are just a better Horseman. If it wasn't not a Civ that had heavy cav, I think you would just be seeing Horseman plus Shinobi. You'd have to save the state information at all times to have to reconnect. Yeah, so well, we call that the buffer, right? So the whole idea of a buffer is like every time you make a move, it gets logged on the other person's side and registered. So if you'd reconnect, like when you'd reconnect, it would have to send you that buffer, which is all the data through the games. It's why a long time ago, like devs decided it wasn't a good idea, because RTS as being one of the go-to old school types of online games, at the time, the whole idea of someone having to download several hundred megabytes of data wasn't going to be a sound solution with really bad internet speeds. Keshik just really can't get a lick in here, huh? Move speed is pretty frustrating on this army. Murad, really what he needs to be looking for is, I think, a blocker on the pawns. Maybe he just rotates for the all-in timing. Like, the Keshik's thing, find the village is great. Finding the army is just tricky here, due to the mobility. Like, everything is 1.38 movement speed. They do have replays? Yeah, but... So, replays are weird. So a replay wouldn't work if that's what you're going for, because the way that replay systems work, to my knowledge in AoE4, is they register the gen, and so when you start a replay, it basically generates the map again with the seed, and then what it does as the follow-up is quite funky. It's re-simulating the moves that the players do, is my understanding of AoE4. And that's why, for example, you can speed up. But if you speed up the game, anyone with a bad PC may have noticed when you go 4 and 8x speed, it's not really 4x or 8x speed. Our PC is probably the best one for getting close to a true 8x speed. But even that's going to potentially fall a little bit shy, because what you're essentially doing is you are playing the game out at an accelerated speed. Right? It's not you watching a replay. It's not like, for example, the game has had a recording going on in the background, and now we've got all this gameplay. Let's and be at the end. So that's a really big problem. That's why, for example, you can't just on the time bar on non-capture age click deeper in. As much as I wish you could. Dimu, now switching Mounted Samurai is quite peculiar here. I mean, I guess the issue is your opponent has a lot of archers, so if you don't have some samurai, the shinobi just melt. But it kind of feels like Dimu missed his window here, which would have been Yumi bulk. He has at least been able to deny the Doc's attempts coming in, but now he's at risk of losing his own. Yeah, I'm trying to remember the last time I saw Feudal Samurai win, and I don't think I ever have. In, like, well over a year. Okay, so to the whole question, like, if they take all your inputs and again to replay it, could you not just, if someone disconnects, like, play that point? Theoretically, you could, but then you still have to run the game in a very unique format. Like, you still have to figure out a way for someone to reconnect. But, like, the other thing you have to keep in mind there is it might make sense from a competitive level. It would be hated at a casual level. Imagine if someone reconnects and then you have to wait for them to catch up to the game state. If they need to reconnect at 50 minutes, right? You see the problem? For anyone who's played something like Dota 2, they know where I'm going with this. People aren't willing to wait 5 minutes if you DC, right? Like, we've all done it. When you're in a team game and someone disconnects and there's a pause function, you're already mashing the unpause button to try and get back into the game. Even people on the team of the person that have disconnected will do this. You know what? Let's focus on the game for a sec here, because this is looking really good for Mirage right now. Dimu has some really big issues to solve for. He's trying a Yumi Mass, but Yumi Mass doesn't work unless you have substantially more than the Archer count. Right? The Keshik count is also really scary. Building Samurai into this is not great. But he knows if he builds Spears, the Archers just mop him. And you don't really want to be going Horseman, because Keshiks will easily fight that. Dives under the gold. Fortified Outpost is probably the best situation for Dimu here. He does have the Steel Tower upgrade. I think Mirai would benefit from definitely getting the Siege Engineering here. One Ram would simplify everything he's doing at this stage. He definitely has the Blacksmiths for that. Steel Tower just came in. And there's our Resident Brit. Siege Engineering now coming in. Well, I think console has good performance with similar system PCs because they have to optimize for 200 PC and 2 console systems. Actually, it's more like the other way around. The thing that holds back most technological advancements in, like, from a software and hardware perspective is that devs are actually primarily developing games around current gen consoles, believe it or not. That's also why you're seeing, for example, the new generation of graphics cards, they're focusing on AI frame rendering instead of just adding more rasterization power. So yeah, it's not actually not a case of like, you know, PC dictates developmental behavior. It's actually the other way around. And AMD's new GPU hasn't launched yet, so we can't really say. Lone Gate now coming in. So Dimu is going to try to bypass. It needs to be a Euroshire drop in the archer range and more archers being pumped, actually. I think it's just saving Grace here. If it can save him. But look at the timing. No way! Myriad comes in the perfect moment. He can deny this. Dimu has to commit now, and he knows it. He taps the hammers, but that's got a lot of villagers going down. Tech up complete. But now 12 worker deaths. And the army's still not upgraded. The Yorishiro drop did at least come in on the archery range. He put it on the back one to guarantee no burn, but the dive goes even deeper than this. Myriad is looking for scalps. Focus firing down, trying to remove the Shinobi from the engagement. Villagers now also being targeted. Love the micro. Sticks half the group in to deal with the Shinobi, sends the other ones for the villagers. That's now 18 worker deaths. And Myriad with almost a 10 eco lead, even against fishing. And still a handful of Keshiks remaining, right? The Yumi have been vetted up. Congrats, you now feel like a normal archer. Trade art still not going to be ideal for him. Myriad just simply has way too many feudal archers in here. He'll dive past the TC. He'll keep pressure on. The whole point with Yumi is they look good when they can kite, but you're just not getting the breathing room to do that here. And behind that, the Rams are already knocking down the floating gate. All right, this might be one of the most value Ram plays I've seen out of a Mongol player in a very, very long time. Double Ram is just mopping it all up. And the Yumi is non-existent as well. Keep in mind, Dimu couldn't keep scaling because he lacked the tree line to gather off of 4 additional Yumi play. This is looking like Myriad's game to win or lose at this stage. Feels like everything is up to him. He's starting to stockpile for Castle Age. He still has enough archers to kill more workers. At this point, Dimu, I think, is just processing the inevitable loss. Once the Flowing Gate goes down, you don't have a transitional play. He only got 1 Yorishiro out. He can only build 1 archer type. He can't switch into mass men-at-arms or mass knights, even if he could afford them. It's going to be slow. Denial complete. Even Sandwich is the last of the Yumi. What a sick opening game out of Myriad. I'm impressed, man. That timing was succinct. Dimu's idea for Yumi, I think, works a lot better on different maps. On a map like this, with how scarce your starting wood is, I think just massing archers is really difficult. Which is interesting because, like, for a long time, that was the most popular play in Feudal Age. Feels like it's something you have to work a lot harder to earn here. And what we've learned from this game, guys, is that Mongols are OP. As has been highlighted in chat, Myriad did not need a good starting gold. Yet he is still in complete control of this game. Did we cast Core vs Lash? Unfortunately, we had to skip it due to time constraints because we had the live series of the follow-up one. Maybe we'll have a look at it tomorrow if there's spare time to go around. Just check what the individual games are like. But I know most people are like, I already know the outcome. I don't want to see it. Dimu also felt really sick. Yeah, we already hit on that. But like, I try not to focus on that too much because I don't want to devalue that Myriad played really well here. This is a really cool execution. I feel like this map, like, you can maybe try and say, oh yeah, Dimu's sick. It could just also be Dimu wasn't necessarily prepared for the different style of this map. Because Wilderness is fairly different to anything else we have, right? I don't think there's a map that really compares directly. There are elements, fragments, things like, for example, Himiyama or Prairie for the tree lines. But then you've got like the Golden Heights type effect with the water side being so far away but being valuable. So it actually compacts a lot of different quirks from different maps into one. Tech up complete. I think at this stage, Dimu, he would need one hell of a move to make a comeback here. He's got Onimushi coming out in small quantities, but he doesn't really have the economy to flex that. In fact, at this stage, Dimu, he went Coca, right? He doesn't have food. He has to play risky out in the front, which means Keshix can just eat him up. And yes, Dimu does have food on water, but remember, it's kind of limited in how much it can generate you, as you're seeing here. It's just me, or is Dimu always sick? He's an old man. What do you expect, man? Give him a few years, he'll be in diapers. Have his own wet nurse. The full work. So push coming in, and the whites give it away. Veteran season. All of a sudden, the one advantage that Yumi maybe had in trading out doesn't exist anymore. Love the fact he's also prioritizing the wedge rivets for the dive. Step readout just gives you so much push potential behind this. I like it as well. I think Kurotai is preferable against, say, slow-moving armies. English, HRE. I mean, they've got march drills, but still. Yeah, but if you think about what Dimu is looking for here, you know, it's kiting, right? So Kurotai actually would have been quite worthless for Myriad because he'd never be able to unpack it. You'd always just see Dimu move away. So step readout's just smart for that reason because you're able to just keep pushing with a bigger army instead. Hit coming in, Dimu. He can't play this game without gold, surely. Steel Arrow 2 is on the way, but a time where it's mirrored by wedge rivets. And remember, the win condition here isn't the Keshix, it's just archers. All of a sudden, Dimu, he has what? Maybe 5 trees left to gather here? Another 6 or 8 up top. There's nothing else he can touch. So that means an unexpected beginning to this series. Myriad is going to be taking the lead against the guy who has made back-to-back grand final appearances in midweek muster. Can he clean him up in 2? Or is Dimu going to find a swell, a rise up to get back in this series? That's what we're going to be finding out. Because this one is definitely a brutal beginning for him. Yeah, this is full desperation mode. GG comes out. Let's get ready for game number 2. Alrighty then. So, 1 point on the board for good old Benny Boy. For good old Myriad, rather, not Benny. I'm so used to saying Benny Boy in these situations. Let's see where we're going to be heading next. So, draft-wise, Dimu, what we've got to work with? English, Malians, Rus. Myriad has HREs and Delhi still. That's kind of crazy. How to submit maps for next tourney? Join my Discord and bump me about them, and I can have a look and see if the maps are competitive worthy. Let's get ready. Game number 2. So going Dry Arabia. Delhi versus Rus. We've seen this matchup can just completely annihilate Rus. But like, I always like to preface that by pointing out as B, and not everyone's executing at the level B is. Oh, thank you, and good morning, Drero. Appreciate you, mate.
Hey, I just focus on trying to be the best me. Don't try to focus too much on what other people are doing. Glad so many people are enjoying the content. Always remind people, you know, if you like what you're seeing here, make sure you drop a follow. Make sure you're tuning in Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. And be sure to share it around as well. I want to keep growing this. Fingers crossed we can. It's definitely a weird time because I feel like in some ways we're trying to grow against the tide. What I mean by that is like at this point, I think a lot of people are maybe tuning out of AoE4 and waiting for the expansion. But we're trying to grow in that time. So I'm impressed with what we've been able to do so far. Fingers crossed we can still hit our eventual goal. Cough, cough. Release expansion, please. I'm like, do I get up and turn the heating off? It's a bit toasty again.
I'm kind of tempted. It's already getting toasty, but I know in about an hour it's going to get cold again. I really need to get like one that has a temperature gauge. Because those don't know, basically my studio, it used to be the garage. We converted it. All right, one sec. I'm going to turn the heating off, then we'll talk about the game. I think a lot of people come back too. Maybe it's tricky because, like, if you don't have new content, people don't care. It's a reality. A lot of people want new shiny things. Like, if you think about it, you can see it in a lot of games now. Like, newer games that try to launch, they very much struggle to retain their audience long term. People then just move on to the next thing. Like, I'm curious what Marvel Rivals, for example, is going to look like in 6 months. Like, do you guys remember Deadlock? I'm sure you remember Deadlock's launch. Have you guys had a look at how many people like watch Deadlock content now? It's crazy. Like, it just completely evaporated in terms of viewership. So it's like, it's very difficult to keep people entertained long term if you haven't got frequent changes coming in. Yeah, like, dude, I'm looking at it now. The top streamer in Deadlock has 362 viewers. Whew. Marvel Rivals is mindless gaming? Yeah, but people bloody love it. All right. Here we go. Game number 2, and it is going to be Doom on the Roos, Myriad on the Deli. You guys might remember this from the weekend. Dimu versus Mio Micah, a very polarizing game. One that looked like Mio should have won as the Deli, but ended up kind of punting it away. Dimu just solid on his defense. This matchup, however, if executed with aggression for the Deli, feels incredibly difficult for Roos to compete in. We've seen it from B multiple times. In fact, he's the scary boogeyman when it comes to this matchup. Curious if Myriad has been reviewing those games at all and taking things in mind there. A Spearman opening into a Ghazi follow-up can basically deny Roos from Pro Scouts play, especially when they get a spawn like this. We're going to hit the 2x just for the first 2 or 3 minutes of this. Golden Gate is going to be coming in. Dome of Faith on the other side. Looking at the Sacred Site spawn, it's reasonable. It's not crazy. It's nothing that like Myriad's going to have be able to exploit insanely well. Usually in this matchup, like the Roos are just looking for castle quite quickly. You can sometimes bait them into adding in a stables and 1 or 2 knights. They don't want to because, for a start, they don't touch their gold, so genning knights is hard, and that slows down the castle timing. The other awkward issue is like you don't even need a stables for scouts. Instead, you just go for this tried, true, and patented double hunting cabin opening. Rivals is just Marvel, like Overwatch with Marvel skins. Okay, so here's the thing I'd say though, like it's kind of succeeding in killing Overwatch, isn't it? If you look at the amount of content creators moving across and everything else. The interesting part to me when I think about these type of things is like, I don't know, you don't need to reinvent the wheel if you can do the wheel better for sure.
I do, by the way, think that we're kind of approaching a point where I'm hoping AAA gaming fundamentally changes.
It needs to happen. I think games as a live service has been kind of problematic for many areas. But yeah, I don't know. I've been playing a bit of Marvel Rivals and I've been enjoying it. Like, it's more chill, although it may still make you salty at times. I'm not surprised that it's taken off. Like, it's approachable, right? It's what I've like been saying about AoE4. I'd love to see a mode that's just approachable. So I think this game is, as cool as it is, it's still very daunting for new people, right? And the worry is, like, if you don't find a way of getting new people in, the older your game gets, the more daunting it becomes, the more gatekept it becomes, right? That's actually why I think RTS is the perfect example of a game genre that needs regular updates that flip the table, right? Like rebalancing civs, etc. So nice denial already from Myriad here with the Ghazi. Then we just have to run home. We've even baiting underneath the TC a little bit. We don't have the spears yet from Myriad, though, which is very surprising, actually. He's just going raw Ghazi. I mean, in some ways, I can see where he's coming from. You know your opponent's going to try to rush castle. You know he's going to go horse archers. You don't really want to build spears against horse archers. I don't think it's terrible to do so, because the reality is if horse archers want to attack back, the spearmen do gap close. And it just means that you have a more powerful wallop to deny any sort of Pro Scouts play. Speaking of which, he just got seen. Nicely done. So, at this stage, what has Ben really got out of this? 2 deer? No way. Is he really only got 2 deer out of this? No, he got more. Okay. I was a little bit worried there. No, he snatched from the other side, I guess. Wait, I'm an idiot. Well, I'm not counting right. Sorry, 1 deer stack I meant. So he's got 1 deer stack total. So 7 deer home. Not bad, right? That's actually enough to justify. That's enough to get you to castle age and be comfortable. Mira now going archers. Interesting choice here at this delayed timing. Sacred sites are being moved for, so you will at least get the free capture before the force archers come out. We have got high trade house coming in, though. Get your numbers in, folks. I think that already exists in StarCraft 2, which had co-op missions for the casuals. Yeah, and I don't know why we don't see any sort of co-op mode for AoE 4. Kind of sad. I think it could be pretty popular, actually. Especially if you create some sort of really, really painful, excruciating game modes, you know? Like, they can start easy, but can scale up. Almost like a They Are Billions type effect. I do think that PvE is just so underrated nowadays in RTSs. Everyone wants to be StarCraft, right? Which means that everyone wants to be the pinnacle of 1v1. And I don't think you need to. Like, what do you think's generating more money per year at this point? StarCraft 2 or Europa Universalis 4? I know Europa can have a PvP, but I can guarantee people don't play it for the PvP. They play it for the PvE. Majority of people, myself included. Archer range is now coming in. High trade house looks like it's going to be reasonable, actually. 134 or 133. Gazi are going to be raiding in, but it's so difficult when the Wooden Fortresses come up. Dimu could have actually went for a little bit of gold exchange to get his hands on the stone to get a castle turret. Would have minimized any losses. Instead, it looks like it's going to be, what, 2 workers going down? Mirroride is mirroring, and he's able to do so because he's got all that gold gen. So at this point, he's just kind of trashing the Ghazi to get as much as he can out of it. It's not the worst exchange. It's forcing out of time, which is inherently slowing down your opponent. Like, at this stage, Dimu only has a single archer range installed. That was probably the best value that Mirroride could have got out of the Ghazi. So good start here. Now, usually the follow-up is to look towards elephants. Not immediately, but fairly swiftly. To begin with, Mirai's probably going to want to add in a few lancers just to raid into the base again, like he just done. And yeah, he's 134. Household Landing's now going to be coming through. 1s if you think Mirai's going to win this. 2s if you think Dimu's going to take it. I think things are looking okay for Mirad right now. That eco chip damage is pretty big. Although one problem I do see is, did he actually queue pro scouts? Yeah, so he is bringing the deer home himself. It's still going to be a majority going for Dimu, but he's at least got someone to compete with, and I love the wall in. This is a perfect counter to horse archer play. It's why usually you go for the spearman, right? Because the spearman's a better blocker against the scouts, and then the follow-up value is you just go and wall in the sites. Which, I think the other reason why I prefer Ghazi spears over Ghazi archer is when you go archer, you have to gather more wood to then make this play, and wood isn't your benefit, right? Your benefit is gathering food because your berries are so quick. So by going spear and horseman, you're inflating the amount of food you use, but decreasing the amount of wood. So you see how it's really beneficial there. Well, it's all going to start being yoinked. Dimu, aware of it, is going to check. Great timing there. Yeah, smart read. He denies the walls as well, so looks like only one sacred site might get walled up here. It's only 2 relics on the way home for Mirad as well. Not exactly highly competitive timing for the Delhi. In fact, he's going to try to make it free, but obviously one is going to get denied here. We have got this relic coming in. Got a second one from the left side. Looks like he did actually dodge death over here. Dimu is hoovering relics himself, so this is looking like a pretty damn good 3-2 split for Benny Boy. Now, the follow-up play for Dimu could be to go into a group of horsemen, just anticipating your opponent's trying to play archer as a counter. Normally, like, you'd expect more Ghazi, but Merad has been kind of slow on that pump. We have got home blades on the way, but I don't think you really want to be rushing lancers to the main battle of the horse archers. We mentioned them as like a raiding force, so 2 or 3. Right now, Mirad just needs something, though. Like, his army is kind of pathetic with the amount of horse archers coming. Starting to think, like, what could they do to make horse archers feel a bit more appropriate? Because the thing is, like, horse archers, it wasn't just the pro scouts meta that brought them back in full force. You know what else done it, guys? Walling is so much harder. Look at how long this is going to take to build. Like, the amount of opportunity for horse archers to get in is kind of crazy. I think once they just fix anim cancelling, we'll probably be okay with them. Myriad has got the Tower Elephant coming, which is the perfect counter. We're going to see a switcheroo into Men-at-Arms from Dimmu. Not going to be feeling great if Myriad reads right and goes crossbows. Usually crossbows does feel better to get into, but I guess Myriad just feels a little bit budgeted, which is why he's going archers. Still not hard enough? Okay, got it. So what we should do is have a Mongol-only tournament, and then nobody can wall. Ah, there we go. This is a really big spike timing for Dimmu. Boys forward 2 just allows you to dominate a lot of these fights. For most players, I think this has been the most uncomfortable phase in the game. When the horse archer count is close to 30, and boys forward 2 comes in, it's a ridiculous surge of health, right? Like what felt like glass cannons you could trade with, all of a sudden becomes tanky gods. It's crazy that he's still got 2 sacred sites like this as well. I mean, Myriad, you gotta start wondering, like, was the Ghazi punt worth it? I still stand by it. It felt worth it, right? But the read by Dimmu was just correct. The moment those Ghazi dove, he just understood there was nothing left to defend on the map, right? Like, so this was just a great read by Ben, not necessarily a mistake by Myriad. Scholar count is still inflating. I mean, you know, a lot of people are thinking, ah, Delhi go Imperial. I don't think you can rush it here. Walls are going up from Dimmu. So reality is we're probably looking at 2 TC play behind this. Still gathering the rest of the deer up from close to home. And he's got plenty of berries inside his terrain here, right? So there's not going to be a panicked rush into farms here. There's actually a growing risk that Myriad might have to farm first, simply because he's not going to make berries remaining. Those he does are out in horse archer territory. We need a midweek mix-up to do this Rise of Khan free-for-all out of Blue Moon. What? I don't know, man. Like, I kind of feel like most people are over the free-for-all vibe. It comes around in big force once a year, and then people almost seem burnt out from it. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's my vibe. Fast coming in. Ghazi are going to try to rotate, but there's too many spearmen. Saints Blessing activates as well, so the archer is just kind of tickling the stage. The Tower Elephants are still a problem. Realistically, Myriad should be able to win a fight off the back of them, but what Dimmu's doing a great job of doing is ignoring the Tower Elephants. He's taking out everything around them here. Yeah, so congrats, Elephants survive, but everything else has to die, right? More spearmen are going to be on the way. Needs to be careful. All right, there was a horse there. Next wave of spearmen is going to be in. And this is where you just have to kite. Myriad is scaling more Tower Elephants. It is the winning play. You'd think spearmen are the counter here, but they're really not. Dimmu needs horsemen. Just might not feel like he can actually afford them. And remember, horsemen's going to feel a lot better because you played Boy's Fortitude. It's what makes it make so much sense here. CCC is in. So next step should be Dimmu looking to scale farms. Once he does that, by about like 20 minutes, you'll start seeing horsemen come out. And that's when what Myriad needs to make sure he's done is kept the Tower Elephants alive. Not like this one, be like this one. And then go into War Elephants. Right? So, you know, believe it or not, Delhi's greatest form here is elephants. A lot of elephants. Drongo threatened me to not challenge the Outback. Not really. It's just, I don't think there's as much desire for it. The problem is that the reality is, whether I like it or lump it, Age of Empires 4 is very much a 1v1 focused community. A lot of us are going to say we play team games, but the reality is, when you go and watch a stream, if your options are to watch a 1v1 between high-level players, or a 3v3 between high-level players, 8 out of 10 of you, actually, I'd say 9 out of 10 of you, are going to watch the 1v1. Just the grim reality. Because Age of Empires 4, as much as we might enjoy playing team games, it's not really a game designed around team games. Never has been. Maybe some delusion to believe it was, but really hasn't been. You can tell it wasn't from the early days by the fact that you could basically pull a player out of the game by killing the landmarks when the game first came out. Looks like Horse just have snuck out here. Myriad has started adding the farms. That has yet to be mirrored by Dimu, though. However, this is a good strike. Actually finds the stone gathering. This is key information. He knows now the keep drops are on the way. So the objective of Myriad now is to try and lock in the sacred sites, keep drop them, and scale economy from there. With this info, it means that Dimu knows to play wider. Don't want to be stuck in one location here. Just like watching a high-level FFA. Yeah, but you know what makes the high-level FFA enjoyable to watch? It's a format that works. Right? Like, the thing that made free-for-alls good to watch was ones where you're rewarded for not camping. I.e., you get points for kills, and it's a tournament format. But to do that, you need to have a lot of money to make the players even want to play. And that's before we get into the logistics issue of, like, you now have to get 8 players to turn up one time instead of 2. So many extra layers to the cake. Great raid here, by the way. Myriad still doesn't have textiles. Big no-no in this situation. Now finds himself 13 villages behind. Yeah, he's slowly getting grinded down, man. These horse archers are destroying him, and they're going to find him again. I'm starting to think Ben ain't dead yet. This is looking like a man who's found his second win is ready for game 3. It's now almost a 20 villager lead. FFAs are so random, it never feels like a display of skill. Yes, no. Like, the randomness gets minimized if you play more games, etc., etc., right? And we talked about this already, like, you know, that applies in the 1v1 formats, where if you play enough rounds, then you can get a true outcome, a true read of the results, compared to, say, playing, you know, a best of 1. So walls are up. Dimu is basically fully encapsulated. Just needs to finish the north side. And, oh. Okay, he's not fully walled. There's still an opening. Tricky part is you've got elephants. You don't really want to run all the way around. Ops mode is bad for watching team games. Even if it was good, fundamentally, the way that team games is designed is not fun for people to watch. You get what I mean? Like, the optimal strategy is usually to try to boom. Not always guaranteed. There is an aggro player. In some ways, it should feel better because there's more stuff going on. But, like, even with that more stuff going on, what that means is more clicking around the map, more looking around the map. When you move the camera too aggressively, too quickly in a game like Age of Empires 4, people get confused. Like, if I do this, and I do this, and I do this, I do this, I do this. How many of you clocked out throughout those movements? How many of you tracked all the things I was looking at? Doesn't mean you're a bad player because you didn't track everything. Just means you have realistic expectations as a spectator, right? It's like watching a fight scene, right? Sometimes it's kind of cool to have that first-person POV and back and forth between them each punching each other. It's cool for about 3 camera shots, but then you really just want to see the fight from the side. We've got a keep drop coming. Myriad, we talked about this as his win condition, right? First keep to be dropped. Other 2 are not fully secure, though. Definitely not guaranteed, but he's basically taking a punt at the hardest sacred site for him to reach right now. Turns into a game of diplomacy and side deals. Hate it. I mean, that's fundamentally always been the issue with free-for-alls in RTSs in general. They've always been that way. But it doesn't mean they can't deliver the best content. Like, guys, remember when I raided you guys through to Grubby's free-for-all tournament? With Ludwig, Tyler, all those other creators? That crap was hilarious. I know we want to have, like, esports and we want to have, like, tournaments be the pinnacle of competitive, but for spectators, a lot of them, before they even reach the point of caring about the pinnacle of competitive, they want to have the pinnacle of entertaining. So keep us up. The Dimu does have 4 mangoes and a lot of torches. And this is a fresh keep. He doesn't even have the Wi-Fi yet. Other tricky part is this mango play doesn't just count as the castle drop. It counts as the tower elephants. Myriad only has 9 Ghazi. Like, Dimu is going to be backing up here. So he doesn't want to contest it just yet. We do have farms now coming in. So first farms to actually appear. It's going to be his first cluster online. Good timing as well, because the berries are about to run dry. Blind FFA eliminates diplomacy only if you can afford to fly the players out to a LAN environment and monitor all their PCs. We do like to believe that every player would not collude. The reality is it's not the truth. I always say when you put money online, throw the idea that everyone is morally and ethically objective out the window. A perfect example of this is why low elo tournaments with cash prize pools doesn't work. Even you think like in Dota 2, I remember when people were like, let's just make a $500 prize pool tournament for Crusaders. Oh, only the Crusader ranks, the low like gold ranks will compete. Nope. Without failure, there would be a Conqueror level Smurf in those tournaments. Even when the prize pool would basically be $50 per person. You'd be shocked what people would do for a little bit of cash. Oh, yo, you'd be shocked what people would do to break through a wall. Mangoes. I'm going to be able to scare them away. I mean, that right there is the difference between roost walls and normal wood walls. It's still going to break, but it makes him hesitate about breaking through. Sacred Sites had to be recapped, by the way. There was a decap coming in. So that clock got reset long enough that Dimmu can now very comfortably look towards Imperial before breaking out. My worry is, as this goes a bit deeper, Delhi aren't necessarily favored. Myriad's adding in more TCs via the castles. Ergo, he's going to have more strain on his economy, which means less military units, which means less likelihood of Imperial Age here, right? And a guy who only right now has 21 farms. That's a big spender bender. Rather watch noob streamers memeing an FFA and pro? Exactly. It's about entertainment, right? This has like been one of the cruxes of AV4. It's why in the past I've been, I think, one of the most vocal people about finding ways of speeding up the game. It is a slow-moving game. So from like a spectating perspective, you have to find ways of keeping people engaged. That's why you have mini games. We have these talks in downtimes. Because unlike, say, Dota 2 or like Counter-Strike, there isn't this visceral consistency into big, impactful things being guaranteed to happen. Like, oh my god, he's going high armory. It's on the way. Alright, this is going to be the backbreaker. If Dimmu just immediately stockpiles for adjustable crossbars, he can wipe everything. Like, yeah, I like to believe, like, when we have these type of discussions, it makes the cast more enjoyable, per se, than me just focusing on what's happening on screen. Because, like I said, the pace of things that's happening on screen is, you know, quite often with AOV4, maybe playing it feels really intense at all times, but watching it, very relaxing, right? There's down times where you can highlight what they're changing into, but then what do you talk about? So, Myriad is starting to save up for Imperial here. Dimmu most definitely being to the punch. And look at the resources he saved. This feels as if it's inevitable for adjustable crossbars. He just needs to fix the wood. He'll open up by getting the elite infantry techs. With 6 mangoes, crossbars feels too good. Are you kidding me? He's breaking the keep, which is free. Oh, that's so cheeky. He knows Myriad must be mirroring tech up, so he can't compete. So Central Castle is going to be lost here. There's a little bit of burn through attempt, but with only 3 Ghazi, it's not going to work. Pro free-for-all should just pay everyone a flat participation remuneration and then let them have fun. That's the problem, though, is like, some people's psychotic idea of fun is adding in 20 TCs. You'd think you get the wild experience, but you don't get the wild experience you'd think. Right? It's why, like, if I'm organizing a tournament and I want to have a good show match, I want to think deep about who's going to be in that show match. Because I know there's certain players that will deliver hilarious stuff. Others will deliver snooze fests. Right? And it's so important to have the hilarious stuff because a show match doesn't fundamentally matter. Show matches became a part of broadcast essentially to create more entertainment to extend the show while you get ready for things like, you know, the grand finals. So, imp has been reached. Myriad has a problem here. Dimu's had enough time that he's got some substantial techs in. Adjustable crossbows is coming in a minute and 10 seconds. He's already got the elite techs. Meanwhile, Myriad is still got to wait a minute and a half for his own. And Dimu is not waiting around. He's trying to pop. He wants to swing it around. Marching onto the tree line. We'll be able to find a few villages. Myriad might be forced to fight before he's ready here. He's posturing. Mango upgrades are getting close. He has to know it as well. It's 40 seconds away. If he takes a slow approach to this fight, he's in trouble. This many elephants, surely he should be able to run through it. Starts to march in here. But the spearmen are going to counterattack it. The mangoes are starting to hit that back line, which is where the terror elephants already are. Double the whammy on one spot here. All elephants are dead. He's bought the time necessary. Crossbars is about to come in, 15 seconds away. Once that tech completes, everything here gets erased. The entire army will essentially be countered by mangoes. Like every single Imperial game. But this is to the extreme. He's even melee moding them. No. It just came through. This looks over. He's trying to backstab onto the mangoes now, but it's only a single elephant. Then again, it is a gunning elephant. I don't think it's going to be quick enough, though. Horseman just got elited. Mangoes are going to turn onto it. Myriad has been spent. 2/3 of his military are scholars. And there is no amount of book reading that you can do that will find you a solution out of this. Dimu just has to pump going. Look at the mini-map. So many troops coming in, so little for Myriad. Looks like Benny Boy is going to be able to find that second win that we talked about. We will be seeing a game number 3 between these two to decide the victor, and it's going to take place on Rocky River. Thinking about their drafts, you know, you got either Malian or English for Dimu. Meanwhile, Myriad has either the HRE or the Iobid. That's a scary final game, folks, because Myriad can pretty much boldly and blindly pick HRE and be confident that it can deal with either. Yeah, at this point, Myriad is just flailing into his deathbed. The torch is coming in on the Palace of Sultan. He knows it's the one thing that might be able to get him back in. Gunpowder elephants are their very own beast. They would take the Mick to a new level if they somehow came back in this one, though. There you go, guys. The countered elephants. It's not spears. It's definitely not bombards. It's mangoes. Just hilarious because in real life, I imagine elephants love eating mangoes. Strikes me most after a weekend of EGC cast is that it's way more crisp. Are you saying that my PC is... What do you mean more crisp? What's wrong with ours? I'm not sure about that. I'm pretty sure like the quality of ours is on par with this quality of stream on EGC now. In terms of like raw visual. Alright, so the sudden game, it's going to be HRE versus Malians. We've seen how hard this can be. What's up, Inept? Thank you very much for the sub, mate. Welcome to Swarm. You messaged me. What do you want? What do you want? Oh. What time am I streaming till?
We've got a live series at 7 p.m.
GMT. So I'll probably be streaming until like 8:30 GMT. I.e. another maximum 3 hours probably. Wait, so you guys don't like the saturation? Oh, a sec. You think that looks better than that? I figure most people prefer the saturation. Makes the colors pop more. Yeah, we alter the color format because I've talked about this before. Like visually, AoE 4 is quite quite drab on coloring. Like, look, there you go again. Right? Yeah, we do intentionally alter vibrancy. Same with minimap. See? Looks very dry like that, right? So yeah, it is intentional. And that's kind of hit on that there, right? It makes the units pop out more, which is part of it. Agreed. Like, I think genuinely there's not enough color in AoE4 by default. Yeah, I think you're alone, Servi. It's probably because you're used to seeing the game like that, because that's how you play the game, right? There is an argument that I'm showing you a different product than what you're used to, but... A deciding game here. Dumu potentially on the ropes, actually, because HRE versus Malians is a matchup that HRE chow down on. This may prove to be difficult. Malians, especially with a gold spawn like that, are going to get outpost rushed. We already have the Rax rush coming in. Wouldn't be surprised if the villager gets pulled by the time the second spearman is running across the map. Yeah, this has become a really popular play for H3 in certain matchups, Malian being probably the most obvious one. You know your opponent's going to have to build infrastructure away from the TC, so you know you'll get return value out of doing this. It's also incredibly healthy in the current meta because of the follow-up from the Pro Scouts. March and Dual Spearmen are one of the best counters to Pro Scouts. So building them in Age early doesn't mean they're just going to last only Dark Age. This unit is going to find value in the next stage. It's also against a Civ that doesn't want to rush archers. Typically, if you're going to go ranged unit here as Malians, you're going to go javelins. Javelins don't get bonus damage against spears. Yeah. It's a really good start for him. I mean, Dimu, what worries me is these gold spawns are horrific. Yeah, both of them chained together on the flank and beyond the tree line. So he's got nothing defensive here. Like, in an ideal world, the spawn that Dimu was looking for was the goal to be here, like where the berries are. That would have given him a little bit of safety. This just feels like you're stuck in no man's land. Dimu might have to go Saharan Trade Network. There's no way he just manses, right? There's this grand temptation to resist going for the Saharan. But it would mean that you can't really compete against Fast Castle at all. Oh man, and if he doesn't hurry up, the Saharan will be too late as well. He'd have to place it back here. Ideally, I guess you don't want to block your own pit mine, but you might have to. He just goes Mansa. Okay, so what Dumu's doing with this, his logic is the pit mine should last long enough that with the Mansa, he'll get enough passive gold to go in for Pro Scout still. The tricky part, though, is it means you're going to have nothing else to support the Pro Scouts. Yeah, this play just feels so toxic. You know what would be a sick follow-up for Myriad? I hope he does it, actually. Just walk around here and build a tiny wall. I think that wall is entirely worth it. It stops your opponent sneaking for the other golds entirely. It also gives you a pivot point. You can build a gate on there, and if you get chased and outmatched, you have an escape plan. It's the interesting thing I'm waiting for players to do with this is because a lot of the time when they play HRE, they know the outpost is valuable, but then they're like, oh man, I need this guy back at base because 40% gathering speed. So they just don't even think about what else they could do out here. How does Dimu solve for this now? Well, as we said, it's almost guaranteed to be Pro Scouts. The time is going to be very delayed. He can open with Scouts and follow up, but I think realistically what you need to do here is Archers. Without Archers, like, the Scouts aren't going to be able to do anything against this. It does mean you're going to basically build not the counter to mass H3 Archer blob, which feels like death sentence here. Now, Arkan is going to be juicy for any sort of transition he wants, because that is going to cover the gold and the wood. Set the speed up a little bit. So Archer range players coming in as expected. The sad part is you won't be able to catch these spears. The good news is, if this was truly going to be Pro Scouts, you'll now have a way of protecting the deer gathering. Right? You can just move around with them, guard them. At this point, the play paid for itself for Myriad. Right? He took out the pit mine 150, took out 2 houses. So 200 wood invested. Yes, he spent more for the spears, but as we mentioned, this is a play that keeps value. That is slightly aggressive. 13 villagers to build the Ark and maybe, I would say slightly overkill. That's incredibly high. But it's all about timing, right? Like, because he needs to try and mirror the pro scouts, he understands that the passive gold is churning in for Dimmu. On stats, has at least rifle spears. Survives on 1 HP. He's just kind of min-maxing each of them before they become permanent garrison troopers. I like that. Another thing I'd love to see here is with arrow slits, if you walk around this side, by the time the villagers eat this tree, you'll be able to hit them. Yeah, so this is why I wanted that follow-up wall, right? Look at the difference it would have made. This play would have never happened. Instead, does he see it? I'm actually not sure if he does. Because spectator vision's a bit weird. There's a chance he actually doesn't see that pit mine. He will see the house, however, so he now knows that Dimmu has got access to gold. And yeah, he's going to be able to march up there. But unfortunately for him, there's already 2 archers up here. Yeah, a little bit of a misplay by Myriad. Pro Scouts is at least on the way, and that's the most important thing, is that Dimmu has now dragged his feet going for his next food source. And yeah, it seems he did scout it. He did have the vision. Because the towers see really far anyway. As a former Mali enjoyer, I feel bad for Dimmu. But as a newly found HRE enjoyer, oh my... Is that the follow-up that I'm missing there? Kind of curious. 1's if you're an HRE enjoyer, 2's if you're a Malian enjoyer. I have a feeling I've got more HRE enjoyers. Really? That's quite split. I'm kind of surprised. And then again, like, considering the way that I'd say the majority of AoE full players like to play, Malians more recent. No, I'd say they've both been boomer civs traditionally, right? I was going to say, like, Malians is very safe economically and gets really good economy. But so is HRE. HRE the most boring to watch right now? I would disagree that HRE the most boring to watch now. If you go back before the Marching Drills buff, sure. Because all they do is try to go fast Imperial. But now they play a lot of Feudal. They're actually probably one of the most Feudal present civs in the game right now. Now, you could argue they're a little bit too strong and that makes them boring, but like outside that, in terms of them doing things, that I actually appreciate. It kind of makes me wonder what would happen if we just buffed everyone's economy and movement speed. Like if we just had the simulation speed multiplier I was talking about. Every game's the same? I'm sorry, and every game of like half the civs at the moment isn't? This is the importance of like regular patch adjustments, right? Otherwise the meta sets, and if the meta sets, it doesn't move. The best civs are the ones that have options, right? Like, usually have options now, so they're intriguing to watch. Definitely don't feel balanced, but they're intriguing to watch. So Myriad is just zerging troops across. He did go into archers, because remember what we said, Dimmu just doesn't have great gold access. He's only got the passive gold, right? So he's getting 175 gold a minute. He can scale a few jabs with that, but not a crazy amount. And you can already see that Myriad is prepping the horsemen as well. This is a bit of a pickle for Dimmu. He does have javelins on the way, but that means he's hard count by horsemen, which he already sees, right? Like, he's keeping warrior scouts here to basically protect him. The problem is, like, warrior scouts damage is negligible. Usually when you have a horseman on horseman engagement, you can't just run your horseman past onto the enemy's archers, because then they'll do the same. But here, you don't care. Like, if he wants, Myriad can just ignore these scouts and go straight after the horsemen. Straight after the archers, rather. It's kind of interesting that he doesn't. I don't think this is necessary entirely. But in fairness, there's only one Jav, right? So, like, you don't need to worry about your archers being countered yet. Other sad reality is, remember, warrior scouts don't have ranged armor like horsemen. So as a front line, yes, in terms of, like, efficiency for spend, they're decent. But they're not going to last as long as a pony. not a horseman pony. You refuse to agree with me for religious reasons? Look, you ask one group of people if they want to discover Tzeentch with you, and this is how you get treated. I mean, come on. You could teach us things. Okay, this tree line is now kind of death waiting to happen. I like that Dumu is identified and is looking to remove it. There is a risk that he's going to get removed from the game at this rate, though. Steel Arrow's coming in. The advantage Dumu has had is he's very smart about this. He did actually get Blacksmith decks very aggressively. Horseman Clash is going to come in. If you are going to wrap around the backside here onto the archers, that's going to force a full retreat out of Dumu. Needs to be careful because the villagers are seen now. That's pulling away just in time there. Outpost is going to go down. Myriad may have overextended slightly here. Might have needed to get more horsemen in. Archers are going to get chased away. The problem right now is, like, sofas are looking good for the moment, but these are really, really expensive. And because they're mirroring the horsemen, although they'll eventually win, they're not getting bonus damage there, right? The quick sweeper is on the backside. Good fight. If Dimu can keep pushing off of this, it could bode well for him right now. Because remember, Myriad has been hoovering a lot of resources off the map. Meanwhile, for Dimu, because his warrior scouts were standing there the entire time, they haven't actually been pulling many deer home. So while this is a good start, what Dimu now needs to do is find a way of keep pushing with probably very limited food, actually. Like, sheep count is down to 5. And I'm pretty sure he has maybe, like, 2 deer here, max. Myriad now going for those men-at-arms. Yeah, I was wondering when we might see this. This is the kind of classic play that we eventually see out of a long feudal HRE. This is a play that became really popular again with the arrival of Pro Scouts. Before the Pro Scouts meta, men-at-arms wasn't really as desirable. You were usually looking at archer, spearmen, and then try to go castle. Dimu is at least scaling Sofa. The way this plays out well for Dimu is if it goes stalemate. If it goes stalemate and both of you go castle, Sofa are MVP. However, if Mirai just keeps attacking him, you feel bad every time you build a Sofa. And he's going to try to kite with the injured. Myriad, what the... Okay, can we just talk about this economy? I looked up there maybe 30 seconds ago, and it was a war economy all in on the bush. Apparently, now we've gone full Spock, and we're living long and prospering here. He's got castle ready to trigger. The drop-off rate on this Civ. I mean, it's so deceptive, because unlike other Civs, when you get wheelbarrow, plus you've got the push carts, the amount of food you hold on to before dropping off is ludicrous. Look at this number. You're basically over fishing boats level of capacity. You get 42 food before you drop off. Right? Other Civs are going to cap out at what, 35? It's actually pretty crazy. Magnet's now on the way. Dimu. And he's got a military edge here. But now you're diving into the enemy base, right? With mass archers, it's kind of tricky to do enough damage. A really ballsy placement from Mirade as well. Building it this far forward could have actually backfired. Had Dimu kept pushing. You know, vision matters, right? And we had the God vision. We know that there should have been a push there. He didn't. Why no mining upgrade for HRE? Because I don't think he was really gathering that much gold before he made this choice to tech. So it didn't make much sense at that point. Veteran C is now going to be in the way. 40 seconds out. Dimu has to fish for something. Range down with 2 as well. He is stockpiling his own resources. This has to be Farimba. He has no cattle ready to go. Other tricky part is, like, I don't think he's got enough food for Farimba necessarily. No, like, look at him. He's pretty much exhausted at this stage, right? He's got, I think, 4 deer, maybe 5 under there. He's got 2 more coming home. Not really the long pump you're looking for out of Farimba. Meanwhile, Myriad, you know, just as competitive on the deer, but also adding in farms now. There you go, Farimba coming in.
Freeborn seems likely here.
Which is weird, because usually against HRE, you always go Mansa Party. but there's not really many men-at-arms to use the counter. Knights are following this up. He's about to get pinned. Myriad, could he do this? This would be an insane upset, guys. Remember, Dimu has been making it deeper and deeper. The only person he's failing to beat each week is B. What a big booster this would be to Myriad. Myriad, who I think... Would this not put him on the verge of his best performance? He's made some quarterfinals, I believe, once or twice. Definitely hasn't been able to keep that consistency with the matchups he's been getting. Clash coming in here. Archers aren't going to be diving under. The veterancy is not in for Dimu yet. He doesn't want this fight. He has no choice in it, though. And also, villagers being made to shuffle away quickly here. At this point, Dimu has no working economy after teching Farimba. A disastrous position to find yourself in. And I think it's going to remain that way until the end of time here. And it's just too many knights coming, right? And he's only got archers. Archers which aren't going to be able to clear these quick enough. Veterancy comes through, but at this stage, Myriad has more than you. And he's being optimal, right? He's chasing after any group of villagers he can find. Dimu's going to try to return to work, but with more knights, more men-at-arms on the way, that work is going to be short-lived. Good lord. What a game. What a series out of Myriad, man. I mean, this has to be, like, in his eyes, probably biggest achievement of the weekly so far. Dimu's playstyle, I think, is well-positioned to take on players like Myriad. And, you know, ill or not, I know some people are going to debate that. It doesn't matter, dude. Win's a win. It's like when someone says, I won the tournament over you. And you went, yeah, but I got second place. Like, yeah, but you got second place. I still freaking won. A win is a win. And this was a well-earned victory. Let me know what you thought of this series, guys. Like, you know, I was getting into this expecting to maybe be more, if Dimu lost games, it was going to be because he was ill, and you can argue that all you want, but I just think Myriad played a really solid series. Game 2, obviously, the question mark, I don't like the way that he approached the Delhi for the late game there. I think he probably acknowledges that that was looking rough. But Game 1, clean ram timing, perfect timing. And then in Game 3, relentless pressure to show why HRE are kings in the face of the Malians. Nobody's even trying to get relics. Who needs relics? Just kill harder. GG's, Mr. Myriad. Well played, mate. I do believe we've got hour and a half until Myriad plays his next series, which is more than enough time to check in on the other series involved here, which will be Cat versus Kaiser Johan. So, let me prep that one. We can get ready to hop into it. Let me see. Where's the draft? Ooh, we got a Cliffside pick. I like that. We haven't really... I feel like we haven't seen that much Cliffside so far. It's been quite surprising, actually. So, Wilderness. Baldland. And Cliffside. You know what part of me wants to do? Is create like a random generator that randomly selects your home map, default map. Would that be interesting? It sounds very different for sure. Just not sure if I like it or not. Just spin the wheel for your first map, right? And then you both ban, pick one each sort of thing. Okay, so let's have a look here. I think these are the games. Yeah, all right. Game 1. Okay, this is different. We've got a Malian pick. Almost like EGC does it. I thought EGC does it the other way, where it's like it's whatever map is left, right? So you ban and pick your way through, and then it's whatever map didn't get picked by either, or banned by either of you. It's kind of different, but yeah, could be intriguing. All right, let's keep rocking. We got like what, probably 2.5 hours or so more of games to cast. Make the most of it. Oh, let's have a quick stretch. Ooh. I'm trying to think, like, what series does that leave us? So, we'll do this one, and then we'll do the quarterfinals between Myriad and the winner of this. And then tomorrow, we can probably start off with B versus Starflark. Actually, let's see. We could probably start off with... Yeah, tomorrow we'll start off with Anatan versus Mahodo, Sassa's Avli, and then we'll look to see if the quarterfinals are scheduled for that one. And then we'll come back for B Starflark into like the winner of that against Nimadan. And then hopefully later in the day we'll have semi-finals scheduled. Preferably one. I'm trying to set it up so we frequently always have one semi-finals on the first day. So I like it. Where do I get my eyebrows? Are they available in the US? You have to mug a bear. You literally have to just rip them off of a bear's face and then super glue them on. And that's how you get eyebrows like what I have. Okay? Simple stuff, really. So full but well coiffed. I don't know if that's a good thing. I used to hate my eyebrows when I was a kid. To make a British reference, it was like they were in the Bush Tucker trials. Who won the Doom vs Mirror game? Myriad did. Yeah, so a fun and exciting situation here. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the Midweek Muster. Round of 16. Winner of this is going to be going up against the Dumu Slayer, Myriad, who beat him 2-1. And it's going to be an interesting starting game because we have got a very unorthodox pick here. The first one of its kind on Wilderness. Kaiser Johan has picked Malians. Okay. You have me plugged in. I am intrigued. I'm not impressed yet because for a start, you've picked this into your counter, Mongols. This is a very, very different pick. But the outcome, the opening is not going to be very different. It is going to be an outpost rush. Cat already marching around for that back gold spawn. Doesn't take the bait of the forward. Yeah, Kaiser Johan tried to get creative here, but it's just unfortunately not going to work out for him. Outpost here would be great because it not only does it deny the gold, it blocks one of your safe tree lines. And Johan, oh, he's doing the thing. Yeah, this is not a great thing. Johan is going into Donzos. This is exactly what a Mongol player wants. Because now, they can turn it into a spear spam game they can win. That was peculiar, though. Cat actually just cancelled the outpost. I don't think that was necessary. Yeah, was he slightly in range? I think he was seen by the house, so he got a bit freaked out. You can see that right now, Johan is waiting for the recharge. Second Donzo is going to be arriving. You just need to make sure you push him here. You don't want him to get to the tree line. Because remember, these Donzos have pretty ludicrous 6.5 tower range to lob. So reason why you don't want to do this, like the scaling point is just too weak for Malians, usually before the outpost goes up. Now, Mongol players have started actually pulling 2 villages to guarantee the play. Cat was greedy, but that initial cancel may cost him dearly at this rate. Cat needs to pull away ASAP. Those Donzo spears are adding up, man. I'm starting to think that Cat won't be able to get this outpost up. It's definitely a big ask at this stage, right? Even if he's only getting 1 javelin throw at a time, he just beelines for it. So that's going to be denial of the villager. There's no escaping this now. They're even going to charge in. It's a great attack there, Johan. Wasn't really expecting this. And it all comes down to Cat's choice to get a bit too comfortable with that pit mine. Yeah, and he's pulled another villager, right? You can see he hasn't cancelled it. Unless, wait, is he doing something even more interesting? Okay, no, he's going to pull the villagers. This is now officially too expensive. He needs to kill something for it to be worth. So Johan should have been kind of like flatlining from this play, but instead of being flat like a pancake, he kind of looks more competitive. House is at least getting torched down. He needs to be careful. He needs to bait these away because he's got 2 villagers coming, right? But you see what I mean about Mongols in this matchup? It's ridiculous. I think the record in a competitive series was between Louis and I think it was CSO. And Louis built 26 spearmen in that game, in Dark Age. And just rushed all the buildings. It's actually crazy how good Long Dark is for Mongols in this matchup. You'd think it would be good for the Malians because they can throw things at you. And they have melee armor, right? They just have overall better stats. But it's just the scaling point doesn't support you. So Outpost is going to be going up for sure now. But it's definitely cost Cat a pretty penny. He's going to be an age behind, right? So there's a window of opportunity here for Johan. Should be able to open up the archery range. Cat, in response, should be like looking at maybe going into his own archers. Just out blob. Logic being is your opponent should then be able to touch the gold. But if Johan rushes rather and he gets an outpost up on the forward, he should be feeling pretty good about this. Alright, ones if you think Johan's going to win this game. Twos if you're in cat camp. The villagers got found trying to run back. If he gets this, it'll be huge. I think there's just too many spears, though. Would have been sick if he could at least got the Khan as well. And the cat does keep it all alive. Left a few spinmen to try and burn down the pit mine. Still has the numerical advantage, so Johan doesn't want to fight, but he does have the hardness stats coming in. And if he splits this right, he could kill both of the villagers. Wait, what was that? They didn't... Wait, what? What? You guys saw that, right? They imaginary speared it to death. I have never seen that before. They didn't actually throw their projectile. They just threatened to and the villager died. In fact, like the javelin didn't even go on cooldown. I'm pretty sure the javelin didn't even go on cooldown. What? Because it's 15 seconds. I don't think 15 seconds passed there. What? But we are esports ready title, folks. Don't worry. Donzos are like, freeze! Like, oh no! Heart attack. That's crazy. I've never seen that one before. Hey, you know, we said that we hadn't discovered everything in AoE4. Clearly, we haven't. There's more bugs to be found. So Cat is going to go in for the spearhead butt, which is surprising considering he didn't even bother to get hardened. We do have a dock drop, though. And I don't know if Johan scouted that. Johan's a superior player, a mix of ML, Beastie, and Core. I didn't expect Core at the end of that, if I'm being totally honest with you. Isn't, like, wait, but couldn't you be like, Cat is a superior player? He's a mixture of B, Anatan, and give you anxiety. So torch damage is coming in. Double archer production is on the way, but it's the first two, so he can't really fight this. No, actually, that's how you die. Okay, go on, man. First we get the imaginary javelins, and now we're even getting the torch throws. It's getting everything. Khan at least trying to set some reinforcements. Even gets a villager kill for his work. Johan is, however, ahead by 3 villagers. But that's at least being offset now with Cat getting into the fishing. I don't know, man. Like, in some ways, I want to say that this is Johan favored, but the fishing is a big problem. He's at least slowing down Cat's reaction. And he's now prepping the javelins to counter the archer play. But this doesn't feel like an area he can stay in, right? So I'm kind of curious what Johan's next strategy is. It's a classic Fulani. Yeah, so you know, normally in the current meta, it's all about pro scouts. You don't want to be doing pro scouts here. The deer is just a little bit too close to your opponent's base, and there's not enough on the map to justify it. GUA slander? What do you mean slander? Dude, Cat's been making semi-finals in these weeklies. GUA hasn't. Bless him. He signed up for a few, but he was struggling a bit. Technically, it's Core slander. I mean, but Core... Like, wait, who did Core have last week? I'm trying to remember now off the top of my head. I'm going to cheat and look. Core had Kaiser Johan last week, right? Yeah, he lost to him 2-1. Then like Johan, who's Johan had on previous weeks? Oh, we're going down the rabbit hole now, aren't we? Yeah, he lost to Gully Deck on the previous week. He then lost to Dimu 2-0. I think Cat and Dimu have matched up in several weeks, so it's hard to gauge those two. Just going down the rabbit hole. So we have got full javelin spam coming from Johan. This is the perfect time for Cat to go Keshik. And will you look at that? Stable switches coming in. This is the jackpot now, right? Like, Johan is just going full jav, nothing else. Those have pretty much been mopped up. This is the last one. So just kite away. By the time, he hasn't got enough stone for double production, admittedly, but with the food income on water, he should be able to scale Keshiks quite well. If I go down a rabbit hole, is it a pigeonhole? It only becomes a pigeonhole if the rabbit hole we go down remains linear and stops me from making choices. So, for example, every time you guys send me down the Pro Scouts rabbit hole, because we know we're going to arrive at the fact that it needs to have a nerf, I have been pigeonholed on the discussion. So technically, yes. Yo, great read here, by the way. Seems to be aware that Donzos are going to be following this up. Spiz, in the meantime, are going to stab on the backside, so Johan will have to run for his life. Yeah, these spinmen have been surprisingly annoying, actually. These are the groups that stayed up here for the outpost, right? So just kind of a looming threat on the backside at all times. Kind of surprised Cat didn't try trade on this map, by the way. I've seen a few Mongol players go for that. This could have been the decent matchup to do that in, considering, like, realistically, Johan has not looked at all at the south side. In fairness, though, there's, like, what your opponent is doing and the hindsight realization and what you expect him to do. Like, in this game, the expectation is meant to be that your opponent is going to go to the south side of the map at some point. Not just sit here in perpetuity. Greedy boy. Johan going for the big one. In fact, it kind of feels like both of them have been neglecting to move around that south side. Like, you know, you've at least got Cat going fishing, but no kind of rotational play at all. It's been a linear engagement back and forth on this. Initial Keshik kind of regretting his life there. Oops. Gotta be very careful. His initial Keshik is actually really important. Especially now that Johan knows you're doing it. So now he's going to be more thoughtful about what he does with his Donzos in these engagements. Whereas if you had not revealed the Keshiks and the first engagement was, say, 3 or 4, you could have just wiped half the jabs. I love how he's always just waiting to jump from the backside here. Johan might have a food problem. He's got the shoreline fish now, but after that, he's going to have to start eating cow, which is going to slow him down a little bit here on the tech. Meanwhile, ball play to fix the food issue for Cat. Like to see it. I mean, we just highlighted that there's no looking on the south side from military units, right? So it just kind of feels like free real estate. And if you think about it, the thing that's really been stopping Cat from taking control of these mid-fights has been food, right? He'd like to scale more Keshiks, but the way he's been optimizing his economy, you know, most times when we look up here, he's been sitting at like 400, maybe 500 food income. Johan is getting ready to make that deck play. It's not a bad time to do it, right? He has 3 ranches. Okay, make it 4. Wait. He'll still cover them here, right, with Fulani. This is starting to look like the type of ranch layout you do for Farimba, and I don't like it. Farimba here would feel a little bit slow against fishing. Farimba, remember, isn't about zerging, it's about quality exchanges. It's tricky, right? Because what do? Do you go Mustafadi when your opponent has archers? Do you go Freeborn when your opponent has Keshiks? Seeing those Keshiks. I'm going to be able to hop in here. Not enough Donzos, so it's just going to be a feed Fiesta. All the Keshiks do survive. He keeps rotating. He's not going in, but the fact that he could is actually freaking Johan out. So he pulls off the food. Really important type of skirmish right now because they were kind of neck and neck on military, but you can see Cat now starting to heavily pull ahead with the cavalry. There's that glorious Mongol flag. It's always funny how when we watch Mongols on ladder, we roll our eyes and say this Civ needs a buff. And then you just get into a competitive series like, oh, yeah, they're kind of okay. They do things. It's always the feeling, really, isn't it? Catchy dive. Really good one here as well. Find several villages. What was that? Was that 5, 6? Only there's a single Keshik for it. Grand Fulani is on the way. It's not full yet, though. And at this stage, you're 14 eco behind. A lot of that is going to be infinite food as well with the deep water fish. Deerstone is moving up. Cat has got the pack up tech. Usually the pack up tech is a good indication of Kurotai timing. But we don't have him saving. We've just got Cat fully investing. That's someone who's got like a 20% discount to invest all everything on Bitcoin. He's like, send it. Tech up comes through. It's a lot of javelins. Not that many Donzos. Only 10. Kurotai buff is going to be there, so she should be able to kite away. And also cycling even easier. The villagers are running for their life. There's already gaps. He didn't get the wall up, so the berries are going to get blocked here. Johan's in trouble. Only 5 Donzos are remaining. It's 14 Keshik meanwhile. Jav upgrade. It's not going to be there. It's 10 seconds out still, and the fight is already taking place here. This is death. Johan, he tried to thread the needle, but Cat's all in was the perfect read. Had he been going castle as well, Johan would have been in a good position, but now he's flatlining. Damn. What a move. You know, most players would have just taken the safety with fishing of getting the army upgraded, especially with how flimsy Keshiks can often feel. Great read, great commitment. Cat, let's get chased after what little villager force is left. The javelins are at least going to survive, but the economy at this point is decimated. There should really be no coming back from this. Cat is already teching up. Kurotai now on the way. Johan, he has at least got Fulani, so let's say he adds in 20 extra eco. He's still 10 behind. Lacks map control and also is at risk of still losing more. Great opening touches actually out of Cat. Kind of the type of performance I've come to expect out of him. Wouldn't write Johan out though. Remember guys, this is a lad who has been leveling up. He admittedly did get completely routed, washed out by Dumu last week in the semis. But earlier on with his series, showed his competence to play this game. So although Cat has taken the lead, there's still hope for Johan. I remember on the draft, actually he had what? Juji, which is insane. I don't think Juji should ever be let free. He's got Delhi. Still got Japanese. Variably, Japanese can work, but Delhi, Juji should be the obvious ones to get him some points on the board here. Slam markers here to stay, baby. I'm a little bit gutted. We didn't get the classic put the deer stone where the Fulani is meant to go. It's one of my favorite Mongol counter-Somalians. Hit the fast forward a little bit here. I guess Johan's going to need to be convinced to leave the game. Kurotai plus mass archers. You'd think it's bad against javelins, but the damage buffer actually makes it kind of okay. Kurotai has indeed arrived. Fishing hasn't inflated more. He's just been actually overfishing on each of these deep waters. All right, what do you think, guys? Are we getting Boardland or Cliffside for Game 2? And what civs do you think we're going to be seeing? Get your predictions in. I want to see who's an Oracle. So overfishing is when you gather too much on deep water. Because deep water fish regenerates. So when you overfish, you're exhausting the resource entirely. Whereas when you balance your fish, what it means is that the deep water never really runs out. What is up, Joke Bear? Thanks, mate. Appreciate the resub. 19 months. What a legend. Now, in theory, enough sofas should be able to at least compete with Keshiks. But it's a bit weird. You're tankier, but the damage burst isn't crazy. Especially, for example, Cat goes into the Step Lancer's tech, which gives you the extra healing. Also good about Sushi compared to China. Sushi has more aggressive timings than China. Both of them are really good, though. Both of them are phenomenal in the Pro Scouts meta. I'll have to see if they do come out, though. Clash coming in here. Johan, he's trying to scale on the sofa. A big power play off the back of Fulani, but the count doesn't really look impressive right now. The buffs coming through from the Kurotai here. All of a sudden, the Javelins don't really stop Mass Archer. It's actually crazy to say out loud, but it really does make that much of a difference at this stage. There's a certain number of boats. I'm trying to remember the exact count. It might be, it's either 3 or 4 usually. 3 plays it quite safe. And it's much nicer when you go for extended lines. Dive's coming in here. I mean, this might just be the cherry on top, right? Johan definitely got a stay of execution earlier. He's bought the time to build up 11 sofa. The only negative right now for Cat is he can't get that Kurotai any deeper because the way that Johan has staggered his base. One thing I've really been appreciating about Wilderness, by the way, is the frequency with which we see these type of plays. We saw it in an earlier series where the person was just harvesting towards the enemy base. Because of the way the resources spawn and because of this pond kind of shoving you in, it's a little bit like a coastal cliffs type effect, but more aggressively lined. If Johan could get a big raid in here, this game could flip. The worry you now have is if you go to raid, your opponent... Oh man, he actually might even see you. Yeah, so he sees the sofa here. If you now go out that gate, he can hit your base quicker. Right? Because his army's already in position. Now, you could argue there's more of Cat's economy to kill. But there's more that's realistically going to survive as well. Johan, he has to come back to defend. Eastone is also shuffling up again, so Mobile Aura's on the way. It just feels so good when you get this type of position as Mongols. In fact, it's the type of position you have to be in. Remember, this is not a Civ that defends. It feels impossible to play defensively with this Civ, unless you've got a million outposts with cannon emplacements. And we're kind of an age early for that. And the time is bought, though. Step Lancer just came in. Quick to the clash. I can't believe Johan is actually trying to contest this directly right now. Javelin's right now overkilling the archers. The problem I'm seeing is the Keshiks just aren't dying. This exchange is so one-sided right now. Johan's so focused on mopping up the backline, he neglected to respect the cavalry. Man, Kurotai really is one hell of a drug. The extra healing from the Step Lances, the Kurotai healing, the extra damage buff as well, just means the sofas were no match. Woo-wee! Man, that play looks so good if you can make it work. It's so difficult to actually get Kurotai in a position where you can use them with Keshiks, though. That's meant to be the balance of that landmark. It's not easy to actually justify. But well played, man. So opening win for him. We'll mark that up on the board. Where do we go next? Let's have a look. Buying around the Kurotai versus Keshiks is certainly a choice. I think he was worried about gold and losing the pit mines, maybe. Kurotai for the win, always. Dude, it's so strong. So good. Alright, game 2 is going to be Cliffside. It's Delhi versus Biz. Cliffside's a pretty good map for Delhi, but Byzantines also have a really good rush point there because of how close you are. Any idea why Mongols has suddenly emerged as a top pro civ, but is still underwhelming a ladder? I don't think it was ever an underwhelming civ, to be honest with you. No, like, I think Mongols has always been decent. Oh, so let me just update everything. Yeah. Yeah, so to answer the question in chat, Ufasa, like, I don't think Mongols has ever been a weak civ in competitive necessarily. It's just always been a situational civ. The whole reason why Mongols look so good in tournaments compared to ladder is on a ladder, I can't predict your pick realistically unless you're like a one trick and I can check your profile. In tournaments, I can layer the Mongol pick correctly. There's certain maps where it's going to be good. There's also a reality check of your civ picks have certain civs that could never play, say, a water map, etc. That's why Mongols looks competitive in tournaments so much. Let's address this one, though. Delhi may have looked broken on ladder, but the more we've been seeing it in comp, the more solved it's feeling. Usually because of pro scout civs. We're, however, in a game where it's Byzantines for cat. This is not a pro scouting civ. So, on a map like Cliffside, where there's a lot of safety in trying to play wide onto those sacred sites, Johan has a pretty good shot here. Cat, considering how he likes to play Cliffside, expect aggression. It is definitely difficult to aggro into Delhi. It's not impossible, though. Does Ezra like Mongols? No. My son is a really, really big fan. I think he's a Malian fan. Yeah, because he always has wind. You know, he's always got gas. Burps, farts, all of it. Kind of like a cow. I think he's probably a Malian main. Which disappoints me to a great degree as a father. You know, they say you'll always be proud of anything and everything your children do. I guess there are exceptions. And there's the man himself, Mr. Johan. All right. I like this when we got one of the players in chat, because you can kind of dissect their thoughts. Johan, were you expecting the Byzantine pick here? Because Cat had, what, English, Biz, or Rus. Those are all civs that can actually play this map quite well, but Rus should be reserved for Borderland. This is the nice thing about Johan's draft execution, is like Delhi against Biz, I think that's going to like be a 50-50. If it's English, you just dominate, right? The only way like Cat could maybe screw you is if it was Rus here. But like, I don't think he ever wants to go into Borderland with English or Byzantine, right? Those are two civs that don't pro scouts phenomenally well. So Demofaith versus Grand Winery coming in. Let me hit the fast forward quickly and just go turn on the heating. This should end up being javelins from Byzantine. Limitane plus javs is pretty much the go-to. Which feels weird. I feel like the best strategy I've ever seen against Delhi was Longbow Horseman and then build loads of archers. Especially in the Dome of Faith meta, because your opponent doesn't contest with Tower of Victory. The tricky part with that build is whether you can end the game quick enough, because if you can't, your opponent will just go age free and then build into the heavily armored units. But with Limitane coming, you can guarantee it's going to be jabs. Can I look at market units? Sure, why not? Let's delude ourselves as if it's ever going to get touched. Sabai, Arbitrier, Juganu, Elephants. Congrats, you will never see any of these used. You're not watching an Anatan game. He may be a former teammate of Anno, but still not Anatan. I'm trying to think if there's anyone else who rampantly used the trade posts. I don't think there was. It really was just an Anno play. Why do you never see people go market? It's just so far away. It's really, really far away. Like, at the stage of the game where it matters most, you don't really have Wheelbarrow usually. Like, Wheelbarrow's coming in now, right? He almost has what he needs for the first Merc pump. In theory, it could be good because of how quickly they produce. Remember, with the Merc House, if it's close to the marketplace, look at that. It's a 50% increased production speed, right? If there was a unit type to get here, it would be Sipahi. It's a nice counter blocker on the opening against Ghazi. But because he's already gone Limitane Sipahi feels a little bit odd here. Wait, is Cat trying to just guard the deer or shove them in? This feels really weird because of the positioning. Yeah, Scout is now here, so we are getting a deer shove. Interesting adaptation by Cat. He knows Pro Scouts is on the way. He knows he doesn't want to play it. And I love this. All right, this is cool. We talked about the possibility of Western and why it makes a lot of sense. Historically, when you go Limitane, you almost always go Javelins. But I really do rate Limitane Lombo here. If he follows it up with, say, double archer range, there's a pretty powerful build here to be had. He does have to move fast, though. Faye does it and then calls them bad afterwards. Yeah. In hindsight, you should have opened archer range. Why? do not think if you open archer range, then like it's guaranteed jav and you're in trouble. Having 6 or 7 archers on his berries, true, but like if he's scouting as he should, and he sees that you build archer range, he just builds an outpost, right? I think Ghazi is fine here in the opening. Because Ghazi forces Limitane and keeps him contained, right? And then it justifies archers if you want to go there. If I'm being cat, pretty much just leaving one Limitane there is pretty ballsy, but this guy's built like a truck. Can't wait for this Pro Scouts meta to go away. It's probably going to need some massaging by the devs. I.e., they're going to have to nerf it. I don't foresee it necessarily going anywhere until they nerf it. I'd be quite surprised. Stabbing. Ghazi actually getting a good fight here. Remember, remember the challenge here. Like the normal horse and that's dead right now, right? Like this is the thing about Ghazi that makes them so infuriating. They on average take an extra hit, die against spears. Means that you can just get away with cheeky things that horsemen would never dream of. So 6 fights are starting to be captured. You can see some moving for the north, no move for the south. Has got the scholar just benefiting from being able to heal people here. So we're going to top off his boys. Cat. Okay, so he's not going to go for like the mass archer strategy. It's going to be the horseman, but that works out nicely considering Johan isn't adding in spearmen. Yeah, a bit of a bait and switch, right? Like, this is a very weird order of things to be done, but we talked about the dynamic that's meant to happen. It's meant to be Limitane, javelins, and then Johan can be like, okay, I'll just build archers, Ghazi, will you down in time. Now you've thrown him off, right? Like, he's meant to be countering Limitane right now, and the Ghazi can win against Lombos, but this horseman choice is pretty intriguing. A bit ambitious, though. Cat is at least competing on the blacksmith times, which is important. Steel Dagger coming in. Tricky part about Steel Dagger is when you only got Lombos coming, you're not really buffing a substantial amount of your army. Undermesh probably would have felt better here first. Be a new strat that everyone uses ad nauseum. This is the thing, right? Like, people just discover metas, and this is why I've talked before about like the necessity of rapid patch deployment. Right. I think it is quite important in a game like AO4 in particular, but it's kind of tricky, I think, also to rapidly patch deploy compared to like Dota 2, right? Because of the way that you figure out build orders, it's very different. It's not that Dota 2 doesn't have the complexity of a build order. I think in ways it's more complex to figure out. But with AO4, it feels like when you drastically change civs, all that experience is discarded. More so than, say, a MOBA or an FPS. It is a bit weird. H3 to have a usable unit? I don't know. Like, I have talked about that before. It's very weird that of all the civs that can build Lanch Nectar, the original civ, H3, is the worst at doing it. Right? Byzantines build Lanch Nectar better. Order of the Dragon build Lanch Nectar the best. Last attempt at a denial. Wait, did he actually... Oh. He actually did get it in time. Well played to Cat. That's an important denial. Just resources not in the pocket for Johan. Cat, meanwhile, is posturing down the center. Where's his dive point, though? Johan is rotating around the back. We do have double outpost here to protect, so Cat should be feeling too exposed there. I feel like Pro Scouts rewards the extra unit management map control. More work risk for more reward. And I'm fine with that, but the thing I've highlighted about Pro Scouts is the risk is a fallacy. It's not real. There's not much risk to doing Pro Scouts at all. I have very rarely seen a build which blocks Pro Scouts. And any that do are wholly reliant on the spawn. So we had, for example, a really cool game between Dumu and Kazi Johan, where he went Lombo Rush all in, and it blocked Pro Scouts. But A, Byzantines is not a top tier Pro Scouting civ. And B, the spawn was terrible for Pro Scouting. Cat. Gonna be marching in here. Archers are gonna be able to stand their ground. In the meantime, look at this. The Ghazi are in, so Cat also gonna end up losing workers here. Tricky part about this is how does Cat remass? He lost so much on that dive comparatively. Yeah, and the Lombo count is what scares me the most, right? It's 28 charges versus 8 Lombos here. Not just that, Johan is ready for Castle Age. This is brutal. Johan just kind of getting way too much value out of these type of raids. Will at least be able to protect himself. His Cat does have the double outpost on the berries. Now 2 workers down, add in the secret sites as well, and it's a no-brainer that Johan is going to be able to cruise into Castle uncontested. A little bit of an overextension, mind you. Just with only 3 horsemen left, Cat knows he can't go further. And yeah, so like the problem that you have to keep in mind with Pro Scouts fundamentally has the same issue we had at a point with 2TC meta. And it's why it will have to be nerfed, because it at its core has the exact same issue 2TC had. 2TC wasn't punishable, if you guys remember. Before they nerfed the cost of it and they nerfed the build speed, it was impossible to stop someone from 2TCing. So the meta was just everyone with 2TC. And Pro Scouts is the same. By the time you can actually counter Pro Scouts with almost any civ in the game, your opponent's already got at least 1 deer stack home and has made it worth doing, right? And now, all of a sudden, you've built units to counter Pro Scouts, and your opponent can just go Castle Age. So all you do is end up hurting your own game. You see the problem, right? Like, that's not a good interactive system. Same like before the 2TC meta, we had the Mongol trade meta, right? And with the trade trick where you would have to react to trade, but by the time you could react to trade, so much value was gained off of it, your opponent could bypass, and now you were stuck with useless feudal units. It's the same logic. Nice little wolf from Cat, so it looks like he's aware there might be a push coming. Johan, already getting the men-at-arms ready. Cat is just trying to buy time to reach Castle Age. Relics are now on the way home for Johan. Oi! Oi! You're missing something, sir. Kind sir. Alright, he's not picking it up. Oops. A bit of dive damage being done here. Cat, at this stage, it's not as much about finding loads of worker kills. It's just about distracting. He needs time and he knows it. So far, he has done a good job of denying relics as well. Yeah, looks like he actually did snipe him out on the flank there. So Johan only having, what, 2 relics coming home at this stage is Delhi doesn't feel great. And one of those relics is ambitious. It's very ambitious. Alright, 1's if you think Cat's going to win this game, 2's if you think that Johan is. It's looking very difficult for Cat. I don't know what he's meant to do here, per se. Cataphracts is an interesting idea, but it's like he's reading his mind. The moment he heard that tech up, Johan's like, okay, game on. Because there's only 1 play really left. And the cool thing is, because he did take out a decent number of Lombos, Cat doesn't have that scary 30+ Lombo ball that just kills crossbow straight away. Olive all good enough? I mean, the problem's more to do with the relics. This is about Lombo scaling now. If Cat can get the critical mass, he can stop the counterplay, right? And then Johan's bent over a barrel against Cataphracts. The count does look good now for Cat. Wait, but oh no. The count did look good for Cat until he ran headfirst into 2 lances. Failings are at least coming out, but unfortunately he pulls away. Oh dear, oh dear. Well, it looks like he will at least minimize the losses. But now you're kind of exposed. He has to waste more time getting the walls up. Relic's still getting blocked out here. This is looking like a 5 relic game for Johan. This is brutal. Now, this is the interesting part. Cat has seen that you've got a lot of Lombo still, he could just go tower elephants. There is still horsemen in the field, but not many of them. If he sees the cataphracts, war elephants is a little bit weird because you can't keep up with them. But what you can do is force them to fight you directly. And like at this stage, cataphracts don't really want to fight directly. The only time you'll see cataphracts try to take the main fight is when their owner has built the sippy cups, right? No assist in the first hill equal no all in. Have arrived in the base though. Spearmen not upgraded yet, but the crossbows are starting to arrive, and man, you see how bad these units can be in small numbers when you don't have the gold. He went in, he tried, he had to just leave. And they're very expensive to scale like this. 180 food, 150 gold. Now that you've seen it, Johan probably going to be doubling down on crossbows, maybe adding in more spears. Oh man, instead of doing that, he's barreling in. Look at this. It's like, you can raid me, but I can stay. Spear crossbows will be able to block this raid out. Longbows are not even reacting. Cat, a big miss micro there. I mean, Johan's realized what's happened here, right? Look at the military numbers. This is the crux of going cataphract. You're making a smaller army. Ergo, against a civ that bloats army very quickly, you might find yourself at risk of them diving. Starts the march in. Cataphracts are here. They're not here to stay long. Archer's just whittling away at them, actually. Not the craziest damage, but being made up with by the home blades. Catch not able to hold on. Archer's now able to trade against the Lombos. On the backside, the cataphract raids have stopped. More troops are now sending it into Cat's base. He did get a few worker kills. He is ahead temporarily, but I can't help but feel it's about to be Cat losing a lot more of these workers. Yeah, the Lombos just got wiped. We talked about that being your winning ingredient, right? But what Johan just done is he traded all of his archers to get rid of practically all the Lombos. It means that crossbows can actually just counter the next phase. Does need to get more troops in, mind you. Cat right now is suffering with a lot of idle economy. The other risk he has is like he hasn't set himself up for the late game, right? Like you've got 6 olive groves here. And there's nothing else left really for him to grab. At this stage, what Johan needs is more pressure. Just go Lancers. Right? Lancers will just do what you need here. Because this stage, Cat's having to either play wide or he's going to have to condense to one location. I think maybe Johan's playing like he wants to block the condense, right? Like, this is a Ford Grand Winery after all. I mean, I'm impressed though. I think Cat done a lot better than I was expecting. Had no idea the military difference was so big. It's because he went Catus though, right? Like, this is kind of a reminder of what Cataphracts does to you. Like, you know, you were at one stage the person with Eco Vige, and then it's kind of more balanced out by the system effects. Yeah, Ram's coming in from Johan now. I'm surprised Cat isn't dead, to be honest with you. At this point, I would have expected him to be routed. You have a Limitane switch coming in. Yeah, Cat. Where is the gold gathering? I guess it has to be on the east side. We've also got him not rallying his Golden Horn Tower, which is not a good sign. And the Lancers found it. That's the farms. That's the game. Wow, Cat, after surviving that last push, doesn't even try to follow this one up. He surrenders it over. We are going to decide in game 3. Okay, wow. Like, after all that, I thought Cat was going to maybe just try and hold on longer. Like, praise to him, I do think he took a lot less eco damage than I would have expected at the tail end of that engagement. Let's have a look, though. Game 3, where are they going to be taking us? It is going to be Borderland for a Juji Roos matchup. Byzantine doesn't surrender easily. Tell me about it. Oh, have you ever played Ottomans and tried to siege that castle, siege that capital? Jesus. They just won't give it up. They just sit in that thing for an eternity. Talking about Europa, of course. trying to weigh up whether I'm going to have time to eat. Emma, are you here? Age of Horse Infinity fans. What are those? No, my fans in my case is full Corsair IQ. If you put exclamation mark PC, you can have a look at the exact parts. But we've got some of the Max fans, and then we've got some of the thinner ones. But they should be the RX 120s and RX 140s. Not only almonds, everyone sees that seed. Tell me about it. Ooh. Alright, I'm going to quickly ask Emma to do some theory crafting on whether we would have enough time to take like 15 minutes to eat or not. Maybe we'd be lucky. Because Myriad series is in about 45-ish minutes. Maybe. I think pork chops cook quite quickly. Maybe. Alright, deciding game here between Johan and Kat. And I actually can't believe this. The fact that Zhuzi even got through the draft is crazy to me. This is like the most bannable civ alongside Chinese you could imagine. More so than Rus, right? Like both of them definitely got something that frequently gets banned. Especially when you have any map that looks fairly dominant for pro scouts. So expect both of them to be going for the scout play. And I love this from Kat. The funny thing is, Johan, he'll even admit it in chat, because I think we had him the other day saying it was weird that B done this. He doesn't like the free scout play. I'm a big fan of it, actually. If you can scout your opponent's rotation and cut them off, you get so much more sheep off the map, right? Like, look at this right now. Johan, he's got 10 sheep. Meanwhile, Kat sitting up at 23 already. And the rest of the map should be his. I say that might be a slight misstep there. Wait, is he just gonna... No, that was perfect! Oh, come on. So it looks like Johan, he's gonna be able to get the 25 stone, 25 gold, 25 wood, and then 36 food. That's a really, really good meditation garden, actually. You don't usually get those type of opportunities here on Borderland. Yeah, looks like he did actually snatch 2 back there. So, final sheep haul should be 11 to 23. Not as good as I would have expected, actually, for Kat. I think he missed a trick there. I don't know why he rotated north the way he did. Oh my god. Look at Johan in chat. It's like, maybe the free scout is actually worth it. It's all about attention span. Like, you have to seek out what your opponent's rotation is really, really quickly. And then cut it. If you can do that, it works well. Like, for example, when you're coming back, say, to that corner, right? Let's say I see you. We both go north. I see you. I know you're now going to either dial south, center, or go back. My second scout's going to run center. And if I don't see you, I now know my third scout can run down. So at that stage, like, I can basically run my center scout past and cut you off here. You see on the minimap? And then I can rotate back around. It's really good. Like, even on Dry Arabia, they make it work really well. But the best maps I've been seeing the 3D Clan members do this on is Borderland and Bohemia. They're really, really good on those maps. And then the follow-up play, I'm surprised more people don't do this. You're waiting on Pro Scouts. How do you make Rus a good Pro Scout civ? It's not, oh, I build my scouts out of hunt cabins, save wood on stables. That's part of it. The other part of it is I built my scouts early, so now I can push the deer in while I wait for Pro Scouts. I highly rate this play. But Johan, he's already got Pro Scouts, right? You can't contest the timing. It's impossible. What you can do is put the deer so close to your base that you'll have about the same amount of deer as the Zhuzi will. At the same time. So yeah, final haul. Yeah, okay, it's 16 wood. A little bit lower than I was expecting. Still a really good meditation garden, right? That ends up being, what, 102 resources? Hiding the deer in the stealth forest. Could you imagine? So I remember when AoE4 first came out, and it was a Give You Anxiety versus, I can't remember his name. They were playing this weird map, and I can't remember what the name of the map was. Maybe it was when Mongolian Heights used to be very different on spawns. And I remember talking about like the Giga Brain move of just hiding the deer in a stealth forest and come back for them later. And I thought, this is so genius. That's so genius. But then I realized, most of these players are playing on low graphic settings. So this just looks like an orange blob, like with a red splodge on top. It doesn't work. And Johan's currently on 2 Imperial officials, which is pretty standard, right? 1 on the food, and then 1's variable between wood and production. Most of us don't have the APM to benefit from this. What, the deer shove? Oh, the deer shove's easy, man. Just like, you can do it with less scouts. You just run it back and forth. So like, you basically would click like this. You're pretty much doing cross stitch. If you do cross stitch, you can kind of get a lazy deer shove going. When I think it's worth to do 2 IO, I think most of the time now, like Juji have accepted 2 IO is worth it, right? Because like, if you think about the way you balance your economy, on average, you're going to be leveraged hard into 2 resources, right? And let's say, for example, you're going to be 10 on each, then you should have an Imperial Official. Because to have an Imperial Official, you're sacrificing a villager, but you get 20% more. So if you have 10 villagers on a resource and you have an Imperial Official supervising, even though you're 1 villager down your overall economy, you're 2 villagers of gathering up. So overall, it's a net benefit of 1. And then add in the fact that you're taking a limited resource and inflating it, right? That makes Imperial Officials incredibly valuable. Oh, look, Johan said the same thing. Nice. Me know things about AoE4. Much wow. All right, who do you think's winning this one, guys? 1's for Johan, 2's for Kat, because we have clear intent here. Johan is going balls to the walls, and Kat is going greedy. I wasn't actually expecting Johan to try this, but it kind of makes sense. Usually I expect Juji to go castle and then go for the Juganu. At least that's what I've been seeing more recently, but on this map, it definitely makes a lot of sense. Ju counters horse archers easily. Actually got castle turrets coming in, so Kat gonna try to layer himself a little bit. I wonder if we just see men-at-arms beginning. Like, that would be a sick read, and there it is. And this is why it usually feels better to have castle coming as Yuji. Because men-at-arms will deny the play. The good news is, your opponent is getting one of the worst high trade houses I think I've ever seen, even on this map. Get your numbers in. Don't gamble too high. Ram is going to shuffle over, but castle turret's already there. Arrow slits as well. It's not an easy dive. Well, Rams are going to be on the way. Yeah, but you've neglected the Ram. He just burns it. Yeah, Johan, you need to calm down, mate. Wait for the Ram to be ready. I guess he knows he's on the clock here. I don't think Johan has actually scouted the men-at-arms switch. We'll be caught off guard by this one. He has at least got his own castle ace being prepped. So tricky against castle turrets, man. That extra +2 per arrow slit is crazy. This is wild from Kat, though. Yeah, he just sends it on it. So deletes one of the Rams, has to walk away, loses 2 villages in the process. What? Okay, he's making this way too good of a proposition for Johan. Gets 3 worker kills. His tech up is now on the way behind this. The wooden fortress is still likely to go down at this rate. But he's not hiding inside. So yeah, actually, instead, the Juganu do get mopped up. And the outpost is going to survive. Okay, so pretty heavy hit on Kat there, losing 3 villages like that. But he understood that he needs to keep the wooden fortress alive because, you know, you want to open racks, but you want to be able to follow up with some horse archers. 66 gold, by the way. 12 trees. How is it that you can place a high trade house that bad and still get 66 gold out of it? That better be like some super rare tree, like white oak or something. I don't know if that's actually rare. Like something out of a fantasy book. So Johan is going to be starting to spam the lances. Mid-arms, in the meantime, are getting a small window of opportunity to be annoying at least. But for Cat, it should just be a switch over into horse archers. And here it comes. Yeah, this was maybe a little bit overkill. The reality check is like, Johan kind of baited him. Right? Cat clearly thought Johan was playing more all-in. Because double racks, like, he didn't even need the men-arms. The Zhuganu died to the outpost. So at this stage, you just built a unit to get counted. Now, maybe Johan's pump is a little bit weak right now. Hasn't been hitting the gym. He's being a little bit greedy as well because he's trying to rush into the monastery. Dangerous play, actually. This early, like, your opponent is not even going for it yet. He's coming in now, but remember, the cool thing about Juji is you can supervise to rush the production afterwards, even if you were technically late to the party. Oh man, I'm going to start losing ground here. Johan already switching into crossbows. Interesting choice, and also apparently he just remembered that he has a monastery already. Can't supervise the landmark? No, but he can supervise the monastery, which is why I was saying he built, right? Like, it's interesting that you just added this in to passively produce out of it, i.e. didn't force supervise.
It's kind of weird to have to go for a monastery anyway when you're playing pro scouts, right?
Kind of defeats the point because the thing you should have plenty of is always going to be food. Definitely a play that feels a little bit unorthodox. Such as now starting to arrive. So for Cat, goal should be to circulate. Your opponent needs wood, he needs gold. He's not going to get that underneath the TC. The food should be untouchable. Right, that's the one step too far. Johan, like the ideal situation is being able to wall to contain the risk threat. Abby was the play. Abby's never the play. I'm trying to think when you'd ever want to build Abby. Maybe after 6 vodka shots, you might consider it. It's like they've tried to make Abbey of Trinity feel good, and it still doesn't. Although coming out, looks like the horse archer should be able to mop that up there. Oh, big Lancer raid though. Time on that was perfect for Johan. Just kind of distracted Cat away. Quick reactions out of him. I don't know why we're on strike the trees over here. The double lumber camp not making much sense. That's a lot of answers, though, and there's not many answers right now. Horse archers are trickling out. But even more worker losses now. Johan, 10 eco ahead in this game. Is he about to do it again? Last week it was cool. This week it is Cat. Definite level up in terms of the player to take out here. What's up, Faraz? Thank you very much for the sub, mate. Welcome to the swarm. Speaking of swarms, there's a roost swarm in the base right now. It is only a few spearmen and arms though, so crossbows should be able to stabilize. God, just not really able to return the pain here. Lancers still haven't been finished off. Finally, they're going to die, but damage most definitely done. Cat is trailing hard here. He's not even winning the relic game right now. Oh, you mean Abby was the play on this map? Maybe. I can see where we come from, the high trade house. The thing you have to keep in mind is the high trade house isn't just gold, right? The thing I always emphasize to people is that deer. That deer is actually a really big deal. You're getting an extra 350 food a mint to harvest from, and you're getting an extra 35 gold on top of that, right, by harvesting the deer. And then also, this is how you generate your next levels of bounty system, right? Like that's the real reason. Like there's too much scalability behind this thing, I think. Which is unfortunate because I really like the idea of Abbey of Trinity. Of like the unique text, for example, that it has. Some of them feel like they should be really impactful. Once upon a time they were. But raw economy just seems to win out. Pro Scout should get bounty east plus ball. Depends how much you get, right? Like, there's always a risk that you get starved out before you get enough. And once again, even if you still think you'll reach your tier, you're still getting 350 food, like minute sword, right? For the rest of the game. Granary's coming in from Johan. Has switched in the Song Dynasty. We do have Dudley horses on the way. One interesting thing is he didn't try for Pagoda play. But another interesting detail is the fact that Cat got the 5th relic. With the goodies home. These Lancer raids are getting problematic. And Cat's at least not hemorrhaging crap tons of villages this time. Even just a bit of chip damage really is starting to add up at this stage. Kind of feels like Johan's game to lose right now, right? I mean, the crossbows aren't really soulful. Cat is going to try to switch horsemen. Johan ideally should be going spears next. Kind of surprised he's going PG. I mean, Pascal will do okay against the horsemen, right? And they are better raiders. But I'm not sure if you need raid damage. You know, there's an interesting concept that I always use Dota as a baseline to explain it in. Because it's a really easy way to understand because of leveling. And, you know, there was a time when I play a game like Dota 2, and I was like, ha, look at this noob dead 20 times. Let's kill him 21 times. So I remember talking to a pro, and he made a very fair point. Of like, that man is worth so little XP to you. Why would you kill him? Now, I justified it because I'm going to demoralize him until he rage quits the game. But the reality is it's true. Like, if you have less workers, raiding is less efficient. Right? Because, you know, let's say you have 20 workers left, you can garrison most of your villages. When you're up at 40, 50, 60, not so much. And it's also the logic of, like, say there's 80 villages versus the 42 right now. When I raid somewhere on the map, I'm more likely to find villages than when you're down at, say, 42. So I think for Johan, the win condition now is to stockpile for an all-in push. Cat's goal is to raid. So what Johan should be looking to do here is be cost-efficient on his unit production, as you're seeing the spears getting added in, and get some walls up. For the love of God, get those walls up, because you can see Cat is still playing full My Little Pony fantasy mode. Lancers again? Cheat. I can't believe they got that much. They're still going. Okay, but Johan needs to be careful about his position back at home. Cat knows he needs some sort of trade here. March to the choke point. Still reluctant to fight against this. I mean, where are the spears? He doesn't have any veterancy at all. Has got at least trickling in, but Horse Archers can mop up a few of those easy peasy. Also having the Saint's Blessing buff, a really big deal here. These horsemen are not dying as quickly as you'd like to see. Horse Archers are also hitting like a truck. Johan, he needed those Lancers to defend. Cat, good timing here, but can he actually keep this push going? It's a good start, but what he hasn't done is hit economy. He needs to bypass here, go into the farms, and do irreparable damage to Johan. Instead, he just relentlessly dives. And does he actually have enough to follow through here? I mean, the crossbow count still looks pretty good. Johan is going to go for the garrison, but you just run by! He took the bait. Great read by Cat. He's like, okay, if your army's going to hide inside the TC, where do you seek shelter? Big idle time being achieved at a critical point now. Starving this area is important. It means that Kaiser Johan cannot get more lances to put you further in the grave. By Expos into Archers, because Expos in theory on a static fight should trade fine into Horse Archers, and it also protects you against the Men-at-Arms play returning, it protects you against Knight transition. Crossbows just feels like the safest thing to scale into the late game from a range composition. Very high base damage, which means they're just generically good. And if they run into their counter, they just tear them a new one. Yeah, Crossbows is seen as the bread and butter safety wagon. Reality is like Juganu Spears, the budget build would have been better for Johan here. But, you know, he doesn't know that. He doesn't have the vision to know that. Okay, so all of a sudden, Cat getting a second wind here, but he knows he needs to keep the pressure going, which is why he's sticking cavalry. Infantry would take way too long to arrive, so he's just blobbing as much horsemen as he can. It's crazy, actually, that he can still afford this, considering that the horseman has quite a heavy tax on food to it. I was actually kind of expecting to play boar to keep up with that. Production's also a problem here for Johan. You've seen what's happening, right? Like, Cat's just camping it. So Johan really needs to set up more production behind. Instead, he goes 2TC. Johan is playing a dangerous game. Cat can bait him out here. That crossbow backline, Juganu as well, might prove to be a problem, though. Cat just threw away all the horsemen. Instead of continuing to kite, he stood his ground, which is not what horse archers are optimal for here. Front line is at least gone, but that back line should surely be here with a clean Cat up here. Yeah, this is getting a bit rough. I think Cat, he got a momentary breathing room there and just kind of pushed it a little bit too far. Johan will be able to reclaim control of his farmland area. He's now playing 2 TC versus the 1 of Cat. In a game where Cat, remember, is already still behind on villages. And we do finally see the switch up. Knights, men-at-arms coming. So from Cat's POV, he noticed that Juganu got added in. He's assuming that Johan is just building Jug. Johan hasn't took the bait, though. It's going to be a mix. Crossbows and Jug is a lot better here. So there's still some hope. Cat, is he returning for the last deer up top? Yeah, because we've got extra scouts being added in. There's only 1 deer left, so it shouldn't really be about pro scouts anymore. And this is what I kind of want from Cat earlier, is like just take the horse archers into, say, 2 different groups and go in. Unfortunately, at the time he's chosen to, Johan has some very useful walls up at practically every angle at his base. Sell some gold for food and wood? Possibly. I don't think that was his biggest issue. I just think he's still playing a raid comp, but trying to force a main fight, right? This is a weirdly good fight, actually, for Cat. Johan didn't bring the whole army. What? There's a bunch of the crossbows, which are the more valuable target as well. The thing you don't want to be trading into directly like that is going to be the Jug. Now that horsemen and knights have arrived, though, Johan needs to get those spears out ASAP. Horse archers start sniping. Losing the Imperial Officials actually does hurt Shuji as well. Johan, I feel at this stage, he might just have a few too many Jug. Cat, he's going to have to reset again. There is a risk, a growing risk, that the more Cat does this without getting gains, the worse it's going to get. Because it is now 2TC. However, trade-off logic here is that Johan's running out of gold. And then he has to front gather, right? And he's scaling Jug plus crossbows. You don't have an archer option as Juji, which means you are heavily gold leveraged here. So if Cat gets his timing right, it could actually kill Johan. Just trading out like this against someone who's scaling more villages. Like, sounds crazy to say that until you realize just how gold heavy Juji are. And as OP as taxation is, it does also have its limitations. Whole section light is locked in, so Johan's aware he's going to have to come out. He has prepped Nester Bees, but the Nester Bees are great for defending, not for attacking. And whoa, the Knight shuffled in. It's only a handful, so it should be kind of insignificant damage as long as there's a quick reaction. Is there a... No, he's trying to go for the gold in the front without a keep. A bit risky. Johan Finally sticking his head out of his base. First time in quite a while here. Saints Blessing is going to trigger the men-at-arms, plus the Horseman. Quite tanky, but not tanky enough. These fights are always so tight. No one's taking a clear edge, right? Like, they are balancing out each other perfectly. Well, front line practically gone. Horse archers, can they actually clear this up? It's still a decent amount of Zhug, but still mostly crossbows. And also the Nesta Beast just kind of feels worthless at this stage. There's not really anything for it to target. Not any big clump for it to hit. And Johan also doesn't have any protection on the Ford Gold. I think he may have just overextended here. Yeah, has to run back home and he knows it. But also this gold isn't exactly safe. Only 700 left as well. The meat grinder may have just found a victor, folks. Cat at this stage just kind of has too much non-stop pump going. It's actually impressive because by now he should have run out of food and had to go farms. But between the boars, he's kept this push going. If he can't win the game now, he should be dead, right? Because he'd have to go back for a farm transition, and Johan has 2 TC. However, if he can leverage the next fight into a win like that, the military lead should be built big enough that a Sacred Site victory becomes realistic here. And hello, we even have him leaning into Divine Light. That's the one that increases the buff duration for the Saint's Blessing. There's a lot of spinning all of a sudden for Johan. Horse archers aren't great at dealing with spinning, right? Because the attack wind-up is pretty rough, so you can get gap closed. However, if Johan refuses to fight, this is a tricky thing, right? He's getting caught in a rolling retreat, so this is where horse archers are best. Handful of men-at-arms do go in. The buff starts to affect quite a lot of units here. That Warrior Monk is giving maximum value. Finds the Nesta Beast straight away. Damn, you gotta be kidding me. Cat, he's overwhelmed him now. This is over. I can't believe it. The man threaded the needle. I kind of respect him for this as well. A lot of people would have maybe lost those early skirmishes and be like, okay, you need to go farm, so you have to go late in the game. But instead, we have a, if at first you don't succeed, try again. And if the again after that doesn't work, you're probably a failure. But let's focus on the positives instead. Love the Warrior Monk as well, man. Like the men-at-arms, this small front line just lasted way too long. And Johan, this is Death Spiral point now, right? We saw what happened before when the smaller army got on top of the production. This army feels unkillable. Even Nesta B is going to be coming out in the wrong location. This Cat's going to camp him down. 3.5 minutes until a Sacred Site victory. Johan, only upside for him is the gold hasn't been harassed just yet. However, the wood line has been found. Horsemen are in. Still a lot of horse archers here as well. More on the way. I think he is now the proverbial dog with the bone. Damn, pretty cool series. I gotta give it to Johan. This is a lot closer than I think many people would have expected. Just because Cat's been looking really on point, right? The only person who seems to be putting stop to him right now is B in these weeklies. But Johan really did almost have him here. So that means that Cat is going to be matching up against Myriad in the quarterfinals coming up shortly after this one. Should be an exciting series. I think Cat, based on his pressure-focused play, could be favored. But there are things I saw in the Dumu series that give signs of hope for Myriad. Let me know what you guys think, though. Do you think that the Cat Myriad series is going to be a win for Cat or a win for Myriad? Drop your comments down below, live or later. So I'm definitely excited to find out. Kitty Cat definitely looked like a player who could bleed in this one. And Johan wasn't wrong. This was a pretty cool series. We're going to hit the fast forward at this point. Johan's just not getting out quick enough now. Cat's already just prepping men-at-arms because you can see that Johan is like basically being forced into spears. He doesn't really have a say in it anymore. Okay, that's an interesting area to set up your farms. Yeah, with the farms now here, the food pump has been solved, right? Like, this was our big scary part for Cat. He doesn't have to worry anymore. 2-1 victory, and he continues on in midweek muster number 11. Oh. Well played to Mr. Kit Kat. Okay. So, we've got, I think, 15 minutes until the next one. Oh, give me 1 second to turn the heat off. Whew, gets toasty in here quick. No, not enough time for some pork chops because Emma didn't check her messages. And now she's like, oh, let me know when you're going to come in. I'll do chips and chicken nuggets. I'm like, well, that doesn't work now. Told you what this series is. So I told you what I needed to eat. I am a starved pigeon, guys. I'm going to have to ride an empty stomach through Cat versus Myriad. So that should be starting a sec. What we're quickly going to do, I guess we can put like, I got a short replay up for you guys to entertain yourselves with. Maybe. Might be able to have one. Let's have a look. Food sounds good. Yeah, food would be great. We've only been live for like almost 7 hours solo casting. I don't think y'all know how hungry casting can make a man. It's surprising, actually. You'd be really shocked. It definitely kind of burns calories quite well. So, 1 second. What we'll do, I'll probably find a short game for you guys to watch. Keep you a little bit entertained. Oh, Dimu versus B. A Dimu versus B game? That does sound quite fun. What was this one? Yeah, stream. This might. Oh, this is a fun game. Let's go with Dimu B. If B wins, guys, you do. We start in 15 minutes. The next one. I'm quickly gonna grab another drink and whatnot. So really short replay before our next series, which is remember going to be Cat versus Myriad. No more Dimu, but you can at least entertain yourselves with a little bit of Dimu here because I've got some on the screen for you now. Wow. Not asking about the Springles. It's a secret sauce, man. You can't mess with it. We're back. Game 5. Dimu has survived to a redraft. Can he make the reverse sweep happen? God, dude. Why is... If he wins here, it is all over. Crap, sorry. If Dimu wins, momentum swings. Good map for it as well. Borderlands, HRE versus Chinese. I mean, Holy Roman Empire, they can play Pro Scouts quite well. They can also do some crazy all-ins such as mine work builds. I'm actually a big fan of that against China. I think China playing later is favorable for them. Holy Roman Empire looking to play more into the feudal castle feels advantageous here. And with a front spawning gold like this, the tree lines with the way they spawn as well, I actually think there's a lot of reward to pressure. A little bit surprised Dimu didn't try for the spearman opening. It has proven fairly impactful actually against China on this map, especially with Civ like HRE. Would have definitely been able to punish B considering he only went for a double villager opening, and he didn't go for an Imperial official. So could have screwed up his early efficiency. Yeah, that's been the trade-off that people have noticed. These Pro Scouts priority builds usually require Imperial Academy cleanly into your Imperial official, and you don't want to be opening with an official from the TC. So what we've been seeing from a few players, Mongols, HRE, any Civ that can justify it really, is Spearman Racks openings, which arrive just in time on maps like this to stop you getting enough gold to play into Pro Scouts. But looks like there won't be a blocker at all, which means Dimu's going to have to directly compete. And the tricky part about that is you can't rush the tech the way that the Chinese can. Yeah, no, the Chinese, for them, it's the bee's knees. Well, not sure if it's specifically bee's knees, but whoever has them, it's their knees. Remember, when they supervise, it only takes 30 seconds. Go Bald Monk. Yeah, I mean, that's the question, right? When Dumu plays a Civ where their monks aren't fully bald, is he weaker or stronger? Is there power in hair? Or is there a crippling, debilitating weakness from the fact that this guy couldn't accept baldness? Now, the counter-argument would be that I think prelates willingly choose to shave their head like this, which means that's almost like a next level of power, right? Going bald is a very, very obvious stylish play. Trying to look good with a hair cropping like that ain't easy. And that, Archon, isn't easy to praise. Oh my dear God, look at the spawn. This is kind of horrible for Dimmu. The gold, the berries are out in the open. There's no trees nearby. The other trees have nothing nearby. Like, this looks trash, but it's because it's the best he has. And he wishes he had B spawn. Double tree line would have been golden here. So we're likely going to see a feudal push. I don't think you can just play this into pro scout. I mean, he has got 2 on gold, but we're only 3 on wood. He is just rushing pro scouts, isn't he? And we might see stables first and then an opening of 2 horsemen. Because my worry is, like, how can you realistically rush pro scouts against China's aggressive timing? Because if you both trigger the tech at the same time, your opponent's already 45 ahead. Yeah, I don't think B plays ladder on this account. He probably has an account he plays ladder on, but it's not this one. Alright, so wood gathering begins. Good news right now for Dumu is he has 5 of his 17 villagers buffed. Woo-wee! Okay, yeah. Actually, no. I think he might be able to gather sheep in range here. Even if it's not in range, you can always just pull the sheep south side. Speaking of sheep, he's got 12 in total. So, reasonable haul. 16 on B's end. This is... I don't know, like... So we set this up to the players on whether they think it's like a remake. I'm trying to figure out whether this is vile enough that like you could call for a remake. It's pretty bad for Dumu. But it's not like something's inherently broken with the spawn, right? Which is like what you'd be looking for a remake. It's just a very unfortunate spawn. Alright, so Rax is coming in. We do have Spearman. Yeah, but not opening Spearman and now doing it on delay is a bit weird. It can work because the cool thing about Spears here is your marching drills allows you to chase down scouts and kill them very, very efficiently. So I quite like this, but B is going to be opening the stables. Obviously, I'm already prioritized pro scouts. We'll likely be seeing an immediate switch into archery range here. And then you can already see that Dumu's prepped for that as well. Yeah, so this is, despite the egregious spawn, a good start for Ben. You still can't believe they're still going? Yeah, Billy, like, is it a weird sight to see your boy Ben awake this late? Now, all those evenings when you tried to ask him to play games with you late and he went, sorry, I don't ever stay awake this late. You've thrown it all into question now. He was lying. He can keep his eyelids open this late into the evening. I know, it's a shocker. He's probably drinking a pint, actually. That's usually how Ben stays awake. Some people get sleepy from drinking beer. It seems to allow Dumu to keep fueling himself. So spears have arrived. Archers on the way. We already have an archery response coming in from B. We will need to supervise to defend this, because otherwise you're going to see probably double archery range quite quickly from Dumu. I don't know if you can do double archery range with this spawn, though. This is one of those weird situations where, like, double archery range just burns you through too fast. Like, you've already got 12 villagers on a tiny tree line. Like, remember, this was double the size to begin with. All right, at this rate, that prelate's going to have more hair on his head than there's going to be trees left on this in the next 45, 60 seconds. You know, that was a weird thing about going to Sweden, actually. Is like, you guys see cider as quite fancy, but the cider you see as quite fancy is British cider. Whereas in England, we always see like things like Recorder League. The Scandinavian ciders is very fancy. Oof. Yeah, no, at this point, this tree line is receding quicker than the French war lines in World War II. It's pretty much already gone, and he's going double archery range anyway. This is starting to pivot quite well for B. We have made an arm switch off from Dimu, but he didn't go pro scouts, right? So he needs a lot of farms. He's only got 6 sheep remaining. He hasn't got good wood income to buff most of the farms. Honest, I think Dimu, when he saw this spawn, he should have just went mine work. This feels like the type of game where mine work is a necessity after you see your spawn. Mine work could have changed a lot about this, right? You could have opened horsemen into spears and just A-clicked your way to victory with a small group of archers behind. But this looks pretty grim, man. I think Dimu has until like minute 14 to do something good, something very impactful, or he's just going to be dead. Undermesh is coming in. That is a smart read. It's not easy to get ahead of Chinese on techs, but with the build that he's gone for, B's unlikely to be rushing blacksmiths with just archers. It's not like his Zhuge. I think also mine work just feels better on this map in general because of the tiny tree lines, because you always have to keep moving around, right? So Steel Arrow queued up immediately afterwards. B, did he even glance it? He may have seen it. This is tricky. Defender's advantage is real, guys. And arms are just being ignored right now. He's going to have to push this, and you already see Undermesh is being queued up. With supervision, that can be there like that. This is what makes it so goddamn dirty. Trade out begins. Steel Dara hasn't come through yet. Good micro from B. Just kind of staggering his arrival here. Spear count is low. Marching drills will keep a few left alive here, but not much. He should be able to just shove this all the way away, so no pressure reaching his economy. And now organic pressure on the Dimus, because would you like to see that tree line? Oh, wait, it's gone like a magician's parlor trick. Villagers now moving out of range of the buff entirely. So Archer's not a realistically scalable play anymore for Dimu. Not unless he wants to add in prelates. Farm count is sitting at 5. So he doesn't want to pull that prelate away from the Archon at all at this stage. I think you need to add in another prelate. B now even getting to the Barbican. So wondered if he would just try to raw rush castle, but the cool thing about Barbican here is it stops Dimu from sending it on you in feudal now. Right? Protects what you need as well, right? You got the gold covered. Your back tree line's pretty safe. Deer are very deep. You know, Dimu would at this stage need to get, what, 3-4 rams? And without the Archon buff on the tree line, 1 ram feels like a challenge here. Horseman now just gonna rip around the back here. There's only 1 spear, guys. Dimu ain't looking too good. He's feeling about as good as Spider-Man with the Thanos snap. I mean, the only advantage right now is he can at least kite away from the archers. And that's kind of it. Melee armor now coming in from B. An admirable effort, man. I feel bad for Ben. This series kind of started off with a very interesting dynamic game. Then it felt like he lost his mojo a bit. All of a sudden, he starts to kind of get that pump stride going again, feeling good about it. And then you come into a Borderland, deciding game with a spawn like this. I don't know if Dimu has really been practicing mine work per se, and that might be why he didn't just think, oh, this has to be mine work, right? Because it is a very weird build. B, on the other hand, we know can execute that one quite well. You know, it feels defeat is what we're seeing and what we're saying, right? But like, what you got to keep in mind is for Dimu to win this, you have to blow 30 men at arms, go castle. And, you know, while there's a world in which that can happen, like, what's the response? What's B going to have in that same time? We can already see step 1 of it. Before you even have 10 men at arms, he's going to be able to be on his way to Castle Age. Horseman. Even poking at the reinforcing MAA. I don't see Dimu's Archer to Lancers here. Or even just Mass Zhuge, actually. Vetted Zhuge just kind of decimates everything. Even Plastic Swordsman. Oh, in the Blue Marine to make it easy to kill these villagers. And keep in mind, like, this resource that can be easily reached is Dumu's safest resource right now. There we go. He's pulling the trigger. Clock tower now on the way. Damn. I mean, that's the way it swings sometimes. I think what you'll give him is like this creativity. I think if this was a more orderly series in general, I don't think B might be saying like Dumu in that more orderly fashion where you play standard, play mid. He has very good strategies and executions, but I don't think just has B been competing on that level. It's been the creativity with which he approached some of these opening picks in the draft. It really does also just feel like China is the pick. It is, with most map pools right now, I'd say the single best pick in the game. I actually think China is more valuable than Delhi, HRE, Byzantines. It's the king. Maybe Juji like is the competitor. But until Pro Scouts meta changes, my feeling on that isn't going to change. They are the kings. If you get them in the draft, you're in the driving seat. And I'm trying to remember, like, draft 1, they split it, right? Like, Dimu got the Juji. Draft 2, I believe it got banned on both sides. Meanwhile, B once again gets his Chinese. Just looks brutal. Lancer's already being queued up. Archer's being vetted up as well. I mean, this feels like curtains closed. Dumu, it's going to have to be Regnitz. He only has 11 men at arms. By the time you tech up, your opponent's probably going to be like, what, 7 Lancers? Maybe more. Regnitz is coming up, but it is a forward one, and it's going to get scouted early here. Archer's moving in. They're going to chase the villagers. That is going to reveal the build. I'm not sure if he saw that. But the Lancers are so close by, you can't help but sense the danger is going through the ceiling here. The risk getting too high. My men-at-arms are just desperate for attention. Going to start diving in again. This is where Dumu has to make his stand. He can't really afford to back away. The worry I have is that the men-at-arms number isn't really going up. And Spearman coming in when there's still so many archers. What are you meant to do with this? This is brutal. Lancers, they now see the targets. And with only 4 spearmen, Dumu does not have any easy way of protecting his economy here. Admirable effort, folks, but it looks like we are going to be ending up with a 4-1 scoreline, giving B back-to-back midweek muster wins. A big morale booster for him going into the EGC winter tournament. I think B stocks are rising as well, man. It's kind of crazy, right? B fell off, then he took a break from AoE 4. He focused on Myth, he focused on, you know, Stormgate. Also, there was some Zero Space. Then he comes in again towards the end of the year, and I'm impressed at how quickly he's recovered that lost progress, right? Dude's cooking, and you know, if we can just get beyond the Springwood obsession, or maybe if he just holds off and waits for that inevitable Springwood buff, might all of a sudden look like a year for the 3D clan member to dominate all. So Spearmen are going to get cleared up. At that point, Lancers will just commit in. There is a handful of crossbows here. I don't know if there's a way, though. Archers are already targeting them down and chasing them away. His last stand, because Benny Boy has nothing left in the chamber behind this. Damn. Crazy series. Let me know what you guys thought about this. I think B is cooking, man. What do you think B is going to be like in the EGC event? Where do you think he's going to finish? Is someone brazenly saying first? Are we saying podium finish? Could it be B's year to shine finally? A long path, one of redemption to this arc, but I agree. Like, you know, Vortex as well. Both of them taking the break, come back to Myth. They look refreshed. They look buzzing like a bee. Stinging like one too. Cool series. Let me know if you guys have been enjoying this. If you have, make sure you are following across on the YouTube where a lot of these get uploaded, where the VODs are going to be for you to watch as well. You can also catch us live on Twitch and YouTube. So make sure you're tuning into those so you can be part of these amazing moments. Week number 9 complete. We still have 21 weeks. Well, actually, no, we have 19 weeks to go. What is up, folks? Yes, apologies about that. I had to quickly grab a snack so we can power through. The draft is done, though. It actually perfectly lined up. So we do have our drafts for the next live series. It's going to be quarterfinals showdown between Myriad and Cat. That's right. You're hearing that correctly. Myriad, he beat the old boy Dimmy. Actually looked pretty damn good doing it. So let me just type in the series so I didn't have a chance to update the graphics. It's been buggy behind the scenes. But yes, we did have nailed by a tight series on both sides to get to this result. Let me just show you in the bracket. So in terms of what we're going to be doing here, this should be the last series of the day. We're going to be covering Cat versus Myriad. Tomorrow, we have got plenty more series to go through. We're going to have B versus Starflark, Anatan versus Mahodo, Sass versus Avali, as well as that quarterfinals. So we'll likely begin the day with Anatan versus Mahodo, Sass versus Avali, and then we should have the quarterfinals live there, and should be hopefully able to catch the quarterfinals between either B or Starflark and Numidan. And then we'll hopefully, later in the day, we'd like to aim to have a semi-final scheduled as well. So yes, plenty of cool things that are happening. And then, of course, on the first day, we'll have other semis and grand finals is what we're aiming for. But let's have a look at the drafts here. Because I am seeing some Japanese. This has to be about Wilderness. I'm wondering if there's any curveballs he can throw. Myriad's draft is a little bit more, I think, linear, right? It has to be English first map. Can work well against Japanese. Really depends on the spawn. I don't think there's any variance there. Iabid's, like, maybe you want to go French on Wilderness. You could catch your opponent off guard, but then, like, where do you put Japan? I mean, Cliffside's kind of weird for them. So I can't imagine it's coming out there. What do you guys think? Look at the draft. Do you think anyone actually got the big dub? Someone who got the win? I think the French Roosts picks are pretty intriguing here. Myriad's Delhi doesn't really look counted. But the other picks are a bit more questionable. Ottomans in English in particular, maybe. I think game 1 is going to really be the decider here. Could easily see Myriad taking a game, if not 2. So I think that opening game is going to be pretty pivotal. Just because I think it has to be English. And you're looking for that opening dub. Otherwise, I think you have to fall back to some more shaky grounds, like Cliffside Dry Arabia just work very well for all of Cat's remaining picks. I think they're getting ready to get in lobby now. What I'm going to do, I can't run ads because Twitch literally chooses the most cringe point to always run those ads. Oh. Hopefully YouTube and Twitch are having some fun. Reminder tomorrow, by the way, we should be live by 2 p.m. CET. So I'm just double checking the scheduled games. Yeah, 2 p.m. CET will be when we go live, 1 p.m. UK time. And then, like I said, we'll definitely have move like Anno, Mahodo, and we'll try to squeeze Sass vs Avli in before the quarterfinals live at 3 p.m. Between those two options. And I don't think we have a penciled in time for the Numidan series yet. So should be plenty of time to catch B versus Starflark. Let's have a look. What are the opening picks? I'm trying to think what curveball he could throw here. It just feels very linear what their pick has to be, right? He threw a curveball, and it's a pretty bloody good one, actually. Credit to him, man. I wondered if he was going to sense it. So Myriad picked Ottomans. Ottomans is pretty crafty. It's a water hybrid map, right? So there's some variance there. The other thing is Ottomans are pretty good against Japanese. And the reasons make a lot of sense when you think about it for a second. Pause that thought. What's up, Tip Fella? Thank you very much for the resub, mate. Welcome back to the swarm. So Ottos against Japanese. If it's a long feudal, the melee armor from the meta is busted against Japan. Even if you have to go ranged armor, busted against Yumi. If you go Castle Age, you can't really rely on Mounted Samurai because Ottomans can just scale Janissaries. So I have a really, really good set of answers to the things that Japanese do very well. Onimusha, Sapahi answer really well. So yeah, pretty crafty approach on the opening game, and one that I would say actually quite heavily favors Myriad here. Yeah, I think this is a matchup that Cat's going to have to outplay in. Very interesting. And that also strengthens his draft later. Like, my worries about him being weaker in Game 2, Game 3 from options might be alleviated now. So Cliffside English is pretty good. The only issue is if Cat goes Roos, I think you're in trouble, because Roos can get away with not touching the gold at all. But, for example, French versus English, you know, there's a lot of matchups where, a lot of maps rather, where English tends to get their asses handed to them by French at the moment. I think Cliffside is one of those ones where actually English can do really, really well. So yeah, I think we are ready to hop into game. Let's have a look. Ah, look at that vibrant sunset. And people said I used too much saturation. What happened to this one? All right, let's get predictions started as well, because we're only a minute and a half out. Oh, blimey. Long bloody stream for Monday, actually, now that I think about it. I'll wait until the minute mark before starting the predictions, so you guys have a minute of in-game to have a look. Have a ganders and make it cool. Which game is this? This is quarterfinals, my friend. Myriad versus Cat. Honestly, I think this is going to be a 3-game series. Actually, I remembered as I was like, we're going to do this today. I'm like, now I kind of pseudo hope it's not insanely long series, just because I remember it's meant to be an agency meeting in about an hour and a half. Oops. Yeah, Myriad leveling up, man. Spooky boy. Looks like LA Fires, Monka. You live there? Maybe spend less time typing on the internet, more time putting those fires out. Jesus. We got the weird start lag. We might. 1 second. That should fix it. Apparently, slaying Dumu isn't enough for this guy. Myriad is looking to blitz his way towards the semifinals, and he kicks off this quarterfinals in a smart way. Ladies and gents, welcome back to Midweek Muster. Ottomans for Myriad. This is a classic comfort pick for him. This guy was renowned for being a prolific Ottoman spammer back when they were busted beyond belief. He finds a great way to return to them here. Opening map Wilderness, a water hybrid map. Water hybrid, usually quite good for Ottomans. They have some options to make it even better. Ottomans is a pretty hard counter to Japan. Japan, a lot of the things that make them good make them weak against Ottomans. Feudal melee power, not great against the meta melee armor. The fast castle, mounted samurai build, not great against the Janissaries. Even Onimusha, not going to have a good time against Sapahi. There's even a build you can aim for here with Ottos usually, where you rush in feudal with mass Sapahi, and with the ranged armor, you dive relentlessly. Let's see how Myriad wants to approach it. Cat is going to need an answer. The most obvious one to begin with is going to be Coca Township, but that does sacrifice your food scaling later in the game. Usually you're happy to do that on a water map, but you need to make sure you're actually getting the water to justify the investment. And boy, is he going to need it, considering that Myriad is already doubling him when it comes to sheep. Yeah, he is just rolling exactly where he needs to. Cap is going to be able to catch up a little bit. It looks like we have got 4 to 5 sheep over here, so should be mostly balanced. Probably about 65% sheep favorability for Myriad. Both of them have started on the pond. Obviously, a more organic play for Japan, considering they need to build a house anyway. It's a 50 wood investment that you don't usually want to make for Myriad. Imagine we're going to be looking at Sultani train network here. Sultani is pretty good on this map just because the gold tends to spawn forward towards your opponent, right? So a bit exposed. Then again, like you could get away from a dresser if you want to play aggressive. It's just very difficult to out aggro that way with Coca coming. How do you guys gamble, by the way? 84% for Myriad. This guy beats one bald British guy, and you all go bonkers. What's going on here? Wait, oh, I love that. Like, you know, after we just had the majority of people gamble on Ottomans, the follow-up comment is like, wait, Ottomans? Why? See, here's the funny thing. If Japanese now win, it shows that my opinion has way too much power over you guys. Oh my god, dude. Can you find any more wolves? Like, good god. Luckily, there isn't going to be any aggro towards this, so it will be a dock for free. No Myriad play. Yeah, delayed from Myriad, actually. Okay, so he's going to be moving out now. Man, this guy looks like it means business. I don't know, like the rolled up sleeves had me convinced he's ready for a brawl in the streets. You never actually noticed how different aesthetically Ottoman villages look. It's the puffed up chest, right? That's Papa right there. So yeah, going for a dock play is kind of intriguing here though, considering that Japan's going to have the Shinobi. This has to be hidden. He can't be seen doing this, which is why I think he delayed it so much. And also, keep in mind, like, when it comes to Steel Series tournament, maybe Myriad wasn't available for it. That's another thing to consider. I think Myriad has been a player that's kind of been silently looming. Hasn't really seen any rises through the rankings in, like, the last year, unfortunately. Not that he was, like, ranked insanely low, but, you know, he hasn't been able to see that big climb like a Killjadi-esque type person. He's always been capable. Maybe, I don't know, maybe 2025 could turn around for him. He's definitely off to a nice start taking down Dumu, the guy who's been in all the finals so far this year. We do have Shinobi coming. It's going to be going up to 3 here. The play should be immediate archery range. And again, Myriad with the outpost, maybe it's just going to focus on the boat side of things. Cat does already have the fishing boat scaling. He doesn't know that he's been joined on the pond. Does he suspect it, though? It looks like he's rallying around. Oh. He suspects, all right. He is heading straight towards the dock location. This is bad timing for Myriad. It means he's not going to get a boat out. Look at the resources right now. He hasn't started pumping yet. Not even a fishing boat. You more gold forward is at least going to be protected with the outpost. Cat has stopped at the free Shinobi. No more getting added in. Even walling at home because he's paranoid about the Sapahi play. This is pretty brutal. Look at the timing. So Archer Ship's going to get delayed infinitely because the other Shinobi are already on the way over to this. Myriad never bothered to add in the Archer range. Horrible start here for Myriad. He didn't make this about land at all. He played to where Japan's a bit stronger, which is waterside, right? With the cheaper fishing boats, with the Shinobi play. Had this been focused on land, I think things look a lot better. But now, you're in a bit of trouble. He's going into archers. Cat inflates even more Shinobi. Would love to see him just add in his stables to follow this up. Archer ship also just coming out already. It's a little bit surprising. Not entirely necessary. Like, he should be able to perma-sabo this down. But I guess I can see the logic here, right? If he gets an archer ship out, the archer play can't touch the Shinobi here now, right? And also, you patrol afterwards to guarantee a villager never comes back and does anything, which is smart because then the Shinobi are free to do more things on land. Also, Shunshin in opportunity there. Cat, surprisingly enough, didn't actually take it. Had the double strike available, that would have been death to the scout and blindness for Myriad. He's running a villager out again. Doc definitely isn't going to be able to spawn anything. This is quite the Hail Mary by Myriad. Failing once is within range of tolerance. Failing twice is unforgivable here. Especially when you see that Cat is clearly going towards castle. It looks like Is he gonna... No. Wait, why? He knows that Cat's on water. He saw the archer ship. He's gonna reveal himself here. Shinobi, in the meantime, are gonna be able to intercept the archers one by one. And he's on the very verge of revealing himself. He actually walks back instead. So Shinobi able to dodge the threat. They're actually waiting in the forest right now, which is problematic. Myriad lightly going to walk past it. He's baiting him. No, don't follow them. Don't follow them. The cake is a lie. Get out of here. Villager has been seen, though. If the Shinobi want, they could take him. Instead, the elaborate bait is about to pay off. No, he can just walk back in the forest if he wants to. He's Shunshin's forward very aggressively here from Cat. So not the cleanest of execution, but he should be able to kill both of them. Yeah, he gets the extra strike out. Doesn't even need the reinforcements. So overall, a worthwhile exchange, right? 200 resources down the drain to burn 240. Myriad now reinvesting. I mean, he is aiming for Castle. But he's definitely hurting his timing by doing this. Need more Cat. Gets a bit of a window here that normally wouldn't really exist against the Ottos. And it's all because of the fishing, right? Like, without the fishing, he's in trouble. Instead, what we have is a problematic situation where Myriad can get the age up. He might struggle to get out on the map quick enough here. What could Myriad have done different here? The archer idea is fine. I think the dock choice was questionable when he done it. I get the urgency, though, right? Like, if you don't set up that dock early, you're never getting out. But it felt like the archers just didn't really come out quickly. There's always a risk that you conga line them to death, but the timing he went for, I mean, I think it's more praise to Cat because Myriad got caught in multiple ways, right? He lost his scout. He played in the stealth forest. Cat just manipulated him very well. And yes, Springalds are still good against ships, mangoes, etc. Like, all these things still have good damage against ships. Yes, it can be a nice counterplay. Unfortunately, running a Springald all the way out to the water is probably not going to happen here. And yeah, I think Mermaid Imperial Armory is kind of overrated. But this is a matchup where it can make sense because of the Springalds. Remember, Japanese like to build a lot of melee, right? And realistically, because you have Janissaries, he shouldn't be going Cav. So what does that leave for Japan? That leaves Onabegisha Samurai. Great. Melee infantry against Springals. Six being locked in immediately by Cat. Interesting. He's not even hoovering the relics back. He's just looking to force a timer here. Makes sense. A long castle into Graduate Imperial is going to favor Ottomans in this matchup. And we're going to see the Janissaries immediately queued as the first mounted samurai arrives in the base. And Shunshin on the back. He didn't know us. Great sabotage. He blocks the archery range and gets 2 worker kills. That was sick. If we didn't hear the Shunshin, you wouldn't know it happened. First Janny does come out, but he's going to get target fired down. And Myriad looks lost in this game. Is this just over? He's not even moving the villagers anymore. He's in full panic mode. Reminder that this matchup is usually meant to be chill mode for Ottomans. No cap, no exaggeration. But Cat has completely controlled the narrative in this one. New healthy Mad Samurai arrives. Myriad just doesn't have any working economy, really. And the Janus are just not coming out, right? The archery range rather, are being blocked out. Oh my god. This is a stomping game one. All because Myriad got enticed by the pond. It's crazy how different this matchup is if, for example, you take the water away. I think that's really what screwed the pooch for him. He's got baited into a water affair he didn't really want to be a part of, but felt he needed to because of how good water is for Japan. At this point, he's just processing the loss. All right. I can officially say with 84% of the votes going to Myriad, I have way too much sway over you guys. Jesus. Well, he didn't wait around that one. So, game 1 win for the Japanese over Otto. I mean, Myriad still has some decent picks for remaining maps, right? So win for Cat. Let's see. Where are they taking us game 2? Preferably on a better date than that. I'm going to guess with the draft. Mira's going what? English on Cliffside, probably. Let's have a look. Delhi Roos. That's still Cliffside, I think. Then again, Roos don't really benefit from Cliffside much anymore. No. The thing is, since you don't do Kremlin anymore, Cliffside kind of isn't your best friend like it used to be. Appreciate those odds you gave me on that game. Report the thief. He stole your money. I had nothing to do with it. I'm innocent. Love me. I swear I'm not going to start singing Love Me, Love Me. Okay, now that I've said the first words, it's kind of echoing in my brain and I'm tempted. Say that you love me. No? No one? Come on, you're all in the correct age group to know that song. I know you're going to resist the temptation to sing it, but really are you? Reminder, by the way, winner of this will be through the semifinals. We're already at quarterfinal territory. Oh no, not the push-ups again. The seat push-ups. 1, 2, 3. I'm going to bugger my wrist doing that, I swear. Hopefully, in a few weeks, we'll be back to proper push-ups. I am wearing the boot a lot less now. I'm not allowed to sport. Alright. Where are they? They're in lobby, so we should be in a sec. More push-ups. Heavy workout. Okay. 1 second, I just need to check something as well. Love me, love me. Damn it, now it's stuck in my head. Here's a catchy song. Alright, there we go. Lads are in game. Those are dips. They are temporary push-ups. I know it's right. Yeah, Dry Arabia. I just don't think you play Roos anymore in Cliffside. Because, like, if you're about horse archers, Cliffside's more defensive than Dry Arabia in the mid-game. Because you can wall off the choke points and wall yourself in a bit. Alright, so we'll get predicties ready for you guys. Game 2. I mean, remember, Myriad lost this earlier to Dimu. So I am a bit reserved on his execution against Roos. That song stuck in my head. I can't stop hearing it. Look at that. I'm surprised. Some people are feeling ballsy. They're gambling before they've even seen the map. Even before be like, oh, I need a refund. I'm like, nah, dude. We don't do no refunds. We're full on vinted here. Ooh, I just realized I got the Game Pass and they just added Ninja Gaiden 2. I might have to play that. I never played them when I was younger. They do look pretty cool, though. I got so many games to play. I started playing through the Modern Warfare 3 campaign last night, finally. Alright. Whoa, Miri. You have to work harder to earn a game here. Uh-oh. It might be the thing that plagued him before. Myriad, we've seen him in this matchup against Dimu. It was actually the one game that he dropped. His Delhi up against the Roos. Cat all too comfortable on this Civ right now. Double hunting cabin opening. You know what time it is. I'm going to say it. You're going to vomit. You're going to then type a comment down on the video and be angry. It's Pro Scouts time. It's always Pro Scouts time. Yeah, almost just guaranteed with this opening, right? But Delhi, and they should be capable of taking this down. Cat will be aware of it as well. We've seen his teammate B execute this flawlessly against the Rus. Spearmen into Ghazi, rush to the enemy side of the map, starve them out, take 3 sacred sites, go castle. Myriad, when he played against Dimu, didn't abide by those rules. Instead, he went Ghazi only, delayed his transition, and then I think he went Archers, if I recall correctly, to wall in sacred sites. Definitely hurt his presence to block the food. And with a spawn like this, I mean, just look at it. There's a gift horse waiting to be nade at. There's at least one safe deer stack over here for Cat, but the other one is forward towards Myriad's base. Also would lean him left side to block 3 of the 4 deer stacks all at once. Have to see if he wants to play it that way. If Delhi pumps Ghazi with Scholar early and just puts 1 or 2 on the closest deer, they can die a lot. True Shorkham, but if Delhi open racks while teching up, which they can do, and then produce Spearmen while they're teching up, they can block Pro Scouts even better. And that's also in particular important against Cat's style of Bruce, because unlike certain players who run for the enemy deer first, what Cat likes to do is shove these deer in towards the base. Now, we do have the free scout opener. This is going to allow him to rotate. Myriad actually has dodged it fairly well if he plays his back corner. He should be able to yoink what's back here, and it looks like Cat is going to beat him to the punchline. Unfortunately, there's just nothing there. So final sheep haul. 11 for Myriad. Only 9 for Cat. Seems mathematically incorrect. Yeah, he skipped a few here, right? There should be some sheep up here. Probably some over in this corner as well. Definitely missing sheep here. So Domeface should be coming in. And Golden Gate reaction should be here in a second. Cat's already shuffling home. Should be looking to drop off the sheep and then come back for the deer. How do you guys vote in the end, by the way? I'm curious. 54% for Cats. You guys are pretty tight on this one. I don't know if people, like, I guess less people believe in what I was saying now. That's probably good. You guys should be your own agents. Make your own choices. Don't trust everything I say. What you should trust is the value of subscribing to this channel, though. $5 and a whole month, which equals about 110 hours and no ads? Holy crap. That's a jackpot. I've got a feeling Myriad's going to stick to the Ghazi plan. Sacred sites are tighter as well, which would make Spearman feel even better because your rotations would be swifter, right? Also, cool thing for Myriad is if this does go to a game through in Cliffside, he still has that English pick, which I rate quite highly there, or the Byzantines, which can also work. Meanwhile, it's either French or Iobids for Cat. Likely going to be Iobids if it gets to that point. I don't think French play that well into Cliffside. I think Iobids can sometimes struggle as well, but he does at least have like a Gulam player to lean into. That's presumably even going to get there. We have got the scout shoving we talked about. Dude's already up to 4 scouts pretty aggressively. Where are the sheep? I feel like there wasn't that many on this map. 11 for Myriad and 12 for Cat, right? Myriad, okay, there you go. That explains it a little. Bit different here for Myriad. He actually was gathering off the sheep, which is rare. Usually you just rush the berries as the Civ. See what I mean, guys? Deer shove's easy. Just get 4 scouts. Just watch them and just push them. So Pro Scout's coming in. Myriads is a mile off. Yeah, he is prioritizing it, which is the correct call. You want to be doing this over horticulture. By the time you get horticulture, practically all the initial berries are gone. And your whole goal is to try and strip your opponent of half their deer value over time. So, interesting choice by Cat to snipe the deer this early, considering that we are still 20 seconds out. And it's going to be the Ghazi opening. So Myriad already in the way, but you see what I mean about the value of this shove against the Ghazi timing, right? Cat, he's already reacting appropriately. We have racks opening. This is because he wants to take the deer away from Cat from Myriad first, right? Yeah, you can see he's already cycling around. Myriad is riding blind and getting a bit unfortunate on his rotation here. Doesn't actually see him coming. His scout just came home, and if he just runs the wrong way, he's not going to see a thing. Oh my god. Are you... He sees him. He sees him. He should be able to react. Myriad is going to pull back. However, Cat is also rotating all the way back to the second deer pack. Okay, yeah, we'll have to duck and run here. Cat is being insanely greedy. That is a super delayed pull away by the scout. He's going to lose one. But he has got the other deer coming home, and Myriad should be looking through the fog. He will be able to see this. But I don't think he's glanced it yet. Meanwhile, the close deer are going to be dragged in, so he's got the better food gathering rate. He's got spearman production on the way. Cat's goal is to not add too many spears. He wants to try and get castle as quickly as he can. Roost seems to be favored by every pro, or why is it not getting banned? Because you've got so many things you want to ban, right? Juji in Chinese cannot be let through. HRE does not feel like something to be let through. And then the fourth ban, they both actually went Mongols. And that was because of the opening map wilderness more than anything. Nice reveal. He sees the deer. Unfortunately, Cat got creative there. Used the stealth forest to his advantage. The scout is coming in, so they will get scouted eventually. First Scouts has almost completed. Myriad, he's going for his archer follow-up we talked about before. He's going to find value because Cat may be overkilling it in the spear department here. Good news is it's at least going to get him 700 food more home because these scouts will not get denied. Remember, Cat's follow-up play now is cleanly into castle. Don't build more spears. Don't overreact. In fact, he cancelled the extra. Correct read. Pro Scouts is about to tick in for Myriad, but at this stage, it means that Cat has got more value, right? I believe one of the deer, yeah, 2 deer got dragged over here, but overall, he snatched away, let's say 2.5, because this one's still really far out there. But even if it's just the 2 extra home, that's still a favorable percentage for him, right? Close to 60% of the deer. There's no way that Myriad's going to be able to stop these deer from being taken. He is, however, going to be able to get those sacred sites. Yeah, very good spawn, actually, I think, for the deli here. If this had been left, right, deer, Cat could have snuck more, right? But you can see what Myriad's doing. He's posturing hard on left because everything that Cat needs is here. High trade house now on the way. Get your numbers in, folks. How big or small are we going? Double arch range already on the way. Myriad's goal now is to try and elegantly approach castle as well, right? Don't throw away extra troops. Don't buy extra troops. The Wallens are really nice to the archers, but just don't spend anything more than is necessary here. And the third ticker set coming in. It just gives you the gold accelerant you need here. In conjunction with the berries, which are only now going to be expiring. So, opening play here for Myriad. You can add in some more archers. Going a few lances isn't a bad idea, just so you go into your opponent's economy. Right? The whole idea is you're both going to be hunkered down underneath your TC, but 1 or 2 knights can achieve more than 1 or 2 horse archers hitting that economy. The Cat. Oh, we've got men-at-arms horse archers. This is cool. We've been seeing a little bit more of this from the Roost recently. Usually in anticipation of archer play. Give me a nice blocker against Ghazi as well. Wooden Fortress is going to keep them at bay, and looks like Myriad did get some vital info there, so likely we're going to be seeing him switch into crossbows as soon as he's teched. Meanwhile, Cat is still looking to snatch goodies. Needs to be quick about this. There is just enough deer left for him to take away. Yeah, and there's still 2 over here. High trade house, 123 gold. That's KP for... It's okay. House of Len now coming through. So Myriad, you know, is there a long-term play into men-at-arms? Potentially now that your opponent's doing it. Like for Delhi, the ideal comp is going to be MAA crossbows here. Then after a delay, you add in 1 or 2 elephants. If your opponent goes crossbows, then you go for tower elephants. If he doesn't, then you can just stick on more elephants. It mops up the men-at-arms faster. Looks like he only got 1 Sacred Site walled in, but if you remember that Dumu series, he did attempt a double wall in and got punished on both in the end. So this is a bit more calculated and reasonable for Myriad. Other thing that is interesting is the position of these relics. He's going to be able to get most of the neutral ones. So the Spearman did go out for decap, but the Horse Archers haven't shuffled over. Instead, I think Cat is going to head straight for the base to cut off the Scholar's return. Pretty crafty, right? You can either punt which relics are being monosted right now, or you can try to harass him before he has a real army, and maybe intercept as a follow-up. Does mean that you're going to struggle more to get those relics back with your own monks. I think the balance is pretty good. People aren't complaining that 1 or 2 civs, 1 or 2 civs are too dominant. Sure, but I think I talked about this before. Even if you think the balance is pretty good, which I think there's still things that can be tweaked, but let's say you think the balance is perfect. The reality check is no one wants perfect. People just want change. This is a bad fight for Cat, though. He got caught with his hand in the cookie jar. He at least denies the Scholar temporarily, but these men-at-arms, I mean, they're doing actually better than expected. He took around, 5-6 Ghazi from that? Following up wave of Horse Archers has now arrived. A few more men-at-arms as well. Archers are going to target to that backside, but the real big problem here is these are not veteran archers yet. Still, the numbers should favor him. You can see the Horse Archers just trying to target down the Lancers as best they can. Overall, I feel like Cat got a better exchange there than he probably should have. It's still going to be a fight that favors Myriad, especially with the relics coming home. So this is looking like it could actually be, what, 4 relics? No, he yoinks it away. So he's going to go wide. Looking like a 3-2 split, which is more of a 3-3 split. Actually, it's more like 3/almost 4 split because you've got the high trade house. Yeah, I just want new things, man. I want new mechanics. I want new map mechanics. I think I said one big thing I'd love to see is a new food type. After what we've seen happen with Pro Scouts, what that has convinced me of is we need more food types. Just a generic food type that, like, no one gets a buff with. That's on the middle of the map somewhere, right? Something for everyone to aim for. Let's add some apple trees in. Screw it. And arms numbers are still blowing up here. Myriad is leaning real hard into archers, but he has to for Horse Archer play. Lancer numbers are also blowing really well at a critical time here. Home Blades is about to tick in. The formation shuffling is kind of killing Cat. And there's the clash again. He's not finishing off these Lancers, though. No, and it's costing Cat quite a bit in the retreat. Yeah, no signs of a switch, right? Can't really go Spearman as long as there's archers. It's a beautiful thing. This comp for Myriad is really smart. It blocks the inherent counters. You can't go crossbows because archers kill you. You can't go spears because archers kill you. And as a result, the Lancers get to kill all. Numbers are looking really good for Myriad. Needs to be careful of an overextension now. Because the Horse Archer count is so low, Cat still can't compete. He's finally just blinking and going in a different direction. We do have Knights getting queued up. Those Knights are going to perform worse now than the Delis, considering the Home Blades. Just after all the skirmishing, right, ends up being a 3-2 split for Delhi. Sacred Site's now getting locked in. Has the wall coming in as well, so it's going to be able to gather berries on the flank. I'm impressed, man. Considering how rough that last Delhi game looked for Myriad and KPMM. This is a drastic improvement. Cat is getting his juicer though. Boys Fortitude, we've highlighted this in previous series. Like when you're around 30 Horse Archers with Boys Fortitude, transcends the natural order of things, right? It just completely flips fights that would normally have been a loss for you. You should be able to be rough for that time, especially with the Knights added in as well. We'll offset the Home Blades a little also. Saint's Blessing trigger is going to be there. Horse Archer just pulling further back. Now, this is really good because if you bait the archers in range of the men-at-arms, you can switch targets here. Myriad. The healing is also in there, though, and it looks like that front line just got absolutely torn. No boy's fortitude. Cat, he jumped it on that one. It's finally in. More knights are trickling now. Keep in mind the archers at this stage are feeling pretty weak. There's only a handful left. The lancers should really be the creme de la creme. Myriad, he's actually doing this. This is hella impressive right now. Once again, to reiterate, Cat has been making back-to-back semifinals appearances, being stopped by the reigning champion B. And even then, those series go 5 games every week. So this is no small feat what he's doing right now. Horse Archers need to wipe the Lancers ASAP, but the Archer Blob just rebuilding a little bit too quick here. He's in range of the stand defenses, but it looks like Cat never bothered to invest in anything for the Wooden Fortress. I've got ball play on the flanks of Cat, knowing he has to take risks here. That Sacred Site timer is starting to tick, and not just that, kind of approaching the point where you can reward yourself with an elephant, you know? Go to the local zoo, pick one out. Whichever one fits your aura. In this type of game, it should probably be a tower elephant. Instead, he's actually going crossbows. Which also works pretty well here. He just got pegs, right? So the extra range means that horse archers can't kite you. Instead, they just kind of die to you. Love this as well. Forced March is a really big deal. Forced March is going to allow you to dodge the plague. The crossbows are really valuable. So if you notice that you're outnumbered, all you need to do is just press one button and run for the moon. Even adding the skulls is really smart here. Which means you're going to be fully rejuvenated for the next engagement, right? And it's not like the skulls are dying easily when Cat's army is so babyishly small. So how does Cat get back in this? He needs to raid. The problem is, like, his army is so small that he knows if he raids, he gets dove. And even with the army being here, he's getting dove. Lancers marching in. I mean, he should be looking to split up and look for the economy, right? That's how you get the win. Myriad, you guys got that small group of archers looking. Won't quite see past the tree line here. You have to shuffle back out. However, look what he's found. Cat's greed is being revealed. He's everywhere outside of his base right now for food. I don't think Myriad actually processed it there. He didn't attack. So for the time being, Cat is getting away with these pocket economies. Surely not for much longer. Right? Like, you just ran into the base, didn't see any eco anywhere. You've got to be suspicious. And there we go. Lancer is going to jump in. So, out of time achieved. Wooden Fortress upgrades are coming in. However, so are all these Lancers. He will have to stand here. It's definitely going to cost him a few troops. And we do have a backstab attempt coming. Alright, we'll see it early. Just reluctant to engage. Such an uphill battle at this stage. Especially when there's also just crossbows laid in there. The knights can't really just do all they're meant to do here. So it looks like he's about to be forced to fight. Or be 8 villages down, which just feels like enough to win this game. Villagers will go for the repair. Cat buying a little bit of time behind this. We do have Myriad now adding in the farms. Not just that, stone gathering's underway. It could be creeping towards a keep. At what stage do you just say screw it and switch off the horse archers? The answer, probably never. It kind of feels like you need to, right? It's almost like Cat is waiting for Myriad to run out of resources. That's just not going to happen here. I've at least got a Sprune replacement now. Like, if he can get rid of the Lancers, there's hope for him here. The Lancer's the only thing that's going to kill you, right? But the Outpost is already so low on HP. The guy's doing a really good job of making what should have been a simple fight incredibly complicated. Oh my god, he's actually starting to do this. More repairs coming in. It's still 7 workers out here. The Lancer count back up to 8. This recommitment has to be so tilting. I think Muren needs to slow down. This just isn't really going according to plan, which is worrisome for him because there's still a lot of ball value here, right? 1,300 food remaining. The Sacred Site timer is ticking though, and I'm starting to wonder what the hell Cat's meant to decap. There's another castle coming in on the east side. If he camps his army west, this feels all but guaranteed because Cat has spent way too much resource on horse archers, nothing on burning through. Damn, Myriad played him perfectly here, man. I'm impressed. Myriad's been kind of improving his deli over the last year and a half. I think you'll agree, like, where he was at actually just a year ago was requiring a lot of work. That was back when it was the Tower Victory optimization. And, if you asked me after the Dimmu game that we watched earlier, I'd be a little bit hesitant to say that he was going to get us to this game 3. Prove me wrong, man. And now we have those elephants we talked about. The win condition. And what does Cat really have to show for it, right? He's got a handful of knights, a handful of horse archers. It's not really that scary. Even 5 knights trying to dive here to decap, it's going to be impossible against a keep. You'll just die too quickly. I don't know if Cat realizes how screwed he is. There's only one opportunity. It's on this west side. He's going to start poking at the wall. Time most definitely not on his side here. If he could just sneak another wooden fortress over here, maybe. That could be good enough, right? Get a fortification in there. Placement, right? Springald. Elephant's just been revealed, and that's the nightmare he didn't want to see. One of each type. Get him a partner, and we'll be getting onto Noah's Ark in no time. What do you guys reckon? What are we seeing in game 3? I feel like it's happening now. Byzantines or English for Myriad. Either way, it could be a Lombo rush to make a swift end of the series after he got swiftly slapped in game 1. Cat just needs some form of burn power. He's switching horsemen. Smart idea. Doesn't solve the mass lances up in your face right now, though. Cat has got farms coming, though. Like, if in theory, if he can get a decap, I mean, they've both got farms, right? The veteran horseman is an MVP element for Roost, though, due to Boy's Fortitude. It just doesn't feel like time is ever going to be on his side here. Woo! Crazy that he doubles down on horse archers against knights archers. Goes to show how good that unit is. I mean, you kind of get stuck in the death swirl. What do you do instead? Go vet archers? In theory, it's good because you have the extra wood, right? But horse archers is meant to be able to solve for knights. I just think for Cat, he was too focused at the start of Castle Age on stopping the relics being absorbed instead of sending horse archers to raid, right? I think that more than anything cost him the game. And the final keep comes in, which should be the final nail in the coffin. Look at this army. Look at this incredibly worthless army. I mean, it really is against the castle. All Myriad needs to do is make monkey noises and Aclec. If he loses the entire army, the castle still protects his win condition now. Oh, yeah. Even if you somehow decap one, your opponent now has 3 castles, i.e., even if you take out one, is it free TC? And you see how good the elephants are as frontliners as well. Game 3 on the way in a second. Woohoo! Dude, is this Myriad's week? Is this his week? Starting to look good. That game 1 had me feeling like we were going to have one of the quickest sets of the day. But where there's a will, there's a way, right? There's hope for the lad yet. Choose predictions. Myriad for game 2. Which means we are going to Cliffside.
Let's have a look and see what they picked.
He picked French. The madman actually done it. I really did think that he was going to be going for Ayu here. Both civs have risk on the gold. It's Byzantines on the other side, so Myriad didn't want to go for the English all-in. Can be a little bit of a gamble if the gold spawn isn't good. But yeah, so French versus Biz to decide it. So I've talked about this matchup before, right? It's like French actually win it by going spears. AMD the best gaming CPU, 100%. There's no denying like the kings of gaming now. The X3D series is fantastic. Like I have the 9950X. I'd recommend for a lot of you get the 9800 X3D. Just has a bigger Vcache, which is really important for gaming. Oh. All right, should I put predictions up? I'm going to put 5-minute predictions up for you guys now. So you can start discussing it between you. Because we should be getting into game in a sec. Have high hopes for Myriad this year? Interesting. I mean, he wasn't really on my radar for this year. And that's not... I don't mean that as an insult. It's just like... The improvement hadn't made itself fully apparent, if that makes sense. It's not that he hadn't gotten better. It's that compared to some other people's path of progress, right? It's very different. Guys, I'm going to run 2 minutes ads, by the way, so you guys don't have to worry about them when we're in game. Just realized I'm probably not even going to have time to eat before I hop into my meeting. Ahoo. Camion, 50 watch streak. Look at that. I mean, you know, it's not the record, but the whole idea is you need to keep tuning in at all times so that the person who has the record, if they get the sniffles one day and don't tune in, you can steal it from them. Very smart. What do you mean Twitch is almost unwatchable? Really? I don't know about that. Seeing the elephants reminds me of Lord of the Rings. It kind of feels that way sometimes. Even more with the psychos on top of them firing away at you. Okay. So if you guys remember, we had Bees versus French. Last time we had it, it was Cat versus Jean Deux, and Jean Deux was on French. And we mentioned in that game that Jean Deux could have probably quite easily won if he'd found room in the build for spears, but he didn't. Because what should happen here is your opponent should be going Javelin Limitane, and all you need to do is just add in your own spears with knights. Right? Because then you basically aggro the Limitane onto the spears, and then you get to charge, and you just kill. Right? Because Javelins aren't going to do anything against knights and spears. They get countered by both of those units. And yes, the game is live. Hence why we have an observer delay before we can get in live. Before we watch replays? No, we do a combination. Sometimes they are series that have already been played. Sometimes they are series that get caught live. A4 really needs is each civ needs their own specific look for their units. Most units look all the same. True. I think in general, like the aesthetic needs an overhaul. Prettier look, etc. Score 1-1, baby. Apparently, it's not enough to slay the Brit. It's got to do it all. Oh, man. Impressive stuff, actually. What do you mean, uh-oh? Does he not have faith? Gotta have faith, faith, faith. One is not enough. Myriad needs to knock out all the top competitors. If he does this, if he takes out Cat, That means that this week, Myriad could be on track to potentially knock out 3 of the semi-finalists that we've been seeing in the last 2 weeklies. That is crazy to think about. And at the start of this series, after game 1, I wouldn't believe I'd even be uttering those words of how easy it was for Cat to brush aside Myriad. But after a very clean execution of the Deli in game 2, we now decide this on Cliffside. Byzantines versus the French. So French, a bit of an interesting civ in this matchup, actually. Considering that what the Byzantines have to do is open Limitane, the expectation is for them to then go Javelins. If they do that, you have a very easy win condition as French by just going into Spears. Knights and Spears is kind of crazily effective against that comp. The catch is who blinks first. For Myriad, he really should not be going into the Javelins until he sees double archery range. And then you scale the defense. If he does Javs before seeing any extra production buildings, Cat can just hop into Spears and feel good. And the worry I have for Myriad in this matchup is normally you could just wait out your opponent to see what their choice is. In the current meta, because of Pro Scouts, that's more difficult to do. Because if you just sit there and don't deploy your olive oil, you make it easier for your opponent to play Pro Scouts. How do you guys predict, by the way? I'm curious. 65% on Cat this time. Look at you guys. Swings and roundabouts of it. I mean, it's definitely interesting. We've seen Cat win against Byzantines in this matchup against Jean Do in the previous week. And it really did simply come down to the fact that Jean hadn't got Spears. Now, you guys talking about the variety of units again? I mean, I'm fine with the idea. So here's the thing. I would love to see the aesthetics be more blatantly different. And also just animations and interactions look blatantly different. The other thing that I really would love to see for AoE4 is, you know, we keep hyping up, let's add a new civ, let's do a new civ. I kind of would love just like a generalist addition. Like, you know, maybe a new unit that almost every civ has, or every civ gets one new unique unit. I think those type of things are really important to keep the game fresh as well. Now, that would have to be a free upgrade. You definitely couldn't gate that behind DLC. That would be really dumb. Anyone who's been playing Total War Warhammer knows how annoyed a lot of people get in the community when they buy a civ and then that civ gets altered in a DLC. It's not a good look. But I definitely think there's value after the next expansion of doing that. Too much complexity creep? You're not going to really avoid complexity creep when you add new stuff anyway. That's already happening. So the thing that I'd say is your goal isn't to avoid complexity creep. It's to avoid complicated complexity creep, if that makes sense. Things that people see that just indicatively make sense is fine. When you have really polarized and confusing mechanics that take a degree to understand, that's when you have a problem. So, opening sheep halls are going to be 13 versus 13, so neck and neck. And we do already have the racks being prepped. You want to see a civ that specializes in cooking? Dude, I still want a cannibal civ. You win a fight and then eat the corpses. Heals you up. Come on. Come on. Tell me that wouldn't be kind of hilarious. Probably kind of broken, actually. We've seen how powerful healing can be in the early ages of the game, right? That would potentially take it to the extreme. So School of Cavalry is going to be coming in. Look at the gold gathering. It is going to be Pro Scouts here. These stacks are pretty tight and funneled together. Limitane should be able to deny some of this. Horsemen look pretty unique for each civ. Yeah, I mean, there's some that kind of overlap. There's definitely some civs where they look incredibly unique. What's your favorite looking horseman, guys? I think maybe for me it might be HRE. The HRE ones always have looked pretty dope. Outpost coming up from Cat. Yeah, so he doesn't want to have to directly address the threat. Interesting choice considering the options that were on the table here. But like we said, you know, for him, it's to kind of insulate himself while he waits for the Byzantines to make a choice. And he has to go for pro scouts on the opener, right? So like the reality is your opponent can now get an aggressive window to attack you with. I love the way he does this, by the way. This is the correct way to play French with pro scouts. You always want to have a knight coming out before pro scouts completes. This opening knight is insanely valuable. I've seen way too many games where a French player sacrifices that opening knight in favor of tech, in favor of greed. And it loses you any flow or control of the open game. Like, sure, your opponent's building Limitane. This is a fishing expedition. Right? Go fish yourself some kills. Especially when they run like that. First blood drawn. Wait. He activated the Akratoy. Sick move, Myriad. Yeah, it looked like he wasn't going to be in range there. He gets it off just in time for the second strike. The first strike did not have the extra armor. The second one did. That was sick. Yeah, Akratoy is really clutch rather against Byzantines, against French rather. It's been a long day. Against French for this reason, right? It's like normally a French knight can charge in, strike, that's a kill. But when you add in the Akratoy armor, it always leaves you 2 health short of a kill. Carlson is now following up. And Cat blinked first. He's gone for the archers. Interesting. So this changes the narrative slightly. Myriad has a really strong timing now, a window of opportunity, and he is going to lean into it. Silk Road is on the way. He's admittedly riding it blind. He didn't scout. This could have backfired immediately, actually, because if he ran into Spearman with knights, he'd be dead. But he's just playing the assumptive role, and so is Cat. So we got double archery range. Cat needs to identify that the jabs are coming, and then switch. Right? You want to look to add in Araxia, just to bog down the Limitane at the start of the fights. He could alternatively scale knights. You basically do let your opponent control the game for a bit. But the whole idea is with pro scouts and the scaling and cast slays with Royal Institute, you can just over-zerg your opponent. No, okay, so Cammy, I'm going to counter that. One thing I pay additional money for is a gore option. I don't think that should be paid for. Because all we end up doing is encouraging the behavior that, like, Total War exploited for generations. Which, by the way, they've said they're going to stop doing. The gore... So, like, I guess maybe if it's one-off, AoE 4 does it. My worry is, like, if they do a gore mod, they'll start doing it for every game release. And that's where it becomes a slippery slope, right? If it was only ever once, like Age of Empires 4 has a gore mod, but then Age of Empires 5, 6, 7, 8, whatever, it's an option, I'm fine with it. What I don't like is when a game milks it. You know? When you've added the feature, but then every single sequential release, you add the feature again via DLC, that's when it becomes a scummy practice. Can't bring the goodies home, but I think Myriad is aware of what's happening over here. Not only that, he's starting to save for an age up. Yeah, the scouts need to duck and run away from this. Cat instead is going to run headfirst into it. Might end up losing 2. Yeah, Javelin Hill comes out. So nicely played there. Myriad really is impressing today. Knights are still being a nuisance, though. This is leading to a notable economy lead. Oh, not good, though. Akratoy gets activated. In some ways, that's nice for Cat, because now when he comes in again with Knights, there won't be the Akratoy defense at all. Tricky part is, like, when you see what Myriad is up to, Cat has to go. Time is no longer on his side. In fact, there's a growing risk that Myriad could just rush Castle and go Cadders. The he's going to be coming in. That will slow him down again a bit, as the archers do start to march out. Myriad probably should be looking for this fight right now. He's got 8 jabs, but it's 18 archers already. Ragdoll physics? Oh, God. So, I mean, there's a pretty good reason why we won't get Ragdoll physics. How many of you already struggle with performance in the game because of trees? There's too much performance hit already in the game to add in physics. Unless, of course, you have my PC. But not everyone has my GigaChad AMD PC. If you did, if you all actually bought one of those, then we could have Ragdoll physics. True story. I do kind of wish we had the character of like Age of Mythology though. I've said that before. Like I'm so envious of things like the Minotaur headbutt and the Cyclops toss. They are incredible. So it looks like Cat has been blocked out of most of the food remaining. He didn't even take the 2 deer stacks he still has access to fully. Golden Horn Tower is now coming in. Cat is about to mirror though. And this should be Royal Institute. Whole goal now is just kind of dodge, survive, and then scale. Because over time, you can just milk the value of the knight play. Sometimes people think that you just have to have 15 knights already to justify this investment, but at such an early phase, Myriad's not really going to have an ability to attack directly into you. So you can keep scaling knights the next 2 to 3 minutes, and you'll already have Royal Institute at that point in the game. Like, in some ways, it can feel better doing it this way from what I've been seeing. It feels weird to say, but the results really have spoke for themselves. Nice villager kill. Might find more. Actually forces some idle time. Yeah, could have even hung around for the tree line there. Kind of tricky, right? Because Myriad is now going to be behind on his age timing. In fact, the archers are going in for a dive. I mean, if Cat can just trade out and get some worker kills, it's worth it here. And Myriad, what's going on? I think he misclicked that. Did he click the ground? Because the workers stopped for no reason. Okay, this is kind of brutal. He needs to rush it now. You got to be kidding me. Like, this game was looking pretty cozy for a moment for Myriad. But Cat, in the last minute, has caused multiple issues for the Hungarian player. Royal Bloodlines is already on the way. Cat is already vetting up the archers. Myriad needs camels. I feel like you might have to forcibly produce camel here. With what this is clearly going to be, either that or you're gambling, but in the first 2 rolls, like, you get camels, i.e. in the first 1 roll you realistically could get it. So remember, the first Golden Horn Tower production will always be the Japs. Right, he's going to have to skirt away here. Jesus. I don't know what... I'm going to have to verify what AoE4 is doing today. It keeps popping in the graphics. And hello, Beastie. How's it going, mate? Thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream, buddy. Welcome, one and all. We got Cat versus Myriad live, folks. Pretty good series, actually. Going all the way to game 3. After Myriad was able to beat Dumu 2-1. Say what? Yeah, you heard me correctly. We're just saying, actually, at this rate, if it ends up being B in the semifinals, that would mean that if Myriad wins here, he'd be on course to beat 3 of the regular semifinalists in 1 week, which is freaking crazy. Oh, no, I think it was the other way around, right? Because Myriad and Dumu played before BC, so Myriad set it up, and then BC knocked out the park. Yeah, Dumu had a rough weekend. Clash coming in here. The Knights are upgraded. The Javelins just kind of negligible in their output damage. We do have Varangian spam coming, but against Mass Knights. Guten Nacht? Quite likely. He needs Limitane, and he needs a lot of them. Oh, boy. Cat's gold gathering just isn't really being harassed at all. That's the thing that you need to be denying. Now, he has at least got Mango Towers, guys, and we all know how I feel about Mango Towers. It's the type of 5 a day I wouldn't want to be again. They are ridiculously powerful. However, against Royal Bloodline Knights, not as scary. Well, what's a bit worrisome is it feels like Cat just threw away all of his archers in the weirdest fight I've seen from him so far this series. Okay, Myriad is not dead yet. No, there's still a threat here. Okay, I thought it was Knights. It's actually just a deer being yoinked away by the scouts. He's ran all the way around the back here. And that is a risk in itself, right? Myriad doesn't have much food. What he will have is a boatload of olive oil. That's right. Papa is about to full loop the body, yell this is Sparta, and jump back into the action because we do have a triple drop in the Grand Winery and some extra gold to work with as well. It's a pretty good relic call. Offsets the eco lead that Cat has right now. Well, this might be an overextension though. Yeah, it needs to run away. Needs more spears ASAP. There's now a Mango Tower that is going to stop Cat from rushing in. Even picked off the Injured Knights on the flank. Do we have Chivalry? We do. Yeah, he's not crazy. He has got that. I feel like Katas would be really good here. I think early on Katas, but now it's a little bit late. That is painful though. Myriad gets found out in the gold. He just doesn't have any walls up. Doesn't have any kind of way of dividing the map. He's going to return to the safe goal now. And we do finally have RNG on his side. It took a while. Actually, it's not even RNG. He's forcefully producing Camel Riders, which is the correct call here. This debuff is quintessential now that your opponent has got the raw bloodlines. Warlord is going to be a bit of a whiff. Nice. Oh, it's just still roaming freely throughout the Byzantine base. This is brutal. I mean, Myriad knows he has to do some counter damage soon. It's French. They're already scaling an eco lead at this point. The fact you've lost 8 workers just makes it all the more condemning. He does at least have textiles, so a bit harder to fish these kills, but still. So I think a wall is the thing you build nowhere near your base, so that the French knights don't kill you when you build it. Glad I could answer that question. Oof. What? What was that? Why do Mango Towers track? Why? What? That was... I'm pretty sure that was 11 tower range. Maybe 10. And it hit the archers, the dream. Cat doesn't have many archers here, by the way. He does need to be a little bit careful. There's a lot of javelins actually coming from Myriad. They're smart rocks? Oh, that's true, right? Like what it is, there's a little guy in the tower that shoots a GPS tracking device. And then basically what they do is the rocks use heat-seeking technology, which is believable because Greek fire. And then, ba-ba-boom. I think that's fully explained it. The alternative is there's Happy Gilmore's in that tower asking the rocks to go home. Those are my 2 possibilities. Right, so I'm going to go for the charge in. Limitane. Is there enough here? I mean, 23 sounds like it should be good enough, but against Royal Bloodline Knights? Surely not. Archers are trying to help a little bit with the trade, but right now it really is just Limitane versus Knights. Javelins are being dove on the backside, though. Pristine target, but he's left a lot of the spearmen alive. Javs have already traded out that back line, so no more archers pushing against this. Limitane count has been shrunk down to 5, though. Cat, he knows he needs to get away. A lot of injured knights here. He can't keep committing like this. How the hell is Myriad not dead? It's kind of crazy, actually, that he's even still limping through this. The eco lead continues to extend. We're now talking about 25 villager lead for Cat. There is still gold on the backside. Another knight goes down, but he'd take more workers with him. We have got a wall up coming as well. I mean, olive oil is capable of many wondrous things, folks, but I don't know if javelins was really the play here for Myriad over just camels. They felt pretty worthless in that engagement. I understand the logic deal with the archers, sure. The camel debuff didn't really exist in that fight, had it? Limitane might have been able to save your bacon from getting cooked. Yeah, here they come now. Unease, a pretty big deal. Just gonna chase onto the jabs. It's also like, you know, archers, they're no K counter against camels, but it's still a 270 HP unit. This Mango Tower is doing a lot to keep him alive. But at this stage, he has nothing. Maybe it's fears of Arbs. I don't think you want to go arbitrary here, those cat. Right? Like, your opponent hasn't walled in. You just have circulation, so use it. And it's raw bloodlines timing, right? That timing is so powerful that you can't worry about arbitrary without addressing this threat. And you have to address it very aggressively.
Villager lead now. Cat's going Imperial.
And, you know, with a 30 villager lead, I think that technically means you can afford to pull 30 villagers and build it in the enemy base? I mean, call me crazy. But... like, don't waste this red pass opportunity, right? Really just get it in there, you know? Like you're backing up an 18-wheeler truck over a little trash panda, you know? Okay, that was a bit mean, but... Cat's actually just reinvesting. He's like, why would I go Imperial when I've pretty much got all the Imperial Age techs that I need? Military Academy instead. So we're just going to vomit out more knights. That's right. We're going to forcibly birth more pompous asshats that ride around overly armored on horseback. Look at that. Anatan sitting in chat right now. He's just taking notes. He's like, man, what if I meet Cat all the way in the grand final? We've still got quite a journey. We're going to be catching a lot of Anatans. Journey tomorrow, by the way. Yeah, more Mango Towers would have been cool, but I think he actually just needs to use the Stone Persistence. The only way you can compete with this type of eco lead is system buffs, right? Like at this stage, you've got 18%, almost 20% increase. It's making it somewhat competitive. Yeah, add more outposts, though. I mean, the farm's getting a bit too far away, right? Stare down. He's trying to get the outpost up, but this is in the middle of the battlefield right now. That is tricky, right? When you got a lot of injured knights, it takes so long to actually rejuvenate. Camels did get sniped, though. Great micro by Cat. The knights are just going to try to spread out a little bit here. Villagers are doing weird things. What the... what? I don't even know where they're going right now. Limitano account is looking good, though, and Cat is throwing away a lot of knights. The camels came out at the perfect time there. Debuff saves him again. Oh, man. And he looks a lot better than before that fight, despite any extra villager losses, despite the idle time. The difference in military now has disappeared. You can argue the quality of what Cat has. Mass Limitane, just a camel here or there, is ruining a lot of that value. Alright. Does need to be careful these overextensions, though. In some ways, he is jumping it a bit. Cat still isn't dead yet. Cat does have a problem, though. Farms. He's ran out of deer. He's already eaten one on the board. The other one is walled out from him. So he has a very uncomfortable transition. You can see it by the fact he's on 0 food income right now. Yeah, it does feel a little bit weird when, like, one camel can scare 40 horses. You know, it's kind of like that moment in the school playground where, like, you know, the bully is bullying 50 different kids. And you refuse to acknowledge that if you would still work together, you could kick his ass. You know? I think what we need is an intervention with these horses. Like, look at them. They're blue and don't look completely stupid. They can take on a camel. Well, looks like he's going to be able to break through the wall. Limitane are going to drop the shield wall and pursue here. He's got the teardrop, right? I don't think he does. Wait, hold on a sec. He doesn't have teardrop shields. It's a bit sinful here, actually. Teardrop shields is a huge game changer. Knights are going to be shuffling around. The villagers have to run for their lives. Charge in, might be able to find a worker or two. Limitane, try to hold the choke point. Nicely done. But once again, man, teardrop shields would be a game changer here. He's looking to pinch him. We have got a quick wall attempt. But if you do that, you're going to lose even more workers. You still won't stop him getting out. What is this game? Cat has suddenly gone mass monks to heal them. I mean, he has to, right? Like before, he was just kind of punting a lot of food down to get a kill. But now he's run out of food, right? Now he needs this mass farm transition, so he can't afford to just throw away 10, 15 knights. I mean, Myriad is weirdly enough kind of surviving. It doesn't look pretty when you look up and see 94 workers versus 56. But his comp does feel more desirable to counter what his opponent is doing here.
Yeah, I was still shocked that Cat didn't go for the Red Palace.
Even just dropping it on the center hill makes a lot of sense. Gives you a staging point, you can switch into Trebs and snipe out the farms. We do have a keep at home, so he has at least got the discounts to the additional knights. And it looks like he's getting ready for an Arbitrier switch, which is odd. Really odd. Oh no, it's that again. Okay, so we need to address the Springald in the room. You think this is the counter to Limitane, right? But it's actually not. The damage type is ranged. So instead of hitting for 28 damage, you're going to lose a giant chunk of it. 30% in fact, right? Which ends up being like what, 7.5? So you're down to 20 already, and then you lose another 2. And Limitane are tankier spearmen. So it doesn't really kill him as quick as you think. This is crazy. We actually have Myriad going into Imp. Foreign engineering company now on the way.
This would be one hell of a comeback. Like, he should be dead.
Right? His death certificate was signed. The autopsy ripped out his organs. They sold them onto the black market.
And somehow, almost like a freak out of Doom Patrol,
Myriad's brain found a home in a robot? I don't know where I'm going with this. This is crazy. Camels are also big here. Remember, that's going to give him the armor. So remember what I said about the mitigation of damage from Springalds? Escalate that even further. Tech up complete. And Cat has a problem here. A lot of his wallopers already came from the Royal Institute. Sure, there's still things to gather in Imperial Age, but it's not as big of a hit as it was. At this point, you kind of wish you just had a guild hall. Already got a Royal Cannon on the way, so an easy way of trying to get through the castles. Needs to do that as well, long term for gold. In the meantime, Cat is going to posh his south side. Elite Tech for Limitane just got queued up. It's the first one to get queued up. The camels actually haven't been upgraded yet, but they are still providing that juicy camel support. Need to make sure at least one of them survives. Also does have the barding tech, remember. So the camels themselves, against melee damage at least, are incredibly tanky. Springals are going to begin raining hell. I've seen this tale before. He's actually playing into an area where Springalds win. The deeper you go, the worse this gets, but he's waiting for the elite tech. The Limitane count is already down to 15. The tech may have just killed him. Final camel alive. Final camel to fall. No armor buff anymore. I think the Springal's actually done enough here. That's a break-in. 24 knights as well. Myriad has got a lot of food here, but it looks like he's lacking the production to stay alive. May have survived before, but I don't see it happening again. Cat has full reign here. He's found the villagers on the gold. He's diving ever deeper. And I believe we are going to be seeing the 3D clan member make it into the semi-finals again for another week. Myriad's Miracle Week will end with him slaying Dumu. He will not be taking this feline fellow with him too. Crazy set. Let me know what you guys think about this. I think Myriad has been leveling up. We've seen some really cool games out of him. Especially in the series against Dimmu. That opening game looked like it had him set up for failure, but I mean, to rally in that game 2, even get us to game 3 was impressive in itself, but there's no denying the kitty cat strats. He does it again. He's in the semis once more. GG, Mr. Myriad. An admirable attempt, mate. Pro Scout's truly balanced. Wait, isn't the counter argument now, how did you survive that long with olive oil? I was like, hold on. Hold on. We might be able to counter argue a little here. Oh, blimey. I think that lines us up nicely for tomorrow, when we can open with Anatan versus Mahodo, do SAS versus Avali, and then we'll have those two, the winners of those ones, facing off against each other live. And then afterwards, we can do Beef Starflark into the winner of that against Nubadan. And then likely we'll be having one of the semis tomorrow. We try to aim to have one of the semis on Thursday. Just tends to be a lot better that way. Just trying to think. I think we'll have enough time. Like, I don't know if we'll be able to do both SAS, Avali, and Anatan Mahodo before the live series, but we'll see. We'll figure it out. But yeah, I mean, should be a pretty good day. I reckon tomorrow we'll at least have bare minimum 4 series, possibly 5 series. If we do both semifinals, which is a big if, I try to aim to have one of them not be on Tuesday, be safe for Thursday. If we do, I'm going to have to come up with some sort of show match for Thursday. Something unique we can show off before the finals. Because otherwise, like, the reason is, like, literally, we had very polarizing experiences, those that have been watching the weeklies, is that when we done last Thursday, I think the broadcast was maybe 4 hours long. Last Thursday, I think... Oh, God, I'm loud. I'm just double-checking the time length now. So, yeah. Grand Finals, it was 1 minute over 4 hours, which is really short for a Grand Finals day. But the reason was because we had to change the order, because the previous week, we had done semifinals in the Grand Finals, and it was a 9-hour broadcast day. So I think the sweet spot is just to have one semifinals done before Thursday and one done on the day. Because we have best of 5 semis and best of 7 rather, Grand Finals. Are we done for the day? I believe so, because I've got to hop into our team call in a few minutes about agency things. As much as I love to stay around longer and farm the viewership, wink wink. But yeah, guys, we'll be back tomorrow. So my recommendation is make sure you're tuning in. We'll be live by 2 p.m. CET. Might be a tiny bit earlier just so we can squeeze all those sets in. Because, like I said, we're going to have Anatan Mahodo, SAS Avali, winner of that. They're going to be facing off live as well. And then we've still got B-Starflark, winner of that against Nibadan, and then semis. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 maximum, probably. And then, you know, if there's some fun games happening on the ladder, we can always tune into those. I'd love to just, I don't know, I kind of want to have some impromptu show matches at times, but it's 1, finding the extra budget, and then 2, finding the availability of players. But guys, I'm going to end the stream now. I'm going to get ready to raid someone. Reminder, like I said, make sure you're tuning in at 2 p.m. CET, 1 p.m. UK time. Should definitely be live by then. Going to end YouTube now.